seconds left on this P1 hard point. You have to start thinking about the rotation, and that's what Atlanta FaZe are going to do. But Paris Legion already have a couple players here. Felony and Temp trying to cause problems. As Temp is going to drop, Felony finds the trade, but Atlanta FaZe are able to come out on top and should win the rotation battle.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, like I said, Paris, 41 unanswered points, make it 42. Just get that last tick in there, as Atlanta will be early on toward the rotation at that bottom ship. But you notice for the FaZe players, they've got two guys sitting in boat. They're also trying to watch the flanker and Decimate, and how instrumental that he could be toward this team, Jay. He had a great series versus the Thieves, despite the loss to Desi.
Yeah, he was the only player above a 1.0 KD. He was sitting at like a 1.17. Everyone else was around a 0.9. So you just need to have that consistent gameplay consistently coming out of Decimate and have all the other players on the team to just step up. And right now you see John sitting at 7-4. Usually don't see a stat line of a guy that's running a permanent submachine gun on this map, but he's really answering the call early for Paris.
And one thing, too, keep in mind is Temp actually and Fellow combined for almost everybody in the feed. Simp did manage to sneak his way through, so it has been an excellent start for the Legion, but arguably one of the best hard points throughout our first three is the one that's about to come up, and Simp, he's hanging out toward the back beach. We'll see if he can cause some problems.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to play his life back here because the spawns are not going to be in for his team. He's eventually going to get taken down, but eventually the trades comes in. So now spawns are starting to come in for Atlanta. Towards that top lane, they have basically everything cut off for that player, which is going to be a BZ on point. You see Paris is trying to take their time, trying to set up this pinch, but just great teamwork, great crossfires coming in from Atlanta to hold it for the first 20.
Yeah, and again, we continue to set up that play. The play that Simp makes, pulls out the MP40 and just goes for the long rotation. Meanwhile, it was a BZ who was hanging out in the hill. He gets cut down by the nice nade and gun combination coming through from Decimate, as he now sits at 4-2. Great slang performance so far for the Legion, as now it's going to be a headbutt inside of the beach, but it's John who takes down both, one at close range and one from long range. Nice shots coming in from good old Jonathan Perez, as he'll eventually have to get taken down, and it will be Atlanta off the rotation, now prepared for next. But again, Jay, we're talking about this Paris Legion squad. Many thought that this is going to be a stomping off the rip, and through our very first three hills, it's with Legion. It's right. It's going to be Legion with a sizable advantage.
Yeah, they're coming to play today. They've been winning a lot of their rotation gunfights. That's what's putting them in this power positions. And then usually when they're set up on the hard point, they're winning at least 2 to 3 fights as a team, so where they're able to just hold the push from Atlanta FaZe so far throughout this game. But now you see them approaching the backside through beach, trying to flip these spawns for this P4. Spawns are starting to come in for Atlanta FaZe towards that top cliff side. RCD's doing a great job of just slowing down the pressure, as they are continuously finding every single kill, only going to be down by about 30 points down.
And you also like the way the Legion play this, right? I mean, they're taking their time, not trying to go 3 or 4 down, allowing for players like John to get into these power positions. So good first 30 seconds, granted, for FaZe, but John having other words, now at 12-6, sets on what could have been a 4 spree. A little bit of an answer there for the Legion, took a little bit of time, but really just in general, that is how dominant that this hill can be. Atlanta FaZe, for the most part, get majority of the time out of it. But when we talk about Gavutsu, these rotations are huge. Almost every hill playing like a money hill outside of P2. And when we talk about this next one over at Docks, it could be a great opportunity for a response once more from Paris.
Yeah, and off the rip right there, off the rotation, it was a huge gunfight that went out towards that ring side. It was John versus BZ. BZ was trying to work his way to the backside to try to flip these spawns towards back red tower, but John, he was able to take him down. So now you see Paris keeping control of the spawns for the time being. But that's going to be Atlanta FaZe starting now to spawn behind red tower. These players are starting from the Paris Legion are starting to spawn out towards P3. And now Atlanta FaZe with 25 seconds left. John going to be on the 5 streak, potentially able to pick up some streaks here if he can find another 2.
Yeah, can we talk about John, by the way? 17
He's going crazy right now.
And there's going to be the strafe, one more for the glide bomb. 6 in a row for John, about to be potentially his 19th kill, finally dropped. But as we take a look at that scorecard, after the first set of rotations, it's going to be Legion with around a 35-point advantage. And a lot of that is going to be based off of John, a player, Jay, who did not play very well on that opening series versus the LA Thieves. Posted around a 0.7 KD, somewhere in that range. There's been a lot of talk about this guy. Obviously joins the LA Thieves toward the end of last season, but he is doing excellent work right now.
He definitely is, man. He's a world champion for his reason. I mean, for his own reason. The guy was able to get it done back in the day, and now he's trying to make his mark once again. But since Paris are dominating the way that they are, let's just go in for a listen to see other comm sound.
He's gonna be on me beach.
That kills.
Stop it,
I'm going boat. I'm going boat.
He could be our outer. He could be a little beach on us.
Outer. One shot outer.
Do you have me?
I got
Shit, John.
That makes sense.
John, try that.
Alright. BZ is top boat. BZ is top boat.
I'm gonna go cliff.
Oh, he's at the rock. Or the
Relax,
pillar.
relax.
He's
Cliff a BG.
Dead clip.
nice.
Come on me
John,
old.
good shit.
Come on me old.
Yeah, he's deep though.
He's on me close RCDs, yeah?
Yeah, I'm holding
He's
top
top
boat.
row, I think.
I'm holding it. He's top boat. Sellium dead.
keep it.
I'm coming up.
I'm trying to go mid. We're missing Simp, I think. Simp.
Top boat, listen, top boat in their ladder,
Top boat dead. One more. Go home.
Victory ring. I'm leaving him.
Simp,
Go,
got
go,
on the
go.
beach. Oh, in boat. Simp, he went top.
He's their front boat. He's their front boat. I came down R-ring stairs. I'm hitting Tom.
They didn't mid
Yeah,
door.
I'm in time.
I did a mid door.
I got it.
Finish it.
You top boat, they can top boat.
One shot time and one top boat. One shot.
Hit him P3.
He's one shot time, one shot time.
And two top boat.
Top red.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah, one more hole in the wall.
Spawn here, we flip.
Yeah, flip.
Yep. I'm hitting us at P5. I need a clip. Need it off.
Need it.
I don't see anything. There's not enough. BZ one shot. BZ one shot hill.
I needed it.
Sellium. One shot.
BZ was super weak in hill, guys.
Absolute top boat.
Alright, make sure we don't mess up.
Alrighty, folks. Paris Legion obviously were not lying whatsoever when they were DMing the Florida Mutineers earlier, saying, hey, you know what? We're actually going to dominate phase. Make sure to watch us. And by the way, bonjour as well on your way out. Paris off to a great start. You've obviously seen Atlanta FaZe get some good time here or there. Now down by 30 seconds. But it is Legion in the midst of a big rotation. We know how great the beach can be. And Jay, they're getting ever closer to that double century mark.
Yeah, this is great work from Paris Legion. When they were in that listening, one thing that I really took away, though, was how calm they were. And specifically, a player like Felony. I used to team with this guy. He used to yell at my ear all the time. He was the guy that was just making sure everybody stayed calm, cool, and collected, make sure that the easy things were getting done, you're rotating properly, and that so far is what's been putting Paris in this lead so far in this game. They're up by 40 points, even though Atlanta FaZe, they're able to break in from the front side with 30 seconds left. If you're Paris Legion, you have to start thinking about that rotation. So number 4 in the minimap, which is Felony, should start rotating early because you do not want to allow Atlanta FaZe to chain this P3 to P4 to get right back into this one.
Yeah, you're in a good spot if you're Legion. As long as you can cut down a few of these players, at least grab the time. And once they are able to do that, they'll be in a pretty good spot. They will focus all of the attention in terms of the last few seconds of scrap. Simpson's now in a power position. You see Arstees as well. A very wide setup right now granted for Atlanta FaZe. They are prepared to try and grab a full 60 on this hard point. And given the trap that they have set up right now, it could be somewhat dire of a moment for Paris. Big situation already beginning to brew as Abizi's able to take down the first. Simp didn't get taken down from the boat side, so a few of these layers beginning already to get peeled on back. John decides to invest the streak, and he takes out 2 teammates, Jay.
That's truly unfortunate because that was allowing Atlanta FaZe to start having a couple players to swan out towards ring. So they had the numbers advantage, but that kill streak comes in from John, gets 2, and then eventually he dies as well. So that ends up spawning all of Paris all the way across the map. Now with 20 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe, they can hold this and potentially take the lead. The only thing is that they have to get out of this trap because right now Paris Legion have control of ship. They're still putting on a lot of pressure from Cliff, but Atlanta FaZe with 10 seconds left are going to be able to finally take the lead in this game 1.
Shout out to the Hot Hands Lounge. They're aware of it. BZ decides to push out of the setup. Already a big 1v1, but Temp is able to take it. We talk about the rotation now toward Docks. Legion are prepared. We talk about this map in particular for Gavutu, P4, P5, the specific hills to look out for. And Legion, they absolutely can win it here. Atlanta are going to have to contest for at least 25 seconds, or they could be saying goodbye to their hopeful map 1 victory. Decimate decides to join alongside the crew as Atlanta starting to run out of time. They're beginning to get picked apart, but it's Simp toward the bottom side of the cages. He begins to break on through, but it's Paris who get a full white. Player number 5 and Cellium, they're actually spawning behind them, but are they even gonna be able to get to the hill in time? And they will not. Paris Legion out of the gates will take down Atlanta FaZe here on Gavutu. Woo! I pick them. I'm sweating right now, Jay.
Yeah.
My pick'ems are not looking great.
I gotta grab the sweat rag because it's already started, man. It's already started. But unbelievable performance from Paris Legion to make the adjustments on this map number 1. We saw it. Like I said, they played this map versus LAT. They lost it 250 to 214, and it just came down to a lot of rotation gunfights. You saw Abizi towards the very end, a huge one-on-one versus Temp, and that's just one thing that Paris Legion were not doing before, prioritizing the spawns, prioritizing the things that they needed to do right. They were able to dominate that P1 hardpoint, and then even even when Atlanta FaZe always had an answer, they did a great job of just having an answer at P2 and having an answer at P4. But Paris, they were always able to respond with the next following hill, holding it to the T, getting the job done early into this series, now up 1-0.
All right, well, like I said, you can just throw your pick'ems, throw your predictions out of the window. We were talking about, could Legion grab a map? That was really the big conversation. Well, they're already out of the gates nice and early, and we got to give some love to that man, John. I mean, he and Temp lead the way in regards to slang. John, 25 and 18, Temp, 25 and 15. I mean, Jay? John really struggled quite heavily at the Kickoff Classic. There are people already talking, is he going to really be the SMG player that this Legion roster needs, considering how Decimate was slaying, nobody else really there to join him. Oh, man, Legion putting everybody on notice.
Definitely too, and if he's playing like the way he is right now, this is the best case scenario, because the guy is capable of putting up numbers like this every single map. He is an MVP world champion for a reason, and him sitting alongside Temp, this is a guy who I really wanted to focus on in this series, because Temp, he was an MVP candidate back in Black Ops 4. Then the following year, he joins NYSL. Things work out there. He's able to win at least one home series, but then the following year he joins the Thieves. Things don't work out. He ends up hitting the bench, and now he finds his way onto this Paris Legion roster. And I just feel like if I'm Temp, it's all about the bounce back. This is a team that basically not anyone wanted, so they just basically got put together. But if I'm Temp, it's all about just making sure you're staying consistent with your team, doing the right things, because that can be the best formula versus some of these teams that are not expecting this performance in Paris.
I want to ask you too, Jay. I feel like for a team like Paris, when you're facing off against a roster like Atlanta FaZe, as we've seen Gavutu play so far, it's very, very heavily based off of rotations. I mean, you rotate early, you're almost guaranteed to get 20, maybe 30, 40 seconds we're talking on this map. I mean, do you think the teams will continue to play Atlanta FaZe on a map like this, given that the slang, not that it's muted in any way, but it's going to take a lot more out of the Atlanta FaZe roster in regards to having to get across the map, in regards to not maybe having as much flexibility around the map as they'd like. Again, Gavutu, another solid map for Paris Legion, but do you expect this to be a trend potentially?
Yeah, I expect if I'm any other team so far in the CDL, I want to play Atlanta FaZe on Gavutu, because you're basically cutting the Tiny Terrors in half. You're only having one player running SMG, which is a BZ, and then Simp, he's probably going to be a little bit uncomfortable. You're not going to get them at their full strength. So far, Paris Legion, they made it look easy on that map, number one. The only player to go positive on the Atlanta FaZe roster was Celium. He was sitting at like 19 and 18. So for Atlanta, it's all about just getting more consistent, getting more confident, because right there, Paris Legion, they just started off so hot into that game, and it was too late for Atlanta FaZe to try to fight back towards the end.
Yeah, not strong enough for the Atlanta FaZe, at least in that first hard point there on Gavutu. But again, we got to talk about the man. John performs excellent throughout that first hard point. I know I already said the stats, but we got to call it out again. 25 and 18 for the vet. As you said, Jay, 2016 COD Champs winner, also the MVP of that event, and he just put up some excellent stats. Also grabbed a good old minute and 30 of hill time. I mean, I think it's fair to say, my friend, he really seems to be the X factor for this team, really throughout this series, and specifically in this next Search and Destroy.
He really is. And for me, when I look at this roster, I feel like John C's has the most veteran presence on this team, and he's also the world champion. Believe it or not, I'm looking at him to be the leader of this team. So the fact that he's putting up numbers like that means you're leading them in the sling, you're leading in the hill time, you're doing everything you can to try to get your team to win. And that's the kind of player that John is. He just needs to keep it that consistent gameplay.
All right, I got to ask you now, as we load in for Desert Siege Search and Destroy, this will be a good indicator to see how Paris have really evolved their game. They get destroyed versus the LA Thieves on this very map at the Kickoff Classic. They dropped this one 6 rounds to 1. But talk to me, my friend, level with me a little bit. Is there now a concern level for Atlanta? Where does that sit right now after that first hardpoint loss?
Well, the first hard point, I was honestly expecting Paris Legion to walk away with that. That's why I chose FaZe to be able to win it in at least 3-1. But Search and Destroy, this has been their bread and butter. Regardless of whatever the hell is going on with Atlanta FaZe, they will always know how to play Search and Destroy. So I'm expecting this to be a good one between both of these teams.
I don't know if anybody else heard that, but maybe a follow potentially going down on stream. Regardless, here we go into our first round. If you didn't hear that, don't worry about it. Anyway, it will be the Atlanta FaZe starting things off. On the attacking side, Decimate, a pretty powerful position toward the top side of the trains as he gets wiped away, and now it clears that lane over toward the B bomb site there for FaZe. And
now this forced attempt to give up his positioning. He's just going to put down a couple shots. So now Atlanta FaZe is moving towards rotation towards A. And John able to hit a great shots onto RCD's, force it to be a 3v3. But do they know the positioning of Felony? Because he's in a great position to at least cause some problems as aBeZy's trying to take his time in this gunfight.
It almost feels like aBeZy is somewhat aware of his position. Fellow not going to be able to grab that one. Now an instant 2 versus 3. John once more firing out a shot there from the Car 98K as he'll have to go and distance himself back. Meanwhile, it is going to be a plant there for aBeZy. Now on to Legion in the 2v3 retake.
And just pay attention to where Temp is going. He's worked his way all the way around the backside of the spawn. So he should have the potential to at least spot one player in Celium, takes him down, forces it to a 2v2, and at the same time, John takes down aBeZy, now in a 1v1.
Simp fires in some shots. He versus John. John toward the side of the trains, but Simp is able to take him down. A big 1v2 clutch there at his Simp. It got a little bit dicey. You saw the trigger discipline that allows for him to gain that instant positioning there on to John. A nice and early clutch there at his Simp.
Yeah, that one almost kind of got scary right there, because once Temp was able to lurk his way through the backside, once he finds that kill onto Celium, John picks up a kill at the same exact time. So then it's all left on Simp. Uses great trigger discipline to at least stall a little bit more of that clock before he finds that first kill, and then times it perfectly to find the second. Great opening round out of Atlanta.
Solid starter there for FaZe. As we said, Simp walking away with both of those. This time, Celium with the superior shot takes down John for the first blood as Legion look to regain, look to rebalance, and really look to reestablish some control. Temp still aware of Celium's positioning. Knows he's got to be somewhere out there in the desert. It's just a matter of trying to get him in your line of sight. He may have that opportunity. Temp has to be careful, and Celium there to pick him apart once more.
So now it's going to be a 4v2. Bomb is going to be down. Felony is going to work his way towards that side, but Celium does pick up his third on the round. Looking for the fourth, but Felony's going to be able to shut him down, but that was a clean round out of Atlanta FaZe, more specifically out of Celium. Opens up the first blood and single-handedly just shuts down that B point from every single player of Paris trying to approach him. Great round out of Atlanta to go up 2-0.
I don't know what exactly was going down to that round. It was just like Celium just like,
yeah, he's back there. Yep, he's back there, guys. Still there.
I got a third one. Yeah, calls out. Like, I got fellow one shot. Okay, cool. We win the round. Yeah, just it seems as if Paris Legion just could not really afford to take MC down for whatever reason. Got a great shot, great head of hair as well. Not an easy player to take down in any stage, specifically on a map like Desert Siege. We are already into the mix. How about this challenge from Legion off the rip? Fellow and Decimate getting all up in FaZe's face. As now Celium, the man who dominated in the last round, is now wondering, what just happened to the teammates? Am I gonna have to do this again? Yes, you will. You're gonna have to do this again, Celium. But now a 1v4.
And that round all came down to just the aggression from Paris Legion. They had Felony go on top of that B-bomb. Decimate worked the way towards low. And then once they find 3 kills, 1v4 left up to Celium, and it's pretty much impossible to try to get that done when you have nothing but talented players on the opposite side. As that's going to be Paris Legion able to get their first round on the board, and that's great from Paris Legion. Right there, that was a tone setter kind of round. They said, hey, you guys so far have been taking your time on the defenses, taking your time on the offenses, but this time we're going to be the aggressors, and it worked out in their favor.
And given, this Paris Legion roster as well, you wouldn't expect them to necessarily be the team that wants to try to aggress a roster like Atlanta FaZe, but just a great call. They're out of the Legion. I got to imagine a lot of voices on this team, specifically Tyler Fellow, known for making those calls in Search and Destroy. He has been grinding in Challengers. Just a great mind for the game. Very well could have been somebody who helped make that call. And speaking of calls, this could be a great opportunity right now for aBeZy. Find himself on the flank. Nobody has any idea that he happens to be here, and he has at least not just one, but 2 players in his sights. Thank you for the first blood. Thank you for the second and the third as well. Now it's all going to be up to Temp. He rocks dead silence. But it's aBeZy, like we said, who is storming his way already here on Desert Siege. Temp firing out a few shots, and aBeZy, he's hungry for the ace.
Yeah, just go give it to him. Let him work towards some kill streaks. It's all going to be on Temp. They know exactly where he is. The bomb is going to be down towards trains, but it's only a matter of time. Temp's able to at least take down one, but he sets up his duo into aBeZy as he does find the ace on the round. I'm pretty sure aBeZy was just able to walk right through bottom middle,
I think so,
right through their spawn, right through the B-bomb site, right to their spawn, and just get behind 3 players. That's an unbelievable play out of aBeZy, one half of the Tiny Terrors to take the round.
It's just funny too, like on a map like Desert Siege, you think it's huge, it's wide open, especially on that desert side of the map.
Yeah.
If you have somebody in a power position, you can see everything alongside the desert, but the Tiny Terror, just too difficult to spot. Great plays coming through from Abizi. Like I said, he gets the ace, and he totally breaks open that round, and he could be having some streaks in his future. We'll definitely be looking through his perspective a lot in our next few rounds, but a good 3-1 start here for Atlanta FaZe off the start, and already into the gunfights we go. Abizi gets taken down off the spree, and it's Decimate there for Paris Legion to find the first blood. Simp still sits in a nice spot, though.
So down to 3v4 with a minute left. Sim's still in a great position, sitting towards bottom middle. But if you're Atlanta, you're just trying to play a pick. RCD's able to at least even up the numbers for now. It's going to become a 3v3. They take that player off the top building, but Simp, he tries to attack and unfortunately runs into Decimate on the pre-aim. Now with 45 seconds left, it's looking like they're going to attack this towards A, which should allow these players to start setting him on the flank. 35 seconds left. Bomb has to be planted.
This is what you can come to expect on this map, and primarily, right, is how often that objective can begin to flip. Celian, does he spot Decimate going for the flank? He does. Meantime, Arceus as well gets dropped, and there we have it. John with the snipe watching over his squad mates. How about the shot there from Jonathan? Excellent work there for Legion. And a nice little action there for our final kill, getting the headshot there onto Celium.
Yeah, he just lines it up perfectly, but it all came down to the beginning of that round. Like right there, Beezy, when he peeks that window, he got really bad timing on the Decimate, and I'm pretty sure Decimate was able to spot him. That's why he was able to just preempt that window, get that first blood, and eventually keep the numbers advantage in their favor. But just great teamwork coming in out of Legion. They had the crossfire set up properly. Just walk away with the round. Now down 3-2.
A little bit of aggression shown there from Atlanta inside of that middle university building. Again, a power position on Desert Siege for obvious reasons. It sets to the dead center, and Decimate once more able to take Abizi down for the first blood. Granted, he didn't have a long stint last year in the CDL, Jay, but when he joined the Seattle Surge, he posted some great numbers in Search and Destroy and shown why that can be the case once more here in this game. Paris with numbers, and Paris, they also get the bomb down.
So now in the 4v3, someone on FaZe has to make a play, and it's looking like it's going to be Simp. It looks like those players through the wall are just having a little bit of fun together. 25 seconds left. Celium does find one onto Temp, makes the numbers a 3v3 for the time being, but it's 20 seconds left. Someone has to hop this bomb.
And RCD's going to have to push this position, given the fact that Celium happens to sit right behind him. How about the shots from Fellow? But 13 seconds. And Celium, he has to try and challenge. He does not know where John happens to be. He knows he's got a sniper. Is he one of these back positions? No, he's actually challenging the bomb. And with that, it is going to be a round for the Legion. It's just a matter of who can find the kills. John decides to challenge. He gets ripped apart, but it's Paris who even up the score now at 3 rounds apiece.
And that's just good work coming in from Decimate to find that early first blood. Once he does that, that allows his teammates to eventually get that free A bomb plant, because once you are Atlanta FaZe, you drop that player watching bottom middle, you're watching that cross. The players in the back can't really see the bomb site unless you're playing up close and personal with it. But Paris Legion, they take exactly what Atlanta FaZe gave to them, get the bomb plant, win the man advantage, able to tie the game up at 3 apiece.
Yeah, man, Decimate just continues to be a problem in these early stages around, specifically these last 2 in a row. He's been causing some issues for the Tiny Terror specifically. Nice first blood there coming in from Abizi. It's not going to be based off the MP40, but instead a nice little pre-nade. So we do say goodbye to Fellow. Atlanta FaZe with numbers, and Temp very well may be called upon nice and early, as that bomb is going to be dropped there for FaZe. Simp still waiting on the fight. Going to be up to Legion here for the retake. On the stairs he goes, spots the boot. Good night to Temp. Now all up to Decimate and John. Decimate's at least able to drop one to start. Still 30 seconds left on that defuse. Decimate has got some clearance here at the bomb site and now has the opportunity to take the shot. But it's all going to be on the John. A 1 versus 3. Still has to go for the defuse, and FaZe will rebound.
And that's just good work. Once again, coming in out of Atlanta. They get that early first blood. They slowly work up towards that bomb. They get it down, and once again, they just play their crossfires. Perfectly set up right there from Atlanta. They knew exactly how they wanted to execute that offensive round. They take control of bottom middle. They get control of the A bomb site, work the play, and now they go up 4-3. So now it's all about the response on defense, because so far, Paris Legion, when you're playing a map like Desert Siege, a lot of the attacks usually go down at that B bomb site. This has been a straight offense, A confessed kind of play or map here between both of these teams. As now you're going to see Paris Legion starting to commit towards B. Temp opens up with that first buzz, but Celium answers with one of his own.
Oh, he thinks that too as well. I could have swore when John challenged him that Celium also had the car out, but not at all the case. The automaton in Celium's hands, absolutely filthy. As I think Cell now sits on 6 in a row, so we're going to be talking about streaks, it feels like, quite soon. Arstes has to be careful, does not want to fall off the map, especially in a round like this. Then finally feels some sort of confidence to lay down this objective, but his fellow drops. It's all going to be on to Donnie Temp. A 1 versus 3, and it's just a matter of FaZe poking out, picking him apart, and that will be exactly the way that it goes down. FaZe with the retake, and I mean, what, Jay? Based off the great long shots from MC, he continues to be a problem.
Yeah, and now I understand why Paris Legion do not want to go B, because Celium was able to pick up the ace the first time that they went towards B, and right there he almost picks up the ace towards the very end, but Simp steals the kill. But that works onto some streaks for Celium. I'm pretty sure he's on a 7 spree, so he has the glide bomb to work with. This opens up that A bomb site wide open for them to just work a free bomb plant. But this is where it gets scary, because if you're Atlanta FaZe, you have the veteran presence. You do not want to invest every single round about playing around those streaks. You still want to use your normal strategies and then use those streaks to eventually close out the round for you.
It's a great call, my friend. At the same time, for Legion, you are always having that thought in your mind, hey, when could a streak come in? We want to try to play around that university side, as they may have to huddle in quite quickly. Here comes the glide bomb. It has Felony's name written all over it, as it will be the early numbers at the hands of FaZe, and quickly it is John left up all by himself. A 1 versus 3. Could get some nice timing, takes out Arstes, but it will be a round for FaZe and a game for Atlanta as well, as they rebound here on the Desert Siege and take this bad boy 6 rounds to 3.
And now the series is tied up at 1 apiece. That is what we were expecting. Atlanta FaZe to respond in their game mode. S&D has always been their bread and butter ever since this roster has been formed, and they get the job done to just now tie the series up at 1 apiece. And that was just great work from the entire team. You had the Tiny Terrors who were consistently attacking towards the middle map, attacking that middle building, just trying to set the tone. But look at the stat line coming in from Celium. The guy went on a 9 spree to close out the game. He single-handedly shuts down a B push from Paris Legion 1 round. Then the following round, when Paris Legion tried to do it again, he finds 2, catches a player rotating over towards A, gives him another 3. The guy just had himself a map, and he wasn't doing it with a sniper. You usually see someone holding on the left side of the map with a sniper, but this is what makes Celium such a great player. The guy doesn't miss, had himself a map number 2.
Yeah, and despite what has been, more of a slower, start to Vanguard, we talked about the Kickoff Classic and obviously the very first map of this series, Celium has been great the entire time. I mean, he still had like a 1.17 somewhere around that versus Seattle, still plays well in the opening Gavutu, and then puts up 13 in that Search and Destroy. As you said, my friend, didn't even need the sniper throughout a majority of that. Just has the most accurate of shots, pixel perfect, is good old young MC. As now Atlanta FaZe are going to even out this series at 1-1. But folks, we still have Gavutu again. We're going to be going back to that map for some control when we come back after this short break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
All right, welcome back, folks, to CDL opening weekend. If you're just joining us, where have you been? We're taking a look at our Game Fuel tactical play. And Jay, Abizi's got his name written all over this bad boy.
Yeah, it was beautiful, man. The fact that he was able to rush right up the middle of the map through that B-bomb site to work his way all the way behind the players of Paris Legion. And then once you get to that position, it gets kind of scary, but the veteran presence that he brings, the trigger discipline that he brings right there as well, able to find not one, not two, but 3 kills on the flank. And then at this point, once Sims gives up his life, it's all on Temp. You know his positioning. You give up that kill to Abizi. You let the young man get the ace. Because that was a highlight reel in its own, man. The fact that he was able to do that on Desert Siege, run right through the B-bomb uncontested and get behind them at train side, you usually do not see that happen.
Yeah, man. I mean, shout out to Zuma, a flank-esque type of play. Wonderful stuff coming through from Abizi there as he one of the mini rounds that really kind of drove it home for the Atlanta FaZe as they now even the score at 1 game apiece. But still, we got to talk about it, Jay. That opening loss that Atlanta FaZe suffers on Gavutu Hardpoint, we talked about it. We talked about how this could be maybe a strategy moving forward. We're going to be revisiting this map for now some control, and we have seen Atlanta FaZe play on this very map at the Kickoff Classic. And it was not a pretty sight, my friend. A 3-0 loss to Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle so far, at least what they've shown us, they are the best control team that we had throughout the game. The only team that was able to take them down is Toronto, but it was on Tuscan. This is their bread and butter. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, at least it has to start with the consistency from your AR players. Like with Sip running your 3rd AR, you have to make sure that you're picking up these kills because they're so dependent on a map like Gavutu.
Yeah, and we'll see what Legion can try and provide us with. Again, they showed some grit in the opening Gavutu respawn. They'll have to now do it here on some control. And the problem is for Paris Legion, you can quickly get put in a spawn trap if you're not careful. The only player who still happens to be past the 50-yard line is going to be Tyler Fellow, alone, waiting, hoping that his teammates can come off of spawn. Thankfully, they will. Given the fact of Arsty's position, they are going to grant them that closer spawn now toward that front shift. Arsty's now looks for somewhat of a pinch, but we're already a minute on in toward this opening round, and Paris have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, but Temp, he was able to at least find that kill onto Sim. So now this could potentially open up this 8-point for Paris Legion. But still great spots coming in from the Atlanta FaZe players. You see number 6 trying to work his way towards ring, not allowing any players to try to overextend, to try to get towards that B point. As his teammates across the map are winning every single gunfight. Last player is going to be here is going to be Decimate, as he does hop on the point, but RCDs is set up beautifully with the crossfire, able to take down one. And with 20 seconds left, this has been a dominant defensive round from Atlanta.
Yeah, and when we talk about lives, I mean, if this thing can even go to a round 5, they're already sitting quite pretty in that scenario as well. Nobody able to get really past that cliff position. Maybe finally a little bit of an opening as John, the saving grace, takes down Simp in a 1v1, and they will have a few teammates off spawn to join them. So the stack is in, the first tick is through, and Atlanta, they're not going to allow for this one to go to waste. They are going to try to attack this, but once more, it's John doing big things inside of the point. His teammate gets dropped, but he is still holding this one down. Not just 1 tick, now make it 2. He cannot afford to get off of this objective because that will allow for the clock to continue to run, and it appears that his run will falter as well. Atlanta able to rebound, finally take down John inside a bottom ship. They do that, and they claim a well-rounded first round here in control.
And that was just great work from Atlanta, especially right off the rip. I'm pretty sure they were able to take down 3 Paris Legion players, and that eventually allowed Abizi to just push straight on the cliff side, potentially put them in that spawn trap, finding easy kills left and right. And when you have such a start off like that, if you're Paris Legion, you're coming off spawn like, hey, there's a guy that's potentially at beach side watching our cross, and we know that it's going to be a guy at cliff. We just have to play our kills. We do not want to fall deep into this kill deficit if we do get to that round number 5, but Atlanta FaZe, they were able to hold. So now they go on the offense. RCDs opens up the first blood, and they're already going to get on this 8-point.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Some solid aggression already displayed from Atlanta in the opening defense. Abizi already flying out toward the bottom side of the ship. He just wants to get the call, and the call he will have. Shuts down John as Atlanta continue to apply the pressure toward the middle side of the map. Not only are they still fighting for bottom ship, but Arsty's in a great position to maybe challenge it B. John and the rest of Paris are going to read this one. And that's the issue for Legion at this point. You got to clear these players off as quick as possible. And it looks as if they will be successful in doing that. However, when it comes to the other side of the map, not nearly as successful Beezy still alive and thriving for a moment as he gets dropped as well. 50 seconds left in Atlanta, a third of the way there at that A objective.
But so far, this has been a great hold from Paris Legion. They're keeping the kills stagnant. No one is dropping at the same exact time, so trades are just going back and forth. And with 40 seconds left on this clock, only one tick of progression coming in from Atlanta FaZe, as they are going to have multiple people now starting to commit towards this 8-point. Decimate able to find one, Temp finds a second. That's going to be another 3 dead. Now all left up to one player, which is going to be Celium. He gets one, but it's still only 30 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe need to get on one of these points.
To do something. Decimate gets great timing as Celium was in the middle of climbing up the ladder. Granted, that pistol can be excellent in certain spots, but Decimate gets the good timing, later traded on out. 2 FaZe players now sit inside of the bottom part of the ship. In Paris, they've got a few players displayed toward that P1 position as well. They're going to look for some sort of a pinch. This fellow takes down 2 off the rip. Temp also shuts down a Beezy, but being aware of that time, Celium makes the sacrifice and decides to go ahead and stop the clock now over at that B position. And this is going to make one player from Legion now make it 2, have to challenge at the opposite end. Atlanta, back and forth we go, continuing to juggle, continuing to make Paris have to guess for where they're going to be at next. Simp stopping the clock now at 4.3 seconds, a few players there, and they will be able to hold on. Another minute added, but down 4 lives right now are Atlanta.
Yeah, Paris Legion, if I was them, I would have probably contested that because you have the live advantage. You don't want to give up that 8-point, give them a chance to try to get towards B since there was only 4 seconds left. But now with 50 seconds on the clock, see Atlanta trying to attack towards that top ring side. You have one player who's going to be sitting in towards top ship. He's eventually going to get flanked, which is going to be Simp. And he's going to get taken down. So now with 35 seconds left, you have 2 players who are approaching ring as Temp is hitting shots like that. But this is going to be difficult for Atlanta FaZe. They have like 1 or 2 more good pushes at this. Well, basically 1, as Paris Legion are pushing all the way in their spawn, not allowing any breaths from Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, Paris essentially make the decision for Atlanta. You want to? No, you've only got 1 opportunity. And Temp maybe even denying that as well. Atlanta hurtling up in their base, maybe just aware of the fact that, hey, we're not going to be able to get to B anyway. Let's just try to play the lives and just be focused on that side of things. A nice kill for a Beezy, but in the end, it will be the Legion equaling out Atlanta in terms of the defenses and securing a solid round of their own. Now 1-1.
1-1. The only thing that's kind of scary now is that Atlanta FaZe, at least in their first defensive round, they were able to outslay by an extra 2 kills. So if it does go to that round 5, right now Atlanta FaZe are leading in that department. But if you're Paris Legion, that's a great response to win your very own defense. You do not allow that 8-point to give up so easily. Even though you probably could have saved it with 4 seconds left, you still were able to hold it down towards that top ring, winning a majority of those gunfights to close it out. But now they go back on the offensive attack. You do not want to go 3 down off the rip and allow Atlanta FaZe to get pushed up in your spawn once again.
Yeah, that's a great call, partner. That's exactly what went down for Paris. They essentially put themselves in a slump off the rip. These early engagements so big for the attacking side. It will be a 2-to-1 advantage in our initial gunfights there for FaZe. But clearing out a lane, it appears that really Atlanta focusing a lot of attention inside of green, also trying to be aware of anybody hitting a flank. But a nice double headshot coming in from Decimate will absolutely open up this boat. This fellow sits inside of the bottom ship. The rest of his teammates are slaying out toward the top side. FaZe have you really yet to see that much of this objective, but a nice shot's coming in from Celium. The nade over the top side from Simp is able to clear things off for now, but we've got a streak inbound as well, at least gaining some information at the very least. FaZe continue to cycle in 1 by 1, but it's not mattering at all. They're going to go and grab this 8-point, and they're putting pressure on the spawn already. Decimate is already going to be a B.
Yeah, this is kind of scary right now. If you are Atlanta FaZe, they went at least a clean 4 dead. This is going to allow these players to start pushing through green. Just pay attention to your minimap. It's going to be Felony able to sneak his way through the back. One player on Atlanta does spot him, so they take care of him for the time being. A still has not been captured, so Atlanta FaZe, they're going to try to put some pressure on this. Oh! They're not going to allow this time to be extended by a minute as they take down another 2 players. One more player trying to approach towards top cliff, but with 40 seconds left, if you're Paris Legion, you have to make sure you capture this 8-point before you move on to the next task.
Yeah, right. That's exactly the problem. Legion, they decide to jump off the point. They think, hey, surely we've got this one. We know Decimate's on the other side of the map, when in reality, they're not able to secure it. FaZe with a huge moment. Playing off of the mistake from Paris, as they will finally be able to jump right back in this one. But you have to imagine, in regards to lives, in regards to time, It does slow them down a bit. So 1:20 to work with. No progression made yet over at B. But I feel like the focus is going to be on somebody like John. Somebody to make a play, get on the flank, push through that green side, and allow for FaZe to not feel nearly as comfortable. Atlanta with a solid setup for the moment, and John with a nice and early pick there on the sim.
Yeah, so now it's all about just working this backside. You have a minute to do so. You have a 3 live advantage for the time being, as they are going to be able to find a BZ off the spawn. Look at number 3 in the minimap, though. As Temp's going to be able to come behind Simp. So now it's all on 2 players from Atlanta FaZe who will push that towards top ring, as you're going to have a couple players spawning in towards green. John is just playing for the spawn kills. He knows everything about the game. And now 17-10 with 40 seconds left. Paris Legion, they're just looking to slay. They're playing the kills. They're not even hopping the point.
John from the skies. All right, didn't know he had a vertical like that, but John, unbelievable leap. Sky jumping in from the jungle side, and you can tell they're not even playing around the objective. They're just realizing the kills. They are aware of the spawns here on the defensive side for Gavutu, and making FaZe work for everything. Now 16-7 in lives. It looks as if the spawns have flipped, but that's not even possible. Paris now pushing on in, and here comes the streak from John. They're gonna have to be careful with this. 24 seconds, but John has got his teammates back. He'll hop on the objective. Atlanta now with no respawns left. It's gonna come down to a 4 versus 14 in total. Simp taken down an early 2, but Legion in such a good position, watching over each other's back. I believe that John did fall on the objective, so that one is going to sit off in the distance for the moment, but it's down to the final 2 players. Simp and Celium all by their lonesome, now up to MC, a 1v10. Here comes the streak, and good night to FaZe, an attacking win there out of the Legion.
And that's just great work from the Legion. I thought it was kind of getting scary towards the end of that game. I mean, towards the end of that round. But Paris Legion, when they were playing for those spawn kills, it was about 45 seconds left. They attacked the guys at ring, and they were able to win those gunfights. They were able to pick up some streaks as well. But then towards the very end, if I'm Celium and if I'm Simp, all you have to do is basically watch that cross. And I know it's an 11v2, but there was only 10 seconds left. You don't have to really commit towards any gunfights. But Paris Legion, that was a beautiful, beautiful offensive round, which it looked like it almost got away from them. They almost didn't cap that A point, but they were able to pick up some streaks, able to close at that B point, and now take our very first offense of the map.
Yeah, and now that puts all the pressure on the FaZe. And we talk about round 5, if they can even get there. Paris slay the way that they do, they look good. They maybe have the defense coming into that round 5, but the thing is, FaZe are gonna have to pull off something special to also now take an attack. And BZ deciding to push all the way up toward B, and there goes Celium as well. So not the greatest of starts for Atlanta on the other side as well. They try to make some noise at the opposite end and bait out the Legion, but that is not at all end up working out in their favor. Again, another big spot for FaZe in a roster, Jay, where we talked about Atlanta. This team was winning 82% of their controls last year, already showing some signs of wavering on this map, specifically here in Gavutu. John continuing to try and be an issue, decides to flank around, gets the nice timing, takes down one tiny terror, and Abizi gets dealt with as well there from fellow Atlanta. 30 seconds left, and as we said, nothing to show for it yet in regards to the objective. It's time to pile in over at A, but Temp sits in a power spot. He gets dropped.
And now Paris Legion, they have them in the trap. If they can win at least this rotation of gunfights right here, if they can get a clean 4 dead, this map will be theirs. With only 15 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe need to put some pep in their step. They need to try to get on this A point.
We'll see if they can do that. 8 seconds. The time continues to go away, but Decimate, he jumps in from the top. He jumps in from the top. He's also got another player in his sights, and he takes him down as well. Final few seconds. Nobody from FaZe is going to be able to get to the point in time. And how about Paris Legion? Not just once, but twice. Striking FaZe here in the respawns. And also doing it again on Gavutu.
This is unreal. This is
What is
unreal.
happening, Jay?
This
What
is
is
unreal.
happening?
Usually the perfect formula to beat Atlanta FaZe is to take one respawn and to win a majority of your search and destroys. But the fact that they have lost 2 respawns here versus Paris Legion, they make it look easy on Gavutu. Like right there, once again, they're basically shutting down the Tiny Terrors. Look at that. You have a BZ who's 15-26. You have Sip who's 16-23. They're just not comfortable on this map. Paris Legion, they are taking full advantage of it, as you have 3 players breaking that 20 kill mark. You have Temp putting up 22 and 13 with 10 assists, 21 non-traded kills. That guy was a menace on the map. Now Paris Legion are up 2-1 in command of this series.
I don't know what to say.
Neither do I, man.
I have no idea.
The year just started.
It did.
It just started, man.
Like we said, the last time, and I know we're talking about it already, the last time that FaZe dropped to the Kickoff Classic last year, right? They go on to their very next match, their very first match of Stage 1. They come through and they run through the Gorillas. They outslay them on every single map. And from there, they go on an 11-match winning spree. We thought the same thing would happen here in their opening match versus the Legion, a roster that's obviously at the bottom of the power rankings, a team that really nobody expects to really contend. And the fact that they're coming through the way that they are and dropping Atlanta FaZe in back-to-back respawns, it is something to write home about. It is something to be excited about. Paris, I know you don't tweet all that often, but now is the time. Now is the time to get loud on social media. You have got Atlanta FaZe potentially right where you want them. An unbelievable start toward this series. And now, Jay, we're talking about a Tuscan Hardpoint. I mean, a map in particular where I know we keep referencing it, but Atlanta not that great on versus the Surge at kickoff either.
Yeah, and the thing that costed them mostly in that series versus Seattle just simply came down to the rotations. From top to bottom, this Atlanta FaZe roster is stacked. They have the capability to break hard points whenever they want to, but you have to keep the fundamentals in play. You have to make sure you're getting early to these hard points because a lot of teams, they're great at holding. And so far, the way that Paris Legion are playing, even based on that first map, the way that they were attacking their breaks was everyone was not going one by one. They were slowing down, allowing them to set up the proper team push. And that's exactly how I think they're going to play on Tuscan. The only thing that's going to be now scary is now that the Tiny Terrorists finally get the both use MP40s here, and now you have to try to shut them down if you're Paris.
The Tiny Terrors.
Yeah, that's a great call. Like we said, we finally get to see a respawn, if you will, in which the Tiny Terrors will be at full form. But like you said, man, it's still a scary situation if you're Atlanta. I mean, we were already talking about this series. Hey, this is a great chance for them to warm up. This is a good chance for them to really kind of catch their bearings, much like Optic Texas is looking to do in their next match versus the London Royal Ravens. But I don't know, man. I didn't expect us to be in a situation where Paris is not only just 2-1 up, but the fact that they won both of the respawns. I mean, has Tim the Tapman said that he's choosing FaZe? Is that what happened? Is that what's going on right now?
It has to be. It has to be because the way that Paris Legion are playing, man, they're looking like a complete team. And for a roster that people did not want to play with, they just formed this together. They make the job look easy, at least on Gavutu. They were just getting the job done. They were stepping up in the slaying department. They were great off the rotations. They were using their team fights, their crossfire set up perfectly. And so far, Atlanta FaZe is just simply haven't had an answer. So far, they had 3 AR, 2 submachine gun players where you're forcing Simp to run that third AR. He so far has not been comfortable on Gavutu. So now you're going on to a Tuscan. You just have to make sure that you're keeping your fundamentals in play. But I'm looking at John to try to slow down the pressure from the Tiny Terrors. We saw he was able to do on Gavutu map number 1, 25 and 15 with a minute 30. You need to match that energy going into this map 4.
Yeah, I mean, he and Tim specifically have been absolutely unbelievable. Jay, normally in a situation like this, I'd ask you, from the team that's down, hey, what are the comms going to sound like in this moment? I think we know what Atlanta FaZe is saying right now. But on the side of Paris Legion, I mean, if you're in the comms right now, as we take a look at the stats from Temp, he's been unbelievable. And maybe the guy who says something like this really to the team, Jay, what needs to be said for Paris? What in the comms do you say to this team going into this Tuscan and trying to get FaZe out here in this game 4?
Hey, we can do this. We can actually do this. Everyone was counting us out, but the practice and the work that we put in on the back end has got us to this position. Now it's all about just clutching up and make sure we're doing the right things. Make sure our teamwork is on point, our communication is on point, and their rotation. Because like I said, based off that first map, they were flawless on their team pushes, their team breaks. Everything was fluent when it came to those comms. Nice, calm, cool, and collected. So I'm looking at them to just continue that trade on because that is what can put them over the top of Atlanta in this map number 4.
Yeah, I like that, partner. It's a great call. It's a great thing to say at this stage of the game. Hey, we've done it before. We've been in 2 respawns. But can you imagine the way that social media would react? Can you imagine the way the COD community would react if Legion take them out in 3 respawns?
Insane.
It'd be unbelievable. It'd be wild. It'd be crazy. Like we said, we already talked about it. Opening weekend has been unbelievable. Kickoff Classic, we talk about it, okay, cool. Where do the teams really sit? Single elimination. We're in full matches now. You're earning points for every single one of these bad boys. The fact that Legion sit where they do, it just goes to show how competitive this league really is. Like we said, this is not by any means done. FaZe can absolutely come through and force the game 5. But the way that Legion look right now, again, I mean, I think Nameless was talking about it. A ragtag group of guys, a lot of players who have tons of experience on this team. In fact, in regards to age, they sit as one of the oldest on average rosters that we have in the entirety of the CDL. A lot of vets who find themselves in a major spot. And the question is Can they close out the Atlanta phase in 4? Or will Atlanta respond back and send us to a Berlin search destroy? We'll find that out in a moment, but make sure and stay with us. Let social media know. Yeah, Paris, they are out and they are fighting. Can they close this one out in 4? Or like I said, do we have got a game 5 on our hands? We are about to find out. We're gonna go and throw it to a quick little break, but when we come back, it's time for Tuscan Hardpoint.
How's everybody doing today?
Are you ready?
Are you guys good? The ref's not talking? Valid. I'm f***ing valid. I'm excited.
Let's go. Let's go, boys.
Porter. Porter.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Back in TeamSpeak with y'all. Let's go.
Make sure we're having fresh kitchen comms. Fresh kitchen comms, bro.
Fresh kitchen comms, baby.
Talk to each other.
Bro, when we did the walk-on, I literally was blind.
I'll go flashbang. Yeah, same.
I was trying to open my eyes and keep them like all the way open, and I was just
Look and sees blue.
Could have brought some lip balm, bro.
I left mine as well.
Rookie mistake.
Just do what we do. Play our game. Don't play their game. Play our game. Play our game.
Am I echoing? Hello, hello, hello. There's a little echo.
Oh yeah. It is. Oh yeah.
This headset is heavier than
It's actually not.
It looks better.
It looks normal.
It looks fun, actually.
Yeah, it looks
Push
better
down
than
the back.
Oh, they do the same thing.
Yeah.
What?
Bro, my finger's bleeding.
Yeah.
Can we get a timeout in the game or not?
Holy my finger's shaking, bro.
Disgusting. Bueno.
That buddy.
Yo,
You're so lucky right now, ammo. Here he is. Here he.
What did he say? What did he just say?
Yo, can you guys see me?
yeah.
You can see me as well?
No, where are you?
I'm behind you. Get away from me, bro.
imagine you guys spit in the lips.
Hello. One shot mid.
That's better. That's better.
I'm gonna start breathing, bro.
You start breathing. Well, I think you've been doing that your whole life, mate.
Start holding my breath.
Sniper.
Yeah.
What if that works? No, I used to play with someone who used to do that.
What if he was in a clutch for
A minute, like a minute, bro. Planted
Oh, yeah, I know. That's what I mean. At the end of the round, it was the weirdest thing ever. I don't know if he was trolling or not.
Put that comms check into.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to opening weekend. If you're just joining us, if you joined us off of a social media post in which the user was using hashtag CDL 2022, we'll welcome ya. It is Paris Legion going up against the Atlanta FaZe, and Paris have got Atlanta on the ropes. The Legion find themselves up 2-1 after walking away with not just the hard point, but also the control. FaZe now put with their backs against the wall, and they have got a Tuscan hardpoint up next. We've already talked about it, Jay. Players who have to step up. You saw them on your screen there for a moment. John, right now, sitting at a 1.24 KD. This is showing me shades of Black Ops 3. This is looking like MVP type of Perez.
Yeah, he's looking great out there, man. He's one of the best SMGs of all time. I put him up there with Scump, you know, side by side with each other, because John, he was always that player that could just take over the game with the SMG. Didn't matter, honestly, what weapon he had in his hand. He's just an overall phenomenal player. So now we're going into this map number 4. Paris Legion are currently up 2-1 into the series. Atlanta FaZe need to fight back, and this is where you can allow the tiny terrorists to really come about with the BZ and Sip if they can start turning up early.
And we'll see if the vets, we'll see if somebody like John can handle what is going to be an onslaught without a doubt. Legion with the preferred side, as they'll be able to get toward P1 first. The majority of the time you will see, okay, hold on. Legion get 3, make it 4 down there for a moment. I was going to say, Paris, given the way that P1 works, they've got some early time, and you can usually take advantage of the opponent's positioning, and they are doing exactly that and more. This is looking to be what could be 50 seconds off of P1. FaZe getting wiped away. There goes Celium as well. A nice little 3 spree now for Temp. As FaZe tail between their legs, they are now set up at column. Decimate already looking to make a play inside of P5. We'll see what he can do, but the best of starts for Paris.
A clean 50 seconds off that P1. So now if you're Atlanta, this needs to be the response. You need to try to hold down this push, as the BZs and RCDs, they're able to find 2, Celium with the 3rd. So they shut down that initial push for the time being from Paris Legion. So now this is going to spawn them all towards bottom middle. You see number 8 on your mini-map, which is going to be Simp. Just playing for these players that are coming towards bottom church, but every single player from Paris Legion jumps to up top. Simp, this is going to allow for him to set up on that pinch. He finds another 2, and with 35 seconds left, you had to start thinking about that rotation, because money P3 can be a money hill.
Somebody who could really break open everything would be Simp. Finds his way behind one, make it two. A great position there for Simp as he now finds himself on 4 in a row. And as he continues to make his way through the middle side of the map, he's calming, letting the teammates know what he's seeing. So FaZe will grab the last 10 seconds of scrap. They're right back into this from a score perspective. And now we've got a huge money hill up next. Simp not really able to find the positioning that he'd like. Finally gets cut down. Fellow in a nice position as Legion look to gear up for what could give them a big advantage already early here on Tuscan.
So far it's been 2 great holds coming in from both teams having the response to come back. At least for the P1 it came down to Paris, and then P2 was Atlanta. But now Paris Legion are going to be set up properly as John finds the 2-piece towards roof side. It's going to spawn all of Atlanta plays towards that P1. And this is going to set up a crossfire coming in from Paris Legion. So far this hill has been uncontested, but Arsenes finds 2. Abizi finds the 3rd. This could potentially be the break for Atlanta FaZe.
And you saw FaZe, they were trying to time everything up. Somebody coming through fire, everybody else coming through vines. They may have got the timing, but how about the shot from Temp? Simp is at least able to find 2. My goodness, the great shots there from him. A big 15 seconds left to fight for, and Abizi says, screw that, not worried about the time. It's all about the rotation. The next one already here at Church. As Legion get a decent amount of time, they've got themselves a 30-point advantage. Now coming in toward our next hill. Oh boy, but here we go. Another major hard point already up next here for Atlanta. Let's step aside and see how the comms sound. Let's go to Elliston now with Atlanta.
Top 2.
I feel
Middle, John. 3 middle. 2 more middle. 2 more middle. I'm laying on time. I don't know where the last guy is though. I don't know where the last guy is. On the back. On the back. Someone shot. I have on time. I have arch. Look at my top. Double in front.
I did.
Watch out, fellow. One more front.
I feel.
I'll spawn the back.
I feel.
Good job. I'm tapping a field.
I feel.
Okay. Yo, get down.
I feel.
Donnie top.
Wait.
I'm my front door. He's just sitting top. Front door.
Nobody.
Both weak. Another one. All there. Nice. I'm rotating. Yes. Yep. I'm trying to get up top.
I'm one for the pin.
Okay, I'm on fire.
It's weak.
I'm not being good. I'm not pinch. There's a window.
Yo, you dripping. I saw me. I think. No, he didn't see me.
He shot out.
I'm gonna fight. Wait for me, guys.
Wait for him. Yeah, we are. I'm trying to find him.
Go now.
Push your side. No, I should wait. One shot. Donnie, one shot outside. Absolutely. He's still there. He's in the wall.
Good.
I'll see him.
On roof done.
Then nice.
I'll
give it here. She wants roll. I have radio.
Your son?
I'm shot deep.
I've had it on my lap 5 times today.
Nothing radio. There's too many. Yo, top radio now. Just give it up.
You know, Jay, one of the primary talking points around Atlanta FaZe throughout these last few seasons has been in regards to the comms. One of their primary discussions whenever they have been losing, which is not often, has been in that department specifically. Given how this series has gone, did you notice anything that may be off with, or did you notice anything that was off there for FaZe, or does everything seem somewhat normal?
Nah, it seems pretty similar to everything that they're usually doing. Just consistent small talk. Everyone is doing what they need to do, calling out the cuts, calling out the pinches. But the only thing that sounded a little frustrating towards the end was when Selim was trying to set up for that pinch. All of his teammates died on the opposite side, which eventually allows for his teammates to get taken down. Paris Legion to break in, but then Atlanta FaZe, they were able to pull the lead away because they were able to get a good chunk of time at the end of that P5 and win the rotation towards this P1. But this has so far been a dominant performance from the Tiny Terrorists, and this is what you got to be scared of. When you're allowing Simp to get pushed up this far on your base, currently 15-9 on 4 spree, potentially picking up some kill streaks.
Yeah, we know Simp been quite vocal on social media during the offseason. This guy likes to get loud. He likes to kind of embrace that villain role, and I think it's fair to say he's got to be quite frustrated with the way that this series has gone so far. Right now sits at 15-10, and so far, you can see the stats there on your screen, the way that he has looked here in this series, 169 to 129. Harris, now off of this rotation phase, they're going to be here off the rips. Not only do they control P1 well, but now they've got a great setup here at Column. Great hard point here on Tuscan where you can really stack up the time. It's going to have to be a push and a break here for Legion if they want to try and keep this one close. We've got somebody coming in from the ramp as Abizi does get traded out. Some nice long-range shots for Temp, who keeps on his spree only for a moment as Arsenes looks to extend his own. FaZe starting to walk away with this. The final 30 seconds very well could be a dagger. Legion have got to do something.
Yeah, this has been Atlanta FaZe's hard point. This P2, they were able to hold it for the first go around for about 50 seconds, and they have not allowed Paris Legion to try to get into this for any little bit of time until the very end. So now with 20 seconds left, Paris Legion, they're going to break in. They're also going to have the spawns flip towards the roof side, so they're going to have the rotation towards that P3, but they just have to keep in mind of Arcides. Arcides is going to be the closest player pushing up towards the middle of the map. He at least spots one player pushing around towards top fire. He's going to work his way around roofs, and he's going to be the player to watch off this rotation.
So
Yeah,
like I'll
he
probably
absolutely is. We'll
start
continue
like
to
noon or 1.
take a look up for his perspective. By the way, take a look at number 8. The great awareness there for Temp. Spawns right next to him. And he's able to take that one down as well. So good stuff here for Legion, just trying to clear the way and prepare for this rotation. The right call for FaZe to push in here from roofs, but Arcides continuing to be a problem, still alive. Shuts down John. It's as well Simp coming in from the front. FaZe now looks good for the break. Simp having a few words, but at the very least it is FaZe who claims this hard point and makes it theirs.
No, I told you it was
Now
gonna
with
get
30
warmer,
seconds left for 25 remaining on this time. Temp is at least able to find two. You don't want to give up this time to Atlanta FaZe if you're Paris Legion.
That's good.
So that's doing a great job at least
As long as
contesting
they're
it from
not
the front.
idiot
As
drivers all over the
RCD
place.
finds 3 in the feed on a 4 spree. Should be able to pick
Yeah,
up this
that's true.
remaining 15 seconds. But now if you're
Well,
Paris
grab
Legion,
whatever else
it's going
you
to make
want.
you a
Like I
little
said,
late
I
on the
put
rotation.
snacks,
See a couple players
in
from
there
Atlanta
just
FaZe trying to
because
work their way
while
towards the
we're
back.
sitting around, you know,
A
just being
BZ.
lazy, but
And
wanna
since
grab
the
some
Tiny
extra
Terrors are going to
things
get
for,
flanked
like,
by John,
dinner
he's able to spot
ideas
one, but
that I
Abeezy
don't
still
really
makes his
think
way
about,
through.
then go ahead
You
and
have to
do
keep
that
in mind
as well.
where Abeezy is
But
as
then,
John
like I
is hitting
said, whatever
shots
you
like
don't
that.
grab,
But
then
once
I'll
Abeezy
go
picks up that
tomorrow
kill,
and get
his positioning is going to
like
get given up.
water,
You see the
and
Paris
probably
Legion
other
players
things.
still having that back control.
John was looking for a heat check there onto the third. You got to respect it, but already a huge hill for the Legion. Already at church, one of the keys to victory was, hey, they got to hope, they got to pray that they're going to walk away with this one to at least make it close. And
grab
well, they
chips,
find themselves in the best location
and,
for it. Celium still making his way around the
don't know if
back.
you wanna do
Just
grab
trying to
beef or
apply
we do
some pressure
nachos.
for Paris. The spawn would be nice for
Yeah,
this
it's up to
hill,
you.
but
So if you just wanna grab
contest will
chips,
work
and we have the
just as
queso and the
nicely. A
jalapeno,
solid
if you
break
wanna get
once more there from
let's say
Atlanta
grab beef
FaZe.
as well, we
P2,
do that.
P3, and P4 have
already
all
have the
been
taco
somewhat
seasoning.
controlled by FaZe. All John can do is knock, and FaZe now find themselves within just 20 more seconds of sending us to a game 5.
And now with the rotation, you're going to have 2 Paris Legion players at least there early to try to contest Arcides. They take him down. It's going to be another player here, which is going to be Celium. He finds first. He spots the second, trying to use his tacticals to work in his favor. He takes down John as well. So now it's all about slowing down, allowing Simp to set up this pinch, and Atlanta FaZe should be able to break on in.
They look likely to do it. Simp, another player entering in toward his perspective as he gets taken down. Now it's Decimate instantly on the return of fire. Arcides drops, and John at least keeps this game afloat for a moment. But Abeezy, he just got one foot still inside of the hill. Legion not expecting it, but overall it is FaZe who come out and right the wrongs here on Tuscan Hardpoint. They dropped it at Kickoff Classic, but they learn from their mistakes, and they go big here on the second side of rotations. Again, Jay, we talked about the amount of hills that they chained together, the amount of hills that they just made Legion really work for. A great performance as they send it the distance.
So now we're going away to a game 5, and that was just based on that map 4. Atlanta FaZe, they were just holding down their hard points to the T. Like, we saw them get early to that P2. They dominated P2 off the first and second rotation, and then towards the very end of the P1 rotation of hard points, once they got towards P5, they were able to break in with 40 seconds, grow that lead by about 30 to 40 points, and win a rotation towards P1, which eventually allowed your submachine guns to get pushed up, to get a little bit more aggressive, and to just pick up those kills, keep the players on the hard point. Jay, basically uncontested. That was just great work from Atlanta FaZe to keep the fundamentals in their back pocket, and to also win a majority of those gunfights and have great holds for certain hard points.
Yeah, you can just tell, right? I mean, it took a little bit there for FaZe to really catch their bearings. As we said, the second set of rotations is really where the sprees began to take off. But Simp and Abeezy, granted, John gave it his best effort, but the Tiny Tears, the rest of the group, just feeling much more comfortable on a map like Tuscan. Again, we'll continue to talk about this after the series is done and dusted, but Kabuto, a totally different story than the way that Tuscan will go down here for FaZe. Some big plays toward the stretch, but Atlanta are going to come up clutch and now send us to a game 5. We talked about how important it was for Legion, J. If they could go 3 for 3 in respawns, what that would do for their confidence. I mean, hey, it's expected, right? It is the Atlanta FaZe. I don't think you can be too ticked off if you're a Legion fan. Oh, we gave FaZe a respawn. You know, you're still going to a game 5, which you got to be stoked about. But give me some initial thoughts here on Berlin.
So going into Berlin, I'm expecting to see Sip with the sniper. That's first off, because we didn't see Sip on that game number 2 snipe any single round. It was just him and Abizi trying to take control of that middle building. But on a map like Berlin, it's all about just keeping your long distance, having your crosses on the offenses, on the defenses as well, because you can watch the defensive cross towards B on the left side of the dock. But it's all about just keeping your plays consistent, keeping your teamwork on point. And this is, like I said, Atlanta FaZe's game mode. This is where their teamwork and even their individual skill really comes out and about, because you allow Abizi to go on late flanks. You allow Sim to always be the late flanker as well. And your S&D's playmakers to be playmakers. And so I'm looking like it's going to be a battle between both of these teams. And hopefully the way that Paris were able to at least put up a couple rounds in that game number 2, they just need to make sure they're doing it a little bit earlier and faster going into rounds, because when you slow down the game off the rip, you're allowing Atlanta FaZe to just be the aggressors the entire time.
Alrighty, my friend. Well, as you called it, the Beasts have answered back. They have made the call, and now they send us to a game 5. What a series it has been. What an answer. What a reply that Legion have given us so far throughout this series. FaZe will send us to a game 5, but how will Legion look? Can FaZe answer back? The questions that we will have answered when we come back after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CDL opening weekend. It is day number 2, and what a way to kick off the day. It's Paris, it's FaZe going the distance. I know that may not be Selim on your screen, but it's Selim in regards to the stats. Jay, these are two guys we've got to focus on coming into this game 5. Cell sitting at a 1.07, but how about Donnie Temp, a 1.4 coming into this game 5?
Did I see that right? 87% non-traded kills. That's an insane stat. I remember Chance breaking it down yesterday. He was breaking it down yesterday. So low 60s are like, okay, it's pretty consistent. But when you get towards the higher 70s, that's when you know you're absolutely frying. The guy's at 87% non-traded kills. I mean, no one is getting a trade on Temp. So I'm looking at this guy to go completely off in this map number 5. Keep that pacing up. But the only thing is, it's going up against Atlanta FaZe in Search and Destroy. This has been their bread and butter ever since the team has been formed. But like I said before we went to break, it's all about Paris Legion starting the aggression early into this map. I know John is going to be their sniper, but you still have 2 great SMG players or 2 great flex players in Decimate and Temp that can really set the tone with their aggression.
Yeah, not a question, partner. It is going to be a phenomenal way to close out what has been an unexpected but yet amazing series thus far. Who is starting off their season at a 1-0, and who's going to be headed home focusing on what to learn from after what was a grueling match indeed. Here we are into the round number 1, and Nabizi finding himself on a lovely little flank. How about 1? How about 2? An excellent spot as Arstees as well has got his teammates back. Fellows at least able to write home about 1. But a great start here for FaZe. All on to Tyler Fellow. It'll have to be the 1v4 clutch. It'll have to be the ace. And best of luck doing that versus this team.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult task to try to get done if you're Felony, but you do have 45 seconds left. The only thing is Atlanta FaZe has 3 players watching that bomb down. So from Felony, just want to try to play for a pick here. But he has to eventually working towards this A bomb, and the crossfire is going to be set up from all the Atlanta players.
Oh, and Fellow, I think he wanted to open the door. Does not get the chance, and Nabizi, he'll take the hat trick to start off this round. It felt like right there, Fellow was trying to open the door, doesn't get the chance. Beezy is there, cuts him down, and that is a convincing round number 1 there for FaZe.
And right there, it was all on the plays from Abizi. Like, he puts himself in a nice little cheeky spot, laying down behind that little pillar inside that A-bomb site, right against the wall, just pre-aiming towards the back door. But once the middle doors come in from chain that are broken wide open, you immediately get that guy off bomb. Another guy tries to sneak into the office room, but he gets taken down. And then eventually they had the crossfire beautifully set up. They knew the attack was going to come in on A, and Atlanta FaZe, they were able to dominate that first round.
One of the many terrifying sights, of course, pun intended there for FaZe. Beezy, his ability to get up in the face of the opposition is not to be unexpected, as finally Decimate is able to read him. Beezy went for the first blood, which he is known for, but doesn't get his opportunity this time, and that will look to halt the push now here for FaZe.
So now in the 3v4, Atlanta FaZe on the attack. You see the way Paris Legion are playing this. They have 2 players that are just taking their sweet time towards Splat, trying to set up a crossfire, but RCs might be able to get an angle onto Decimate as he does even up the numbers, making it 3v3. Well, all the attack is going to be here. If you're selling them, eventually you have to get into this play.
A lot of times you'd see teams maybe go for the rotation, but FaZe are still sitting on it. Temp being toward an upper position, toward top fire, but it is going to make FaZe have to go for the rotation. We thought it could be the case, but take a look at play number 2. John's already going to be here. No, he actually decides to back up. He backs up at just the worst time. FaZe go for the rush plant. Temp is at least going to have an inkling of information that they've got to be here. John misses the snipe, but the plant goes down successfully. Now into the 3 versus 3.
3v3. All of Paris Legion trying to attack through this lower dock side. You have Celium, who's playing the safety net, watching over bomb, but they find that kill onto RCDs on the site. So the doors are still going to be here. You can close these potentially, but he's going to actually pull the bomb away. Simp finds that kill. You have to get someone on bomb. He's going to be on it. He's going to be on it. And John, unfortunately, he's not going to get it. He's not going to get it. He's selling. He takes him out in the nick of time, and now it's going to be a 2v1 all left up to Felony. I thought John made the heads-up play, but in the nick of time, Celium knows that there has to be someone on bomb. We can no longer see it, and he was able to take down that player off the site, force it to a 2v1. If I'm Felony, I'm like, oh, yeah, John, you got this. It's in the bag. I'm watching everything for you. But that just completely catches him off guard, and Atlanta FaZe, they take the round.
John was so close. I don't know if we've seen it closer to Fuse so far throughout the year. I mean, what, it had to be like a quarter of a second, maybe less than that from escaping with the second round. crazy stuff. And you think about it, maybe if one of those Paris players can find the pick, maybe things could have been different off of the cross, but still, FaZe, they escape with the second round, but just by the skin of their teeth, as now we're in toward round number 3. And Simp, not for a moment about the flank. You still got someone to deal with inside the library. Meanwhile, it is Abizi feeling all sorts of pressure here inside of gold. Gets some fire established there on his decimate, but ultimately gets taken down. How about the shots coming through from Arcades? Give him 3, and it's going to have to be a 1v3 now for Temp.
Now the bomb's going to be down. 45 seconds left. Temp's going to work his way right through the middle of the map. In Atlanta FaZe, they have read this beautifully. They're actually going to jump across. No one spots the middle steps, though. So Temp, he's not going to win the gunfight. He's not going to win the gunfight. Celium with great shots onto Temp through those middle steps. Right there, it could have been really bad for Atlanta. But Celium, he's always aware. We got to watch our back, man. We cannot allow any fluky things to happen. Turns around at the perfect time and hits some great shots onto Temp to win the round for Atlanta. That's 3 straight.
You see Temp's face. He's like, how did I not get that kill? How in the world? How in the world did Celium just know that I was going to be coming around the back? Excellent shots there out of Celium. He continues to be beacon of hope right now for FaZe. He has been Mr. Consistent so far throughout this Vanguard year, throughout these first 2 series. And comes through with a big double as now Atlanta will take another whack here at the attacking side. Paris in much need of a round. Looking like shades of Desert Siege. Arcades waits for the call, jumps right on in toward gold. The Decimate's gonna have his hands full. Arcades gets the nice little headshot. Fellow caught with the nade in his hands. And now it's all gonna be on the John and Temp as Arcades plants down the bomb.
So now into 4v2. If you're John, it's all about trying to play for a pick here. The nade is going to at least tag Abizi for a little bit. Sip finds the kill on the Temp. Now John in the 1v4 with the sniper. You're a great player, but you're going up against 4 of the best players to probably ever touch the game. So with 25 seconds left, this should be another Atlanta FaZe round, and this has been such a clean search and destroy. We said it from the beginning of this map. This has always been Atlanta FaZe's bread and butter game mode, and they're just making it look easy round after round.
Yeah. They absolutely are, my friend. I mean, you see Arcades now 7-1. Just so many players from this FaZe roster who you know can really take off, can really perform, and it feels like for the first time throughout this series, you're starting to see some smiles. Everybody starting to realize the way that they sit right now in this game, sit firmly in that 4-0 position, and I think it's fair to say a must-win round already for Paris. They've got a donut so far. And MC again, Jay, with the first blood.
He's got to be the hardest kill. He's got to be the hardest kill in Call of Duty. He just made that look so easy. So now Paris Legion in the man disadvantage on their offensive attack. It's look like they're going to leave John towards this B bomb, and they're going to commit this towards A. So it's all going to be on one player, which is going to be Abizi. Once they take him down, A bomb is going to be wide open. So they should be able to work this bomb plant. If I'm John, all you have to do is just play your life, potentially work a pick.
See if we get the opportunity for it. Decimate just looking to clear out gold. Just double check that nobody's going to be in this office. We see a number of different players for FaZe already cause some issues. Right on in there. Simp heads toward the back alley as Arcades drops from the front, but that's exactly where Simp can begin to strike, as that'll be 2 for him. And now it's all going to be on to John. The point was not successful, and he's got a sniper to work with. Close range shots. Hits the first one with the pistol. And Simp, not conservative at all. He decides to go and throw out a few shots, make John feel somewhat uncomfortable. But John's able to read him, and he goes for the 1v2. Legion looking for some life, and John will deliver in the 1v2 clutch.
Great round from Paris, specifically more out of John to make that round happen. But if I'm Paris Legion, you got to plant that bomb a lot sooner. You cannot give up the time for Atlanta FaZe to play off the rotation, to allow these SMG players to be playmakers. Because right there, what went from a 3v2 immediately turned into a 2v1 because Sip was able to slip his way through that back alley. John hits great shots with the rat, able to fire both kills to finally get Paris Legion on the board. But they just need to be more decisive with their play calling. They need to make sure they're sticking to what they work. And if they're making the mid-game adjustments, they have to do it quick.
Some sloppy plays from both sides. Paris, at the end of the day, will at least escape with 1. That front glass will be destroyed. Already fully aware of the tacticals that'll be in place. As we say goodnight to Fellow, we say goodbye to Decimate as well. Temp's at least able to get his foot in the door. Takes down Abizi, has a nade prepared and ready, but the plant will be successful. Temp from one side and John from the other. They've got the weapons of choice, but Temp gets his revenge. As Temp is at least able to make things that much easier. It'll have to be the ace in order for Paris to get this second round, but given the positioning out of Atlanta, it is not going to be an easy task by any means. Checking, searching, hunting for where FaZe could be lingering at. Spots Arsenes onto the first, and he does find out Celium's position. He'll toss out the stun, but not able to walk away with the fight. Celium holds on to the head glitch, and now it puts Atlanta FaZe that much closer to a series win.
Yeah, Temp almost made that happen right there. I would have liked to see him just be a little bit more patient, allow that stun grenade to give you any information if a player is going to be located on that steps. If he would have probably delayed it for a second, he gets the information that Celium is there, potentially wins the gunfight, was able to clutch at the 1v3. But that's just another clean round from Atlanta. So far, every single offensive attack, they've committed towards that A bomb. One time, they rotated back late towards B, but so far, their constant has been towards A. They're just slowly but surely taking out every single player from that site, and that's been working for them so far. Up 5-1, one round away from closing this one out.
Gotta stop using the sniper, man. It's not helping you.
You see the score totals: 9-3 for Arstes, 4-1 for Cell. Everybody else positive or at the very least even. It's a great game all around for FaZe, and can they close it out in just 7? John in need of a pick, but once more dealing with the threat that Celium provides. Such a factor in that Desert Siege Game 2 win. And continuing to be the case as Legion can just not strike off the rip in these first bloods. Now trying to make the attack toward A, but Arstes is aware of it.
Just pay attention to Abizi. He's worked his way right through middle broken. He's going to get right into his train to be behind a couple players on the side of Paris with 35 seconds left. You know the push has to come in towards A. One is he decide to attack. He's going to be able to spot Felony on the steps. Hits some shots, but not able to pick up the kill. So Felony's gonna be able to stay alive, but Abizi, he's just putting under pressure. He's trying to at least get this kill. Makes it a 3v3 now.
John continues to be a problem with the pistol in the meantime, so it is a 1-for-1 trade, but only 14 seconds left in Atlanta. They know exactly what the call is gonna be. It's gonna have to be a plant, but Temp is at least able to shut down another. Abizi is still on the flank, but it's gonna be an all-out collapse inside of the office. It's all on to John and FaZe. At the snap of a finger, they disappear, and John will have to watch this series go the opposite direction. Atlanta FaZe narrowly escaped the grips of Paris Legion. Paris, they smelt victory. They were just a mere map away from pulling out the upset. But Atlanta comes up big here in the Game 5 and finishes the job here on Berlin.
And that's just great work coming in from Atlanta FaZe. Let's just go on and bring the entire desk back in. Because, wow, guys, that was an insane series from both of these teams. I wasn't expecting Paris Legion to take not one, but 2 respawns versus Atlanta to go to a Game 5. Good job out of them.
Steady, that was absolutely crazy, man. So Temp and John leading the way for Paris Legion and them almost beating Atlanta FaZe. We were all watching it in the back, and we were going nuts. I mean, Allie, did you really think the upset was going to happen? It was so close.
Honestly, once Paris got up 2, I was shaking in my boots a little bit. But it honestly seems like FaZe is kind of their own worst enemy sometimes. I feel like they get in their own heads and they get surprised by these lower tier teams and can't find their pacing. But thankfully, they were able to do it in the later half of the series.
Yeah, I think the whole league just learned a little bit about both of these teams. When it comes to FaZe, try to play them on Gavutu, right? Put an AR in Sip or Beezy's hands at any moment, and you might find yourselves a map win. For FaZe, there are a few glaring errors in their gameplay as well. I mean, we saw in that Gavutu when Arstes and Celium were pushed up P1 and Beachside, they did not wrap back to help each other. Their comms were clearly in pandemonium. Nevertheless, the search and destroy, obviously the chemistry's been there for teaming for 2 years now. They're able to take both of those, and you know, it was a tough one for them, man, but Paris, for the Paris fans out there, this is a good sign going forward because, man, the boys are playing damn good.
Yo, Lando, let me ask you, and I want you to be completely honest with me, man. Before the season started, where did you rank Paris Legion? Be real.
Oh, yeah, I'll be 100% honest. I had them at number 12. I needed to see something given the players on this team. I know Nameless was talking about it, kind of a ragtag group of guys, a lot of older players who you could argue maybe their best days are behind them, but together, This team came out and showed me that they don't belong at the bottom side of the league. The fact that they were able to send FaZe the distance, the fact that it got as close as it did was unbelievably impressive. And the one thing about Paris too is that they did it in the respawns. I fully expect this team to be great at search and destroy as the season progresses. I think if they can do that, they can be a threat. But hey, we'll see what happens, right?
I absolutely love it, right? And now we actually have an interview with Celium. I can't wait. Celium, let's go ahead and get you on the screen, big man. How are you feeling after that big victory? And honestly, how worried were you guys going against Paris Legion when they went up in maps?
Let's see, will you close your...
I mean, it was just like that match. I mean, every match we're gonna take like seriously, but that match I think we're trying to play like bad and not doing what we're like doing in practice. But I mean, like Paris came out strong, you know. There's no disrespect to those guys. I mean, I love all of them, you know. So I mean, all of them played great, to be honest.
Well, now I have to ask you, Celium, you guys, you know, everybody set up their roster kind of around your guys' meta right now, you know, and they're trying to beat you. You're the top team. So as the top team, what teams are you looking out for going into this season?
I mean, it's not really a specific team that our team is looking out for. You know, our team just wants to focus on our game, you know, and just try to fry everyone.
So, MC, my guy, what is the primary focus going forward in practice? Because clearly you guys, you're not where you were last year at this point in this game. So what's the focus going forward, or what was the focus after kickoff?
I mean, after the kickoff, our hard point was really like, our hard point control were not as good as it should be, and that's what we're focused on right now is our hard point control. So after we get that fixed up, I think we'll be a lot better.
All right, Celium, thank you so much for being a part of the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight interview, but I do have to ask you one more thing because of the fact that that team, Paris Legion, they absolutely popped off. Looking at them and seeing how well they played against you guys, I mean, what are your thoughts about how they're going to do throughout the entirety of the season? Do you see them actually progressing, or what are your honest thoughts?
I mean, I honestly think Paris is a good team. I think they have like a really good system on how they play the game. So I mean, I think they'll be like around the top 6 like all year. So I think they're a good team.
All right, Celium, it's good to see you again. It's been a long time, man. Hope you have a great day, and congrats on the big dub.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. Now, when it comes to the commentators as well, Lando, we got your thoughts. Steady. Any last words you want to say about that series? That was crazy. I thought the upset was going to happen. Twitter was going wild, man.
Yeah, honestly, between both of these teams, if you're Paris Legion, you still lost in a 3-2 fashion. I'm still tipping my hat. Because to win 2 maps, 2 respawns versus a team like Atlanta, who have such a stacked roster from top to bottom, you gotta see that the teamwork that they were putting on the back end is definitely starting to work out. They just have to go back and fix their search and destroy. But on the opposite for Atlanta FaZe, I was honestly expecting more of a dominant performance. The fact that they went out and lost 2 respawns, the Tiny Terrorists still really couldn't perform on the map like Gavutu. We saw how comfortable they were on Tuscan. They just need to go back and get more consistent when it comes to playing Gavutu, because a lot of teams are gonna put that in their playbook when they go up against Atlanta.
All right, thank you so much, Lando and Steady. You guys are phenomenal. I'll see you later on today. But ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home, as you see right there for the first series of the day, the CDL opening weekend has been everything that we've asked for, okay? Paris Legion almost pulling off the upset, but the kings of the CDL, and I'm talking about Atlanta FaZe, they pulled out that victory in championship form. The team is looking good, but coming up next, we have some more great matches, starting off with the Royal Ravens versus Optic Texas. We'll see you guys soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Can he come around the corner in time? And you bet he will!
We're back with our second installment of preseason players to watch. This time, we're highlighting 3 electric SMGs we're hyped to see slay an opening weekend. This was tough to pick just 3, but here's our preseason SMGs to watch for 2022. Sliding in first, it's the French phenom Hydra. The New York Subliners had a great top 4 showing at Kickoff Classic, largely thanks to Hydra's flashy plays. He played perhaps his best in the second round series versus the Minnesota Rocker. It was a wild, unusual map 1 victory for New York where no players went positive, but Hydra led the way for his team with 35 kills. It was on map 3 Tuscan Control where Hydra really turned it up. Dropping a monster 1.7 KD, Hydra appeared to glide around the Italian streets with ease. We expect Hydra and his SMG duo Neptune to continue to gel at a high rate this season. Plus, it helps just a bit having 2 GOATs teaching you how to play the right way. Heck, they might have even won the whole kickoff tournament if they didn't meet the buzzsaw that was the Seattle Surge.
And that will be Seattle!
Who saw that finals run coming from the Seattle Surge? Better yet, who saw both rookies Sib and Pred making absolute statements that they belong in the CDL? The dynamic duo fried all tournament long. Why do we suddenly feel like Seattle Surge fans?
Just the way that Seattle Surge played, man. I know the coaches and the players had them ranked 4th. I have to put them in my top 3 right now. They're playing so good.
We could easily praise Mac and Accuracy for their plays as well, but today we're shouting out Pred. The Australian rookie shattered any doubts about why he was signed. After a swift 3-0 of London, Pred and the Surge notched their first signature win against the Atlanta FaZe. After winning round 11 Search and Destroy, Pred caught fire on maps 3 and 4. His slang power led the way in the 3-0 control stop, going a huge 31-19. To clinch the series on map 4, Pred topped the lobby in kills, going 32-25. While Seattle would fall in the finals versus Toronto, Surge management must feel validated and ecstatic for what could be a successful year for the squad. Last on our list is likely circling the next Surge and FaZe matchup, our 2021 MVP, Simp. Things seem business as usual for the defending champs after a 250-150 map 1 victory. All 4 members looked great, but a round 11 Search and Destroy defeat was followed by a 3-0 control beatdown. And now you're asking, why is Simp even on this list? Why? Because Simp just wins. Since starting his pro career in 2019, Simp has appeared in 3 straight champs finals, winning 2 of them. Last year, Simp and company also won 3 out of the 5 majors, and Simp claimed the league's highest overall KD of a 1.17. The point is, Simp's a proven winner across multiple titles, and we fully expect him to use this Surge defeat as motivational fuel. It's also possible we saw the FaZe testing some new things out, so let's pump the brakes on any FaZe's chalk talk quite yet. For now, we can't wait to watch FaZe and Surge clash again. There you have it, our 3 SMG players to watch heading into the season. How'd we do with their SMG
Fred's got to go over
better than the ARs? Did we overlook someone? Let us know. The 2022 season officially begins with opening weekend, February 4th to the 6th. Don't forget to subscribe and enjoy another great year of CDL action.
After that, I'd rather see Seattle win the whole thing. But for the first 3 games, I see both of those players get 61 kills or more in the first 3 games.
Just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Welcome back to the CDL opening weekend, and of course this is day 2 and things are already heating up. You just missed an amazing best of 5, and going into this one, I think it's gonna be even better. But here on the desk, I'm your host Veli, I'm your boy rocking it with your girl Allie. We got Nameless and Nameless. What's the vibe looking like right now?
The vibe is uncertainty. It's really weird with some of the top dogs that we have here, from Kickoff Classic, seeing FaZe and Optic lose there, Seattle making it to a final, and then Paris pushing FaZe all the way to a Game 5. So I'm uncertain about some of the top dogs and how they're going to perform throughout Vanguard. But our next match, we have Optic Texas trying to get their first win. The problem is London looked phenomenal yesterday, so I don't know what to expect.
Exactly, and Allie, speaking about London Royal Ravens for a moment, they 3-0'd Florida yesterday in such a great fashion, and looking at the boys right there, I love Nasty, and he popped off as well. What do you like about this team?
It's that they're kind of the underdogs, right? Nobody expected them to come out as hot as they did yesterday, especially off of Kickoff Classic. I mean, when it came against them versus Florida, I mean, they just out-rotated them in hard points, and they outslayed them in search. I mean, Gizmo and Nasty were just smoking them when it came to Desert Siege. So now looking at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel keys to victory. Keep up the slaying, a 1.11 overall KD, including the Kickoff Classic. They only played one match, people, and they lost it, but they were first overall, and I think Avro had a lot to do with that, and they got a man up. Advantage is key. Winning first blood engagements 76% of the time, second overall. Again, guys, they've only played one series. So Search and Destroy is looking hot for this team and continue to execute on trade. Second in both non-traded kill percentage and traded death percentage in respawn. This team's teamwork is on par.
Well, it has to be on par. Nameless. Almost an 80% success rate when it came to first bloods and engagements. This team is fearless, and they're going to need it to go against Optic.
They're absolutely going to need it to go up against Optic. We're going to need to see Gizmo have a big performance once again, especially in that AR role, going up against a player like Dashy, who was beaming. He was the one guy, the shining light for Optic Texas at the kickoff. The man was on point.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, let's talk about Optic Texas for a moment. Nameless, Kickoff Classic. It was kind of, it was upsetting to see Optic lose the way that they did, but I feel like they're going to be back this time around.
So, yeah, you know, it's hard to tell. They lose to LA Thieves, right? LA Thieves, a lot of people didn't really expect them to be that great. And then you look at Optic Texas, and they come out there, like I said, Dashy was the only one who was really performing. The ARs on this squad, Illy and Dashy, that's who I'm expecting to have a big series going up into this one, especially against players like Zero, like Gizmo, who were looking good yesterday. Scump didn't have the best performance. He was going off in Search and Destroy last year, and obviously we only have one map to look at, but that Search and Destroy on Desert Siege was not great. There were multiple times they tried to push over towards that B site, and it just didn't work out. So let's check out the game fuel keys to victory for Optic Texas. This is a big rebound opportunity for Scump to reiterate. 0.83 KD in their 1-3 loss to LA Thieves at the Kickoff Classic. He's got to be a leader for this team. He has to be the guy that's slaying. Shotzi's going to be in first every single time. So Scump, the map
is supposed to be the big dog.
Exactly. The map's going to be open for him. He needs to be slaying. Emphasize holding setups in hardpoint. London is breaking hills 45% of the time, second overall. Granted, that's only 2 hardpoint maps played, but that's pretty damn good. And then repeat the control performance from the Kickoff Classic. 3-1 control victory over Thieves was the only map win with a 1.14 team KD. These guys are all mega slayers. Control should be their bread and butter all season long.
Yeah, most definitely. Taking a look at the roster right now, I mean, Allie, these are stars. I mean, we talked about Scump a lot. We talked about Dashy during the Kickoff Classic weekend, but Illy and Shotzi. I'm expecting Shotzi to go nuts today.
Oh, absolutely. I'm expecting that duo to absolutely steamroll today. After that loss to Kickoff Classic, man, you know they were just kicking themselves and realizing we need to step it up. So I would not be shocked if this whole team really came to play.
Now, we just got through watching a series where Atlanta FaZe, a.k.a. the Kings of the CDL currently, almost got upset by Paris Legion. Now, Optic Texas looking for their first big win, right? I mean, it's not given to him. London looked really good yesterday, Nameless. I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly would not be surprised if London came out here and won this series. I'm still going to predict Optic win this, but all the way into a Game 5. I just think London looked so good yesterday, and the ARs on London, they're looking like they're on point. I think Optic still has a lot of learning to do. What we saw at kickoff was extremely sloppy. They're going to slow their pace down, and I'm hoping some of those improvements come in today.
Well, I'm hoping you could give me a good prediction for this one. I think you just teased it for us right there. So you're going for Optic Texas.
3-2.
For sure. 3-2.
Yeah.
Game map 5.
So I think we're having some bangers today.
All right, Nameless, spin some truth. All right, Allie, who you rocking with?
I'm happy with Optic, but I think London will come out and surprise us, honestly. I think after our first series, I with no doubt think London will come out in the same fashion that Paris Legion did and really push them to their limits.
All right, now, me, myself, London Royal Ravens, I'm loving Afro, man, but Optic Texas is going to be the victors for me. I think they're going to go all the way. I'm going to say 3-1. I think it's going to be a really good one, but they're going to stop London right in their tracks. But enough about that. I want to hear what the casters are going to have to say. Landon was steady. We're going to bring you guys on back because you guys were fire last time around. I want to hear your honest thoughts when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start off for us. I mean, I think just in general, you have to be impressed with what you saw yesterday from the London Royal Ravens. You know, granted it is versus the Florida Mutineers, where I think there's still some questions on where they rank right now. But I mean, what's that? They outslid them by 59 kills.
Yeah, wasn't pretty.
If that doesn't tell you anything, it just goes to show that this Ravens roster could absolutely dominate from time to time. But I think that London are going to come in hungry like they did yesterday, and I agree with the desk. I think Optic takes it, but I do believe it goes the distance. I think we've got a game 5.
For me, I'm going to go completely opposite. I think Optic are going to come in here and 3-0 them just because of what happened at Kickoff Classic. Like, that's not the Optic. That's not the taste that they wanted to leave in all the Green Walls fans' mouths to start off their season with. Even though it was a preseason tournament, they still ended up losing first round. So now, when they're going up against this roster today in London, we saw London yesterday versus Florida. They had 3 players that were over a 1.3 and Gizmo at a 1.6. For the Optic, you have a talented roster from top to bottom. I do not see the way they're going to be able to put up the same exact stats that they did versus Florida versus Optic, and Optic are here to make a statement today.
What level do you have?
Now, when it comes to the maps the most currently, let's go ahead and see what's going down. The first map is going to be Pecans Hardpoint. Of course, right? It's going to be a lot of fast and heavy SMG play after that. Berlin Search and Destroy. Test and Control will be followed by Berlin Hardpoint. And the 5th map, if need be, we're going back to Bacage, Search and Destroy. Take a look at the maps right now, Nameless, and what we know so far about both of these teams. There's not a lot to go off of, though. Yeah. What do you think won this map ban phase?
It's tough to know. We're going to have to see a couple more matches from both of these teams. But I will say, looking at these maps, seeing both cage maps 1 and 5, and I think it's personally going the distance. We're going to need to see big series out of Shotzzy and Scump if Optic Texas is going to take this. We've seen Afro going off time and time again. The guy just knows what to do on the map. I'm expecting those 2 SMGs to slay.
I'm happy you brought that up. Okay, Steady, I'm looking at you right now, man. If there was a player to watch in the whole lobby, and don't cop out and give us an easy answer like Scump, okay?
I'm going to give you an easy one.
Who's it going to be?
That's just what I'm expecting. The reason why I'm choosing Scump, though, is because based off kickoff, he's dead last in KD and Hardpoint. He has to be the tone setter for this team today, especially starting on a map like Bocage. You're going to be running around with 3 SMGs, you and Shotzzy side by side, Batman and Robin. I'm looking at him to be the tone setter for this Optic roster to start early into this series for them to dominate.
Batman and Robin, I'm loving it. Ali, okay, so we just heard about Optic Texas and what Steady thinks. He copped out, okay? Now, the London Royal Ravens, who do you think has to step up big time for this win today for them?
I don't know about step up big time, but I think Gizmo just needs to continue his dominance. Yesterday, he was the one across every single game mode that was stepping it up for the London Royal Ravens. I think he's going to be the one that'll do the same today.
Right now, Lando, let's say if Optic falls behind, you know, let's say 1 map or 2 maps, kind of like what we saw last series. Do you think that Optic Texas is the type of team to rally up and win, or you might see some frustration, kind of like what we saw yesterday with other teams, and they could probably struggle? How do you think that could turn out?
It takes a while.
You know, it's hard to tell, right? Because this is a new team. You've got 4 players, rather 2 pairs right from last season. We have Shotzzy and Illy from the Dallas Empire. We've got Scump and Dashy coming in from Optic Chicago last season. I don't necessarily think this is a team that can crumble, but I will say a lot of the pressure is going to be on Illy's shoulders, right? We know in terms of IGL, this has been a previous problem for Optic teams in the past. That was an issue with Optic Chicago last year. They talked about it a lot. The lack of in-game leadership, or just in general, the ability for this team at times to get a little bit too comfortable. Last year, Envoy was kind of overwhelmed, it looked like, with a lot of that pressure on his plate. And so I think a lot of it's going to fall onto Illy to really keep this team back. And, you know, if they were to go down versus the London Royal Ravens, I'm looking at him specifically to rally the troops back, to get them ready and prepared for what would be a very interesting control. Like I said, it's been a crazy day so far, and if Optic went down 2-0, I would be shocked, but at the same time, It's opening weekend, baby. It's full of surprises, right?
Of course, baby. You know, that was a very detailed answer. It was almost as if you rehearsed that, man. But let's take a look at the KD stats from yesterday. And the reason why we're bringing this up is because of the fact that London had a 76% first blood engagement. So they're striking hard and fast. And in order to continue that type of success, we want these players to pop off yet once more.
It's just like I said, Gizmo is a 1.63, dude. That guy went off yesterday. And Afro, he's been continuous in his slaying power, but the real turnaround for me has to be Zero. He turned around that 0.79 now to a 1.3, and he's kind of matching up, I guess, against Scump in this way, because Scump also needs to have a turnaround himself, but I'm expecting Zero to lead his team through the series and really push them to the edge.
Damn right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the players into the lobby, we're ready to almost start the second series of the day, but until then, we'll see you guys on the other side of this break for some more amazing Call of Duty League action. Game 1 that we saw today was phenomenal, but Game 2, we're going to see the King and his boys, on Optic Texas, face off against the London Roll Ravens. I can't wait, and we'll see you on the other side.
Oh my god, you. I know you are. Okay, I mean, if you don't 100% just try to get as many kills as you can. But what I found out too is the more contracts you do, like scabs, recons. What I would do is like recons, scabs, and then potentially. Yeah, I would just do those recons and scabs, 100%. The more you do of those, the faster they level your weapons up as well. So just do those as well, for sure.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Vanguard ARs, I would do.
What's up, CDL world? How are you feeling? I'm Landon Sanders, and I have to say, we are still buzzing from what we saw at the Kickoff Classic. Based on all of that exciting action, we're going to rank all 12 of our CDL teams. We've got a few new teams at the top, so let's go ahead and get into my preseason power rankings for the 2022 season. Coming in at number 12 is the Paris Legion. We were all hoping to see this team come out with more fire given the noise on social media, but a 3-1 loss versus the LA Thieves didn't exactly help their case. We know this group is full of hard workers and will look to see that improvement at Major 1. At number 11, the LA Guerrillas. After suffering a hard loss to the Mutineers, we didn't expect this team to fall so early. With a group of talented veterans that's also been labeled as a ticking time bomb, time may not be on their side to get things on track. At number 10 is the London Royal Ravens. The Ravens didn't exactly fly high. After suffering a 3-0 loss to the Surge, we expect this young core to improve and possibly replicate the same formula as Seattle. At 9 is the Minnesota Rocker. After getting swept by the New York Subliners 3-0, it didn't leave the CDO world very impressed. Major Maniac was the only real bright spot for the team. At number 8 is the Florida Mutineers. The Mutineers got off to a hot start versus the LA Guerrillas. Skies and Awakening looked much more comfortable in their new roles, and Dave Patty in his debut looked solid as the main AR. After running into Ultra early on, it left us all wondering what this team's ceiling could be. At number 7 is the Boston Breach. While we only got to see one series from our newest CDL franchise, they only left us wanting more. Despite losing versus their New York rivals, rookie Capsule, aka Big Cap, announced his arrival by giving us one of the best highlights we'll see this year.
Make it 8 in a row!
Arriving at number 6 is the New York Subliners. Despite only having days of practice, the team wowed us by finishing in the top 4. There were some concerns in closing out maps versus Breach, and with more practice, we expect the vets to get this team in even better shape. At number 5, Optic Texas. One of the biggest surprises at the Kickoff Classic was Optic's performance. Envoy and the LA Thieves came out with the fire. Despite getting bounced early, we expect Rambo and Sender to tighten things up come Major 1. At number 4 is Atlanta FaZe. Yes, our 2021 world champions had their ring ceremony spoiled by the new look Seattle Surge. But we all know when FaZe has a wake-up call like this, they respond in dominant fashion. We know Nikki D is somewhere smiling. At number 3 is the LA Thieves. After receiving their highest tournament performance yet, the Thieves set the tone for their season with wins over Legion and Optic Texas, while also pushing Ultra the distance. If they continue to trend upwards, this team is poised to contend all season. At number 2, the Seattle Surge. After 2 miserable seasons, Seattle flipped the script with their 2 dynamic rookies. The Surge made a statement that this team is here to win now. After making a finals run while taking Atlanta and New York down, this team shattered the already high expectations we had. And finally, at number 1 is the Toronto Ultra. There was mystery around how well this team would play, but they made it crystal clear that they're the team to beat. Kleenex's style of play seems to be a perfect fit for the fast-paced nature of Vanguard. His speed mixed with the already impeccable teamwork of the Ultra makes this an easy choice at number 1. There we have it, our first power rankings for the 2022 season. Do you agree with my list? Let's see if those top 4 teams will hold at their Major 1, or if other teams will emerge and shake up our next episode of Power Rankings. Make sure to smash that subscribe button and join us for our opening weekend.
One of the biggest questions right now is, how do you guys feel about Lando's power rankings?
God, no. No, Lando, no.
Don't play, but actually, we are getting ready to get the game started. For those of you beautiful people out there, I would like to thank you all for being so patient. There are actually current tech delays behind the scenes that we're handling to get the players in the lobby and to get the game started to continue on this weekend. But to go around the horn for just a moment, Nameless, talking about this matchup in particular, okay, we talk a lot about upsets and whatnot, what team should beat the other, but this Optic Texas roster, okay, the makeup of this team, are they of championship caliber?
You know, a lot of people would say yes. For me, I'm not quite sold on it just yet. I think about Atlanta FaZe, I think about the Toronto Ultra, and what I'm seeing out of the Seattle Surge team, and I don't know if Optic can get to that point eventually. I know a lot of people look at me and they say I'm so hard on this team, but it's been a while since Optic has had a championship roster consistently contending for it, and I don't know if this is the team. I think the chemistry can get there eventually, but as it stands right now, I don't see it in the immediate future.
Right, and in order for them to step up big against the London Royal Ravens, the team that's looking to fly high, shout out to Lando right there. I loved it. Ali, with the 76% win rate in First Blood engagements, if there was one player to just disrupt everything when it comes to that, who do you think it would be on the side of Optic Texas?
I actually have to say it's Scump. I mean, I feel like that's an obvious answer, but also not an obvious answer, because when it comes to S&D especially, we're expecting Alien Shotzi to go off. Dashy, we've seen what he's already been doing in this game. He's been left in a lot of 1v3, 1v4 situations, and he might get a kill or two, but to expect him to clutch that up and be in that position is just asking too much of him. You know, his team shouldn't have left him in that position to begin with. Yeah. So I think we really need to see not only a turnaround from Scump, but we need to see the King return. We need to see him playing at the top of his game, and then going back to the championship caliber question, then maybe if they're all in top form, they could argue that they could get a chip this year.
Well said. Now let's go ahead and bring back in the casters. Yo, my boys Lando and Steady, get your butts on the screen. So Ali actually brought up a great point. Now this is the easy answer, right? The cop out. She believes that Scump could be the X factor that really disrupts what the Royal Ravens are trying to do when it comes to the beginning of the games. During the kickoff classic weekend, Scump had a terrible start at times, and they can fall behind, right? Now, the Royal Ravens, do you think that going against the likes of Optic Texas, should they just fly at them, or are you expecting a slower, methodical approach?
For me, I think that if I am London right here, going up in this match, Optic, they're going to be playing at such a fast pace, especially the map is starting off on Bocage. So as much as you can slow the game down, that is when we see the best performance out of London. Like yesterday, they were easily rotating on every single hill on Gavutu. They made that one look easy. And even in their search and destroy, it was just nonstop team push, nonstop communication, nonstop crossfires that were properly set up. And they need to have that same exact energy going in today versus Optic, because they can get, if you're Optic, you can get a little bit overzealous, a little bit over challenging. Sometimes with their SMG players, since they have such great gun skill, they can just go out and challenge anything. And that's where London, they can capitalize on it. They just have to make sure that they slow down the game and not allow Shotzi and Scump to really just be the aggressors and take it over.
I love that one right there. Lando, if you were to give this Royal Ravens team a description to fit the personality of their play style for the fans out there, what would you even say about them? Give me a little elevator pitch. Make it fun.
I got you, man. Yeah, first off, really quick, I gotta shed some light on this. I know there was some hate on the power rankings. Those were nameless as power rankings. Those were nameless as power rankings. I did it for him.
Wait, I didn't make. Did I make those ones? I don't even know.
It'd be your own cast.
Oh yeah. I was sick, and I was supposed to do that video, but I was sick. So thank you, Lando, for filling in. Dang, why did you have to tell everybody?
I saw
things are changing daily.
It's all good.
You're supposed to be the homie, Lando. You got to back up your boy. But go ahead, man.
I always throw in some shots. I don't know about that list, so I had to come out here and set the tone, all right? But no, in all seriousness, getting back to what the question actually was, in terms of an elevator pitch for the London Royal Ravens, I mean, in general, I feel like this is a great group of players who really have some potential to shock us. I know in regards to the power rankings, which we're already talking about, they've been at the bottom of a lot of people's lists, maybe mine included as well. But I gotta say, man, I feel like with this young group, their ceiling is high, right? It's a very similar makeup to the Seattle Surge, in which you have a veteran leader leading a group of young guns. And so far for Seattle, it's worked out quite nicely. And I think every single win that the London Royal Ravens will accrue this, throughout this particular stage and also throughout the remainder, just goes to show the talent that exists, not just in Challengers, but in the European side of Challengers specifically.
I'm loving it, man. Oh, Lando, you're killing me. Yo, Nameless, because Lando called you out, you're going to have to redeem yourself here on this desk, man. When it comes to Bocage, okay, we're talking about Hardpoint, the very first map. Sure. We usually don't get a chance to talk about it, right, to break it down before the games. Yeah. How do you think that's going to go? Which side will strike first?
Probably Optic Texas when it comes to Bocage. I think the SMGs are a little bit stronger on their side of things. I think what Study said is true. I think Scump will be back on point here. Like we said, we haven't seen Scump have an aggressive SMG that can go out there and pick up kills left and right and open up the map for him. So we really get to see that fully flourish here on a map like Bocage. Shotzi and Scump should be a dynamic duo, and that's what Optic Texas was going for. The Simp and Abeezys of the world, and now we're seeing players like Pred, Pop Off, and Slay. That should be the formula for Optic Texas if they're going to be winning these series. So I think they'll be the ones to strike first when it comes to Hardpoint.
I like that. And in a game of Call of Duty where it's very defined, you know, there's teams that are great at search and destroy. There's teams that are even amazing at Hardpoint, right? Or just respawns in general. Ali, looking at the Royal Ravens, what is their bread and butter? Do they even have one to begin with?
I think it's search and destroy when it comes to this team. I think with Zero kind of being that leading voice when it comes to search and destroy, we heard it in comms yesterday actually when we did a listen in. Zero was just kind of calming everybody down, telling them what to do, and we saw it. They smoked Florida on Desert Siege. Unfortunately, looking at this map pool though, in our vetoes, I think Optic won this one.
Okay, all right, steady. Looking at the map as well. Do you believe Ali? And also, I want to shift the same question to you, but on the side of Optic Texas about their bread and butter. Is it respawn or search and destroy? What are we looking out for?
No, their bread and butter is 100% the respawns, especially Hardpoint. Like, that was what got them through a lot of series last year. The biggest focus, though, has to be their search and destroy, because that was their biggest game mode where they cost them a lot of series versus Atlanta FaZe last year when they had such insane matchups. And even when they were at the kickoff, like, they started off in that series versus LA Thieves. I'm pretty sure they were down like 4 to 5-0, and Scump was sitting at 0-6. So that's the only thing that scares me for Optic. It comes down to the search and destroy, because they have a studded lineup from top to bottom. Great S&D players. Illy and Dashy have a ton of chemistry when it comes to playing search and destroy. It's all about who's going to be that leader to step up and make the play call.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get the second series of the day started between the London Royal Ravens versus Optic Texas. Let's see if Scump and the boys could pick up where they left off, but even better from the Kickoff Classic, or let's see if the Ravens can continue to fly high. Lando and Steady, take it away.
Thank you so much, Philly. Thank you so much, Ali. And thank you, Nameless. I hate to throw it. I hate to throw him under the bus, Jay. But hey, you know what? We're receiving some flack, but we gotta be honest out here. You know what? The power rankings, a lot of conversations around it. Nobody knows where to put teams at, and I think the same thing could be said for Optic Texas, right, my friend? We know how talented that this group is. It really is going to be about the rebound, and you and I talked about it coming into this particular week, coming into this Major 1 qualifier. They've got a great schedule. If they can get past the Ravens, they've got Minnesota and Paris, a solid schedule lined up for Texas to try and rebound off of what was not a great performance at the kickoff. But here we go, my friend. Already into it. It's time for some bocage. Optic Texas, London Royal Ravens, and it's Shotzzy starting things off nice.
And this is the guy I wanted to start things off with, because I was actually watching him in HIS today. He was putting on an absolute clinic on this map. So he feels a lot more comfortable just being at SMG, super aggressive on the map, picking up kills left and right. But here we go, into P1, 30 seconds remaining. She's Scump from top. Grandma's unfortunately going to lose that gunfight to Afro. But Spawn's still there for P2 for the London side. If you're Optic, you have to start thinking about that rotation. You see 3 and 4, which are going to be Illy and Dashy, slowly but surely working their way up tank side.
And you saw Optic, right? They just run up to the middle of the map. They instantly flip spawns. It's like, okay, good aggression. At the same time, it's also bocage. You got to be careful with that. And off of that elimination, they get there versus Zero. They've now got the spawns in their favor. Solid plays coming in from Optic. That aggression not working out, and then now back in their favor. They've got good spawns here for P2. Based off of that graphic, it appears right now on bocage to be one of the better maps, rather one of the better hard points that we've got on this map. A solid start specifically for Texas, and right now for Dashy,
30 or more from both
on a 4-spree right now, potentially trying to work towards some kill streaks, but pay attention to the mini map. Number 6 in Gizmo, working his way around the back, able to at least find 2 before he gets taken down. But Dashy there with the immediate trade on a 5-spree. 1 kill off of picking up that strafe run, but there's only 30 seconds left. This has been a great break from London. But if you're Optic, you're not too mad about it as long as you can keep it tested from the front. Because now you have the spawns for P3.
Nasty's on 5.
London finally get the
Dashy's
clearance. They finally get some opportunities to grab some hill time, and much needed at that. The final 15 seconds as the hill lays vacant. Nasty still challenging out as Illy, now with that sub in his hands, decided to challenge things. And Nasty, meanwhile, off of that kill versus Scump, now finds himself on 5 in a row. Some great plays coming through here from him. A guy that really has been on the London Royal Ravens for on and off for the past 2 seasons. He was supposed to be on this roster back in MW, had some visa problems, and they could not be more thrilled than to have him on the team coming in here toward Vanguard. A lot of young talent, but unfortunately, the young talent continues to drop like flies in the middle side of the map. And Chicago have had some uncontested time so far here at Bottom Grandma's.
Yeah, and that came in from Scump getting a 3-piece towards the middle of the map, which basically left the hill untested for a little bit. But Illy's able to find 3 in the feed with 30 seconds left. Spawns do flip. So Optic are going to be able to keep control of this hardpoint for the time being. Well, look at the positioning from Scump. He's able to take down one before he gets traded, not allowing any London players to get on this time. With only 20 seconds left, this should allow Optic to have full control of that P4
He's got to be
off the
close to
rotation.
10 too.
And you like it too, because
Bro,
you know, given the
drop
small
scores this
score
game,
advantage
I
for
would
Texas,
love
it seems like they're finally finding themselves, or they're always finding themselves in the favored positions. As Zero looks to try to change that for this next hard point. I mean, toward the last 20 seconds of P2, Optic do a great job of positioning themselves for next. The same thing can be said at that bottom house hill as well. The London Royal Ravens, in the midst of all of this, off of the play from Zero, as we said, have not had the greatest of positions, have not been favored in terms of map control. He's finally got a few teammates here due to the squad spawns, but he gets wiped away, and Texas continue to roll.
And what started off with
Dashy's
London
at
having
12,
a great
Nasty's at
flip those
13,
spawns,
bro.
Optic Texas was able to break right into the front and just contest it from the front and win a majority of these gunfights. So a lot of the time on this P4 hardpoint still going in their favor. Spawns for the Ravens starting to come in from back stables. So it's an all-out flood through the back door. How do these trades turn out? Scump finds one, Shotzzy finds another. That duo of the SMGs are really turning up early into this game to give Optic the 20-point lead that they currently have.
Nasty
And,
got
you know,
one,
given the amount of excitement right around the Optic and Envy merger right here for Optic Texas, I mean, when it comes down to this team's composition, I mean, without a doubt, Jay, one of the biggest spotlights, one of the most exciting prospects about this team is to have Scump and Shotzzy together.
Yeah, without a doubt, man, because Scump, like Name was said on the desk, he's never really had that aggressive SMG duo that he can just go around and slay with. But now he's sitting probably to his best player that he possibly could have had in this position, which is Shotzzy. Even though he just he's fairly new to Call of Duty, even though he's a world champion already. Both of these guys have tremendous skill. So the fact that both of them are on the same roster puts them evenly matched up against the Tiny Terrorist any day.
Yeah, if you were ever wanting to give a description on why Shotzzy deserves to be in this position, you're like, yeah, you know, he played some other esports before, and you know, it's only his 3rd year, but he's already a world champion. And you're like, oh, okay, great. That's all I needed to hear. He's a world champion. Great. He was also the MVP of the season. Oh yeah, he happened to have that title too. Just a lot of promising expectations on this Optic Texas team, as they will have the advantage after the first set of rotations, sit about 30 points ahead right now of the Ravens as Zero. By the way, gotta give a shout out to good old Trey Boy Cardi, 14-9, sits on the 8 spree. And as the guy who's running the sole AR majority of the time, it's impressive to see, Jay, that he's finding these SMGs caught off guard.
It definitely is, man, and he's on an 8 spree as well, making a 9. He's trying to do it all for his team. He has already those kill streaks to work with in his back pocket, but now we're off the rotation back towards P1. Neither one of these teams were able to pick up a good chunk of time off the very first go around, but now it's just basically plain white until eventually London are able to break in from the gate side. They're down 20 points. Optic is still holding down the spawns for P2. They are still keeping control of the map.
And based off of the time, as Zero finally gets dropped off of his streak, you can expect that time to really be a factor in these hardpoint games. A very low-scoring affair, but we talk about a map like Bocage. I mean, this is what you can really start to expect as this CDL season only continue, right? You're going to have that time be a factor. A lot of 190, 170 games seem to be the trend on a map that just continues to always add up in regards to kills. So a small advantage for Optic Texas, but again, considering that it is Bocage, that advantage could quite literally be doubled in regards to how important that is. Nice shots coming in from Illy. London challenging from the front, but it's Optic who once more have spawns for P2.
So now if you're Optic, you just want to get in this hard point. You want to allow your SMGs to be pushed out through bottom barn, pushed out towards middle plat, and that's where Shotzzy's going to currently be, as Zero's going to invest that strafe run, takes down Illy, and Afro finds a second. Trades going back and forth, but still, this is not leading the time for the London players. 30 seconds remaining on this hard point. You do not want to allow these spawns to flip, as they are going to be able to at least get this remaining 25 seconds to try to tie this game up. But if you're Optic, you're thinking big picture, you want to attack through the middle of the map, try to flip these spawns.
Yeah, it's a great call, partner. Optic Texas looking to do exactly that. Instead, they actually do decide to go and challenge toward the front of the hill. It looked as if that mid push was going to be possible, but they decide to go and challenge it old, and they very well could beat London in terms of their positioning. The great and early work coming through from Shotzzy. Ant-Man causing some problems in the backside of the flank as he eventually gets dropped in from the stairs. Dashy holding on to that power position, but how about the 3-piece coming in from Gizmo? Not only taking down Shotzzy, but he takes down Dashy off the power position and Illy as well. Great work from Gizmo as he now sits on a 5 spree.
And now on 5, but 3 of his teammates dropped, so that's going to be a clean 4 dead. Spawns now are going to be flipped. One player in Afro
halfway over yet.
still in the back side of this window,
It's
trying to
probably
cause some
gonna go
havoc.
to time. It's not even gonna
The trade's
go
going
to
back and forth.
actual
Afro
points.
eventually finds one. Illy finds the second. Trying to go for the dirt onto Gizmo, not able to take him down, but with 25 seconds left, this has been a great contest from London. They are currently controlling the spawns for that P2 and contesting this hard point down to the T. This is great work from London to get back into this game. Now, only being down 10 points.
Okay.
Yeah, you see Scump as well starting to wake up a little bit. Went on that 3 spree.
The reason why I want
to help break open this setup. And the problem now for Optic, keep in mind for those spawns, they're going to continue to be back here. And the Ravens, they can slowly but surely transition themselves back, start to reference back a little, and make Optic pay. Zero doing exactly that, now finds himself on 3 in a row as well. Optic finally do break out of the little trap that London had in play, and not only do they break out of the spawn, they also break right into the hard point too. Ravens totally caught off guard right now here toward bottom barn. Scump now sitting on +5. He and Dashi combining for streaks. And London, a big moment for them as Scump looks for the trade. That's going to be 1 as well. There's going to be the second, 3 in a row. Now for Scump, Nasty, the last pushed up player, as he gets dealt with. Optic Texas looking to catch fire.
The king is here to play, man. Like I said, before the series even started, he was dead last in hardpoint KD. You do not see that out of a player of his caliber. 29 and 23, really stepping up in this game number 1 for the Optic squad. Now off the rotation though, we go towards P5. You have a couple players from London who are trying to sneak their way through. Gizmo working his way through back L. He's going to win a huge one-on-one versus Scump, but it's going to be immediately traded. And now with the hill popping, Optic are going to have control.
Yep, Optic with control, Optic with spawns, and London already trying to contest that as they'll send 3 through bottom grandmas. And Zero as well is going to invest the streak, so a lot put in here from the Ravens, but Zero in the glide bomb attack unfortunately takes down his squad mate in Afro, and look what that does to the setup. The only player trying to contest once more after that chaos was Nasty. He gets taken down, and there you have it. Streaks not utilized to their full potential by any means, as Optic once more taking advantage of the Ravens' mistakes, as they're now up by 30 points.
They're starting to run away with this. They have dominated so far this P3. They got Zero to invest on some streaks as well. So it's basically a clean state if you're Optic Texas. But that's going to be another clean 4 dead. We're going to find ourselves going on the rotation back to P1 for the 3rd time. Neither one of these teams were able to get a good chunk of time off P1. With Optic playing as confident as they are, playing super aggressive like they are, they should be able to at least get a good chunk of time here, but their main focus, once again, has to be on flipping those spawns.
And take a look at the time as well toward the top side of the screen. 33 seconds left, and you'll notice for the Optic side, they want to try to get those seconds, but they're also happy to allow for the hill to lay vacant as well. Scump trying to communicate everything he can specifically about those spawns, but he gets dropped. Optic strongly reinforced toward the back lines as they will have spawns for new. But again, the Ravens cannot even have the time to think about it because they've got to hop inside of this objective. Zero able to take down the first, who decides to reveal his position. 30 seconds left in regards to the advantage as Zero finally gets picked apart. Gizmo now with the nade lays that one down as well. So many things going through the minds of the Ravens, but only 10 seconds left on this game clock.
Dashi got another 30.
And slay on out. Ravens have got to get in. They've got to try and halt the time. So many players to think about. So many enemies right now on the map as they will get taken down. And this map will belong to Optic Texas.
I think that was 32
and that was just beautiful from Optic from start to finish. They were setting the tone right off the rip. Their money hill so far in that game had to be their P2. Even from the front when they were trying to break in, it was always a successful work when you have Dashi hitting the shots that he was. But when you have your SMG players really stepping up the way that they were, Scump having himself a map number 1, you can see the guy is hyped. This is a completely different team that we saw at the kickoff to start off 1-0 in this series. Now going into the search and destroy. If I'm the London boys, you can let that one go because it was a close game between both of these guys. It just came down to some timing kills. Once they were able to at least not go 1 by 1, get some nice team executed plays to try to break into hard points, that's when they were seeing a lot of success. But when Optic was slowly picking them apart, the way they were able to hold down that P5 to basically give themselves a 40 to 50 point lead is what gave them the reason to close out that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that as well, Optic Texas having a great performance there from their captain. Scump finishes off 35 and 29. not just leading his own team in kills, but leading the entire lobby as well. I mean, we talked about it, Jay, right? It was going to be Scump. Need to see him have a good performance on a map like Bocage. He can really settle in. He's going to be in a preferred position in regards to that SMG role. Has the 0.83 KD, and we know, right, Scump, this is his 12th title that he has competed in. We know that this guy's going to turn things around, but to perform the way that he did, and also on the opposite end, to also slow down a player like Afro, who has been the dominant player for the Ravens in positions like this, was huge. Scump goes big on one end, and Afro, little by little, dropped the ball for the Ravens. You got one SMG going off for one side, and the other didn't show up to play here on Bocage.
Yeah, and now you just have to let this one go because you're going up against a sub-heavy, slay-heavy team. This is what Optic are meant to be. They're meant to be a respawn-heavy kind of team. But now you're going into a search and destroy. If you're London, you have to come up with the same exact performance that you came out yesterday versus Florida because every single round they just made it look so easy. Open up with first bloods, and then eventually using their teamwork to go out there and play the proper trades. They won it in a 6-1 dominant fashion, and that has always been Optic's worst game mode, search and destroy. Hopefully they went back home, worked on some issues, trying to fix some certain situations on how they want to make mid-game adjustments, but this is where London need to respond here to tie the series up.
Yeah, absolutely agree, partner. Yeah, I think London Royal Ravens, in regards to this Berlin search and destroy, they got to perform, right? We saw them do that on Desert Siege, and that only elevated them now, leading the entire lobby.
They were trying to break in. It was always a successful work when you have Dashy hitting the shots that he was. But when you have your SMG players really stepping up the way that they were, Scump having himself a map #1, you can see the guy is hyped. This is a completely different team that we saw at the kickoff to start off 1-0 in this series. Now going into the search and destroy. If I'm the London boys, you can let that one go because it was a close game between both of these guys. It just came down to some timing kills. Once they were able to at least not go one by one, get some nice team executed plays to try to break into hard points, that's when they were seeing a lot of success. But when Optic was slowly picking them apart.
35 actually. Okay. Dashy got 31, not 32. Nasty got 33, so I got that right. I thought he got 32. That's my bad, y'all.
Side to make those adjustments mid-game. It doesn't really make him a stationary, just hold one bomb site down, hold down the lane. The guy can do it all. They're letting this guy flock his wings and spread them and search and destroy.
And the one thing too about Optic Texas that we talked about in regard to search and destroy. I mean, Scump, what? He has like the #3 KD in search and destroy last year. We know what Dashy can do with the sniper. I mean, the amount of plays that Shotzzy can make in this one in particular is going to be great. And then you're like, oh yeah, Illy, he's going to be off the sniper. But, I mean, what? He probably has more search and destroy reps than any human on Earth. I mean, the guy's been playing search and destroy tournaments since he was like 9. He said he won his first gold when he was only like 10 years old. So the guy knows the role quite well.
He's robbed me millions of times. He's robbed me millions of times, man. The guy's a great S&D player. He just needs to come out and show it because, and that, like I said, at the kickoff, he had the sniper in his hands. It wasn't really allowing him to make plays. But now that Dashy's taking that in his hands, you can do whatever you want if you're Illy. Just make sure you're doing it with confidence.
Yeah, without a doubt. And at the same time, the same notion, we're talking about that. The primary thing that the Ravens did so well on Desert Siege yesterday versus the Mutineers was in those first bloods, right? They go 7 for 7 on Desert Siege. We're heavily talking about those snipers, and for a very good reason, not just in regards to how the Ravens played, but because of the new roles and because of the way that you can influence a map like Berlin in specific with that bad boy, as we are already into the mix, and it's the Ravens starting things off quite nicely, but it's Illy on the instant return. The Ravens will get the bomb down off the rip, and as Shotzzy goes away, it's going to be down to Illy in the 1v2 specifically for the ace.
And that was just a super aggressive round from both these teams. Now it comes down to 35 seconds on the clock. Illy in the 1v2. He knows that there has to be a player playing the safety net towards that back warehouse. But both players are actually going to be back there. He tries to commit towards one gunfight. Second player is going to throw the shoulder. And with 20 seconds left, he has to try to get both. And this is basically impossible to try to get done.
Really putting in a few shots toward the gate, but Ravens just playing the time. And that's really the biggest thing, right? Whenever you walk through that dock side, you notice that the doors have been blown off. You're like, well, this is going to be way more difficult than it already looks to be.
Definitely, but right there, what the Ravens are able to do so well in their offense is usually you do not see players on their offensive attack towards B just push straight down the middle of the map. They went right through bottom P2, caught Optic as they were trying to just be aggressive towards that B bomb, which is complete blind counter. And that's a great round from London to at least walk away with that one. It almost got scary when Illy pops that 2-piece, but they were able to close it out, win the numbers advantage, and go up 1-0.
Yeah, man. Solid start from the Ravens.
Dassey's got one.
They say meet us in the alley.
Dassey's the biggest one. Dassey has.
They will secure the first, and now it's Optic's turn.
He has to
first
end this
attempt
game with like
here on attack. We've yet to see them on Berlin Search and Destroy. Again, the only taste that we've gotten from them on Vanguard
get 6 or 7.
has been on Desert Siege. So with that in mind, we'll see what the strategies are looking like. We'll see what the plays are looking like. Here's that Optic Texas with 2 players toward that top 3 position. And how about the early engagement there from Shotzzy? Finding the first blood, but rounding the corner happens to be Zero. He finds the lane. Dashie gets picked apart as well. And now we're into the 2 versus 2.
Now, if I'm Gizmo, it's all about getting in this play because you're going to leave Zero all by himself. So now it's going to be a 2v1, even though bomb is going to be planted. I mean, not planted. Illy picks it up. Now, slowly but surely, going to work towards that B bomb. So it gives Gizmo a lot of time here. The action's going to go down now if he gets good timing.
He very well could. He very well could. Wants to try to take his time. Nearly finds the second. And Scump just peers right around the corner and takes Gizmo down. You see it from the Ravens' perspective, what that round could have meant for them. But just a nice plays, holding the ADS is the king. Starting things off at 3-1 and gives Optic a round.
Yeah, Zero almost made the play right there. Like, once he was able to go in and get that trade immediately onto Shotzzy, forces it to a 2v2, but with Gizmo all the way across the map, Optic, no, we just have to single this guy out and then play the trade properly. It almost got scary as Gizmo hit some great shots there, but the king was able to close it out, tied up at 1 apiece.
Nice plays coming in from Scump. They still start off this game at 3-1. Optic Texas level the score, and now it's time for the Ravens to go back toward the attacking side. And Optic said, where are you guys at? Last time around, it was an all-out brawl toward the street. This time around, it is the Ravens changing things up dramatically. And based off stats, this appears to be the bomb of choice for a lot of teams. These early A executes causing a lot of problems for the defense.
Let's
so we'll
go.
see how Optic
Scope got
Texas
another
looks
one.
to try and retake it. And that's the best way to start it off, an early 2 picks.
And now with 50 seconds left, you see the London boys starting to hit the rotation, trying to play for a pick through middle broken. As the bomb is going to be down towards A, all of Optic just putting themselves in a great position. No one's trying to get picked. Zero, he's actually going to be able to spot Scump in towards bottom middle. One gunfight is going to come in towards the street. Shots he's going to be able to take down Nasty. Now Zero in the 1v4.
And best of luck to Zero.
Best of luck.
He'll do what he can. Again, sniper, it's a great gun. But he's going to have to do some work with the pistol. Has some words for Illy, and maybe can take down the other, but not going to happen. Optic Texas, despite the change-up in strategy from the Ravens, they read it, and they dominate from there.
I thought that play just simply came down to the positioning of Scump. Like, he was able to work his way right up the middle of the map, even though Optic didn't really have any eyes on that A bomb site. Once Scump was able to hit right through top broken, work his way into trains, he puts down a couple shots onto Nasty, but he doesn't pick up the kill. That eventually allows his teammates to set up fully on the rat back through fire, catches a player that's going through plat, and then they're able to get 2 kills right off the rip to force it to a 4v2. That was just a beautiful retake coming in from Optic.
Great plays coming in from Optic, specifically Scump. As he'll continue on that spree, it looked as if it was an idea to try and make a push over at B. You saw a lot of utility be tossed, and it very well could be the bait. But the Ravens, given the positioning that they've got, they should read this one quite quickly, right? I mean, they sit inside a library. They're going to have full information on where players are at. And as Afro clears out the street, the Ravens will have the information. But is it too late? The one player who can make all of the difference happens to be Zero with the sniper, hanging out inside of fire, and does find the pick. Meanwhile, it's not just the sniper toward the front, but it's as well the players at the back as Nasty takes down Scump. I believe it's Afro in another primary position as he says goodnight to Dashie. Illy now all by himself. And how about the Ravens? An excellent round in reply.
And right there, if I'm Optic, you have to get that bomb down. Like Dashie, he was that player that was standing on the top of the warehouse, giving the call out to how many people were crossing towards that A site. He saw one player, but then the guy eventually wraps out of that bomb site. If you're Optic, just put the bomb down, force it to be a 4v4. When you wait too long, that eventually what allows the Ravens to properly set up for that retake, as eventually Zero was able to open up at that first blood. Nasty finds the second, and at that point, Optic's setup was completely broken. You just have to put the round on your side to try to win, get that bomb down, and play the time.
Yeah, that's what we talk about so often is that, hey, if you're going to go for a primary play, if you have a big play set up, go for it. Full send it. It's what you got to do. Optic Just a little bit too passive in that last round, and they'll have to pay for it. It appeared Optic Texas, not exactly sure what happened in their perspective. They were all in at A, they back up. It could have been based off utility, based off of numbers, or maybe they just assumed it was the Ravens hitting all out at B. Regardless of it, you'll take what you can get. You'll take the real estate that you're provided if you're the Ravens. And Shotzzy in the early engagement. Great teamwork there with Scump as they single out Gizmo for the first blood.
So now London, with 45 seconds left, it's looking like they're contemplating a rat back here, but Nasty's able to spot Shotzzy in towards bottom middle. Actually gonna jump out as well, and not gonna be able to find Shotzzy, but Afro's gonna be able to take care of him, forces it to a 3v3, and he's the bomb carrier. Nasty has to be careful in this position as he finds another kill. This should be a free A bomb plant. What a beautiful round coming in from the Ravens.
Excellent execution here out of the London boys. Illy knowing full well this B bomb not going to be active whatsoever, but how about the plays from Dashy? Looked like he was going to try to challenge for the second and had a good angle for it. Already feeling the pressure. Illy coming right around the corner. Dashy again from the top. He and Illy, an absolute clinic. As it's Zero, the last man alive, and Optic Texas will clear out the office. It was Scump and Shotzzy with perfect teamwork to start, and it's Illy and Dashy with amazing teamwork to end it out. The SMGs and the ARs, great coordination there from Optic, Jay.
And that's where that chemistry comes into play, man. These guys have been playing S&D together basically since they were 15 years old. So 2v4 is like, we've been here before. We can get the job done. As you saw, they were set up on a beautiful crossfire in that 2v2. Once Dashy was able to get that player off bombing, Illy with the aggression, Dashy with the great shot that he has, was able to get that kill, immediately traded onto Zero. Great clutch coming out of the Optic to take that round. But now if you're going into another offense, you have to commit to your play call. If Dashy's watching this crosshair, which he's not going to be this round, and it's all about just taking your time as they're going to have a 2-2 split, all out aggression coming in from the Ravens.
London instantly showing their cards, and Afro a little bit late to the party. Just an odd angle for him to try and challenge from. Off of that first blood, Shotzi's able to take down the other one onto Gizmo. So immediate numbers for Optic Texas.
All right.
And based off their positioning right now on the map, it is all about all about B in regards to where they happen to roam. And off of that, Zero does find the pick there on Scump. So
twist under rope.
Optic with a little bit of information. They know Zero's got that snipe, and they know Nasty has to be lingering somewhere. Based off that mini map, it looks like Optic Texas, given the knowledge, given everything that they're trying to put together, it appears the plan now is to try to rotate that toward B.
And Nasty in a position to at least call out a couple players crossing towards this bomb site. This is going to make Zero on the late flank work his way all the way around through the deep end. Try to go behind Warehouse, but the bomb is going to get planted. You see Nasty in towards bottom middle of the map. He's just going to get some shots down, but 35 seconds left. Zero has to be the playmaker.
And finds the play indeed. Takes down Dashy. Back-to-back kills from the Ravens. 25 seconds left. A huge engagement, and both Illy and Co. will walk away with their fights. It looked a little close there from the Ravens. Would have been the 2v4 clutch, but Optic on the rotation. They get the bomb down, and they utilize those numbers effectively.
Yeah, they had the 2-2 split right there, and the two players that were at B put themselves in the best possible positions. It was Shotzzy and Illy. You saw that one player in Gizmo try to basically immediately flank through the back door of P2, and he almost got team killed. Like, it almost forced Illy to get the team kill on the Shotzzy. But once he finds that first kill, Illy was able to get away with his life. Shotzzy finds the second, and they already have the man advantage. They put it in their favor to close out the round. Now up 4-2.
And how about the aggressive plays already from Optic? Once more, and it's going to be a headbutt toward the street. And Scump's getting all freaky toward this alley side as he'll take down Gizmo as well in a matter of seconds. The majority of players fall. And now it's into the 1v1. Shotzzy versus Nasty. In the swing round, can Shotzzy go big? He doesn't see his corner. Doesn't see Nasty lingering there. What a wild, wild round that was. The continued aggression toward this street side has given us some rounds to remember here, Study.
Yeah, that was the second time that Ravens just pushed straight out of front door P2. Usually do not see that happen at that B bomb site, especially when Optic were able to shut it down the first go around. But right there, London, they matched their aggression. Great plays out of Nasty to not hesitate in the 1v1 bomb plan. Puts himself in a great position to eventually clutch up the round. So now London down 4-3. on the defensive side. It's looking like Optic could commit to
I don't
an
give a damn
all-out
who
A
you are,
push.
do not
So
be
if I'm
going
Gizmo,
off.
it's all about playing your life here.
Kerrigan, Rain, and
That's the thing that
Rookie
can be so
need to be
difficult
going
for the
off.
defense.
Everybody
Is the
table,
flexibility that you have on the attacking side. Some great plays again, already from Nasty. And he'll put the presence in the back of the mind from Optic. They think that the flank is happening when in reality it's Nasty re-challenging them once more. It's the hat trick, and he's looking for the ace. He's hungry for it. He's got the call, and he's locking down Office. Nasty with the ace in his sights, and he'll take it.
Bro, he is going off, dude. Holy shit.
Unbelievable plays coming in from the young man. Picks up the ace, and I'm pretty sure he was able to pick up that strafing rung as well. So Scump would have took him down. That would have been a huge kill, but such great work coming in from London. There was only one player in towards that A bomb. They all three attack right through middle broken. Nasty gets the first blood, and then he wraps back. Like Optic were committed to them thinking that they were going to be late flanking through train side. But the fact that they wrapped back, that completely caught Optic off guard as they were trying to push through plat. And now the game is tied up at 4 apiece. Nasty once again on a 6.
Nasty's on 9. Dashy's only got 3.
Goodness.
Fuck.
The Ravens
I need Dashy
showing
to fucking get some kills, man.
Their true
Dashy's
colors.
going off.
Excellent
He's doing great
plays
for me right
in these
now,
last
but,
few
like,
rounds.
Dashy's
As
gotta
we
do
go from
something.
a 1v1 in the middle of a swing round now to a tie game. You're in this game 2 search and destroy. We've talked about it a lot. London love the aggression. They love to invite Optic out for a party in the alley, but this time a much more slower approach. Maybe trying to play around that glide bomb in specific, as Zero had the shot onto Dashy. Takes away the sniper, pulls out the nade. And speaking of it, Afro will at the very least avenge for his fallen comrade. Now into the 3 versus 3.
And look at Gizmo. Look at Gizmo. He was able to work his way right up the street side. And he's flanked his way through fire. He's going to be able to find one in Shotzi. So this is going to force Scump to now turn around. But the rotation is starting to come in towards this A-bomb. London, they are finding the openings, and they're taking advantage of it. As Gizmo still trying to hold on this plat, but with 20 seconds left in the 3v2, Scump trying to find that kill to even up the numbers. Now forces it to a 2v2.
And Illy, a great angle, also shuts down Afro. It's into the 1 versus 1. Gizmo versus Illy. And with that bomb, he has to plant it. Illy, aware of it. Does he try and challenge? Does he try to take that window perspective? And Illy clutching out the 1v1. Finally able to silence the run that the Ravens found themselves on. It got dicey. Gizmo, as a matter of fact, was the man who was making all of the plays. But Scump and Illy in the later stages are able to clutch it up. And now they find themselves on map point.
And Gizmo, he almost makes that round possible. Once he finds that kill, that opening to get into fire, he takes control of plat and he gives it up. He basically gives up back fire. That's what allowed Dashy to go in there and get that kill off bomb. And eventually it turns into a 1v1. Illy plays the clock beautifully. But now Optic on game point. A full-on B push is going to be committed here. Nasty is the player that's calling out the cross. He's going to give the information. 2 players are going to be here. The strafing run is actually going to get called in. So this could potentially take down both players from Optic.
And Illy says, you know what? I'm going to stick the point. I don't care. And he'll have to sacrifice his life in the end.
Shotzi needs to get across, dude.
The objective player putting that above his own life. Illy making the ultimate sacrifice. And the Ravens with numbers. Dashy does have the perspective now at the bomb. And Nasty's aware of it. Those doors are clean off. And Dashy's able to even the score now at 3-3. Scump with a huge play. He spots the shoes of Gizmo. He knows that a flank is imminent. Can he make the play?
Oh, you saw him, Scump.
Coming back around, but he actually drops and so does Dashy at the same time. It's all going to be on to Shotzi as they'll be on the defuse. Long-range shots. Can Shotzi lay down this fire as he'll get taken down? The Ravens were on the defuse. A wild, wild round. But now we've got ourselves some OT.
And that round just simply comes down to the bad timing that Scump was able to get in towards bottom B2. If he picks up that kill on the Gizmo, they are not allowed to push out towards back warehouse. But now we're going into a round 11 between 2 great teams. They've been playing this map, both of these teams, beautifully.
Yeah.
Blind counters here and there, rotations on point. Just comes down to who can clutch up in these final moments in this round 11.
My word, what a wild sequence. As now it'll be Optic taking the attack.
He got one. Yep, he got fave. Let's go.
Here in this round 11. It was Dashy watching the cross. They'll have some bit of information, but Scump rounds the corner.
Oh my god, he's going
Maybe
off.
a victim once more of bad timing. Zero gets some shots there on to Dashy.
And take a look at Afro. A
Ray
quick
got
call, my
another.
friend, as Afro's able to take down Shotzzy for the second.
Oh my god, he got another!
Into the
Give
3
it
versus 3
to
is
him,
Scump
bro!
finally
Oh
getting the
my
word
god!
on where Gizmo happens to be. Player number 8 is still sitting inside a warehouse. Dashy's aware of it. It's just a matter of timing at this point. Tosses out the stun and does not get the information he looked for.
And Afro's actually going to switch up his corner as well. Now, once Dashy opens that door, Afro's going to go for the challenge and win it. So now it's going to be a 3v2. Illy with the trade. Bomb still down on B with 35 seconds left.
30 seconds remaining. Zero and Gizmo versus Scump and Illy. A huge round specifically for the Ravens. And as Illy picks up that bomb, Zero, he's right around the corner, my friend. He's right around the corner, but he's going to rely on Gizmo. He's relying on Gizmo to make the play once more. So many things going down inside a library. Scump is able to catch him out. It's now all on to Zero in the 1 versus 2. 30 seconds left, and his position has now been revealed, and Optic Texas will hold on. Scump gets his revenge inside a library, makes the pick onto Gizmo, and from there they play the numbers and they single out Zero. London gave it their all. They force a crazy round 10 into a round 11, but it's Optic who once more come up clutch and are now 2-0 in the series.
Such an insane last round between both of those teams to go down to a final 2v2. And to Illy, no hesitation to put that bomb down. And that's how you know we do have Silent Plant now, guys, because if it was Zero, he would have turned that corner and immediately just took him off. But forces it to the 2v2. Now it comes into a huge 1v1 gunfight between Gizmo and Scump. Scump was able to get behind Gizmo, get the better of him this time. And when it came to timing, shoot him in the back, force it to the 2v1. But at the same
So Dashy got...
same exact time.
Search and destroy. I mean,
Yeah,
as well as
that
give
was
us
great.
applause for both the Ravens and Optic Texas for putting on a performance
from
like they did. I
Dashy.
mean, so many different highlights, so many moments to take a look at.
For this
I know we
account.
take a look at that round 11 here in just a moment, but specifically, we got to talk about this play from Nasty. I mean, talk me through it, Jay. An unbelievable ace. We talked about the Ravens. They were down 4-2. They make the comeback, and a lot of that is based off of the heroics in round 8 from Nasty.
Yeah, so right there, when Nancy picks up that first spot, you see all of Optic. They're thinking, hey, we can push through Plat. They're going to be setting up on the flank. But he takes his time onto Illy, finds a second, and he reads perfectly onto Shotzzy. At the same time, Scump picks up the kill. So now he knows the positioning of this last player. It's all about just playing the trade correctly. You see all 3 players from London side are sitting towards Plat. They spot him. They give the kill to Nasty. And that was just such a great heads-up play out of the young man to go immediately on the flank and then wrap back to complete the ace.
Yeah, incredible plays from Nasty, unfortunately for him. And even his heroics in that round 10, by the way, that even got us to that round 11, calling in those streaks that were set up based off of that ace. Phenomenal plays from Ravens, but at the end of the day, it was not enough for this Optic Texas team. And I think you labeled it very, very well studied, right? We talked about Scump, his ability in Search and Destroy, the things that he was able to do, and then now having a Search and Destroy mind like Illy on this roster, it's unbelievable. And it goes to show that having Illy, sometimes without that sniper in his hands, the man's got a mind for the game, and he showed exactly why that's the case as they combined for 21 kills in this game 2 Search and Destroy. Optic now up 2-0 in this series, and now we got to talk about some control. We'll leave it here on some highlights, but again, the question remains, can Ravens step up? Can they come up clutch? They're able to do it yesterday versus the Mutineers, Jay, but it is going to be on a different map. Yesterday it was Kavutu. This time it'll have to be on Tuscan. We'll see what they can come up with as we'll head to a quick little break. When we come back, it is Tuscan Control.
No, bro, I cannot have Searson going off like this right now. How did he get 3 already?
Howdy, folks, and welcome back to CDL opening weekend. Yes, I can say howdy. I am an official Texan, so I have the license to say that. Anyway, if you're just joining us, it is Optic Texas versus the London Royal Ravens. Optic, off of a crazy round 11 search and destroy, now find themselves up 2-0, one map away from victory, as now we've got Tuscan Control up next. Leno and Study on the mic, and Jay, I'll leave it for you. Give me the scoop on Tuscan, my man. How do we feel about Optic? How do we feel about Ravens on this map and mode specifically?
Well, this was the only map that Optic were able to win at the kickoff versus a team like LA Thieves, who were fairly good. They were able to push themselves all the way to a Sunday. But this is where Optic really just showed a lot of strength. They have 3 players who are currently in the top 10
okay,
of
Rob, I'll
KDs.
give you
Shotzi
that one.
being
That
the
was
player that's
disgusting.
leading by number
Holy
1. Even
shit.
though it's only a small sample size, the guy's at a 1.4 KD. And right off the rip, you see Optic, they're committing towards the speed point. They were the only team at the kickoff to successfully capture B off the rip.
Well, all right, we're into this. And the Ravens are like, okay.
Uh-oh.
Interesting strat. We'll see if it works out for him. A bold one indeed, and Zero making shots he paid. Meanwhile, it's Gizmo kissing the nade, tossing it over, as it'll take down Dashy as well. The final 2 players still lingering in the back of the base. They did successfully get that first tick here on to B. Meanwhile, it's a 1v1 going down at that A point. Gizmo escapes with 1 HP. Optic cleared off of that B point.
Actually got one.
But now they transition in toward A, and take a look at that setup. Spread out throughout the field are the Texas boys. It's going to be a difficult retake here for London, given the way that this map works and given who Texas are showing their strengths, as that'll be 3 in a row and now halfway to capturing that A objective.
And now this is allowing the King to start being aggressive in towards bottom church, as he's going to be able to find 3 in a row, potentially for the 4th, but Afro's going to be able to shut him down. So the second tick progression comes in towards A. They should be able to extend this time by a minute, but it's looking like London not going to fully just give up on this A point. They're still sending 3 players at it. They're trying to eliminate Illy from this position. A is still not going to be captured, but Optic, only a matter of time before they find all these kills, as that's going to be Illy finding 2. A should be captured now. A minute 54 to work with. Up by 4 kills are going to be Optic.
Illy putting them on skates. Says, hey, you might want to upgrade that sensitivity because I'm flying around the map with that MP40 out. Good night. Possibly to Zero. We thought he had the kill, but that head glitch over at that tank is never going to be an easy fight to take. So like you said, Optic Texas able to capture that A objective, and now they've got a minute and 30 to work with.
Don't do me like this, Rogue.
Over at B. And based off of the early play, it does work out in at least 1 tick. So you'll take that, given how column works, given how that
12 more, but no more
part of the map can be difficult to grab. Still a minute and 30 on the clock. As long as Afro sits here, it is not going to be a fun day at the office, as Gizmo not able to take it. A back and forth affair inside of the command center, but as the dust begins to settle, it's Optic who wins a majority of the fight.
So now Optic have full plat control. They can push right through P5. But here comes Zero. Great shots, able to take down Dashy and Shotzi. The pitch is going to be here from Scump, as he's at least able to take him down. And now all on Scump. With 55 seconds left, Optic now down, or at least even in the lives column. You have to just take your time. You want to allow for at least 1 or 2 more team pushes, but you have to take control of plat.
Primary spot to look at. London being aware of such. Look one direction, and also able to find Scump, who once more was attempting to play at the flank. We noticed the lives instantly change up. Optic were up around 3 to 4 once they captured A. And you can see it on full display why B is such a difficult point to go for. Those lives instantly changed up as Zero hitting shots from range. He'll now sit on 3 in a row. Afro will continue on his spree as well. A 3 versus 11, and while it was a valiant effort to try and go for that B capture off the rip, it just goes to show how punishing Tuscan can be. And with the Ravens players on the streaks that they are, this can be great for them in the future rounds. Afro will escape on 5 in a row. They get the W, but specifically, Jay, the Ravens, they've got some streaks potentially to look out for in this next round.
So that was just a great hold coming in from London. Like, off the rip, Optic, they do their initial B push. They get a first tick of progression there. And then eventually it allows Scump to wrap back, do their spawn to get a full capture at A, fully set up there. But what London were able to do so well in their defense right there was just continuously filling the gap for that P5. either it was Gizmo, either it was Nasty, who were always putting themselves in that position, which is allowing all of
Twist, I
Optic
think, is at
to
11
continuously
now.
spawn out towards back fountain. It makes it basically like 20
Oh
seconds
my
until you're
God,
actually
please
getting to that
no,
point.
dude.
If you're not trying to flood through P5.
Let me get this
That was just a
fucking
great
bet.
hold from the Ravens. Hopefully they can respond on offense as well.
Yeah, Ravens will see what they can do now on their attacking side. Optic Texas down the way that they were, and also trying to keep these players off of their sprees as Afro now extends it to 6. The nice long-range shots there on to Scump. Can he find the 7th? Will it be the glide bomb? Not the case, as Optic will hold, and now we'll step aside and see how the comms sound here in round number 2. Let's throw it to a listen now with Optic Texas.
Go side, bind. Hop, mid alley. Mid alley, one shot, Afro. I'm going in mid.
Yeah.
That's just
I need over here. Our side to you.
Ropes at 10. Oh my God, bro. These last 4 rounds.
There's 33.
I saw close. We're coming bomb church. I need over you running.
I'm getting
outer. I'm trying to get outer. Hold on, church bench for a second. I can't show.
Yo, Trace outer if you want.
I'm in it. Yeah, two. Gizmo close.
Yeah, Gizmo's close.
Chalk.
I'm jumping. Yo, Trace outer. Tree. Yeah, I didn't RCD.
I'm coming. Trey, absolute dude. I can't hit him, bro. Chalk can't hit him. Yeah, chalk.
I'm one shot there.
I'm church, Nasty dead.
What is you?
The number right.
I have left, guys. I have left.
I'm holding up church.
I think left, but I see. I'm back up. Completely.
One step fire. I have back. I'm gonna hold it back.
I think we win. No,
Top church. I'm one shot.
One right.
I hear you.
Yo, just hold radio. I think we win.
Radio.
I agree, Seth.
Yo. On the back. I'm one shot.
What's we made late? Dead.
You have the back at?
Yeah, the back.
Wait, I'm going top.
Trade probably gonna be church somewhere.
Yo, our side, our ramp.
Well, the Ravens successful in their ventures over at that A objective point, as now we are all level in regards to the live situation. As Shotzi's trying to pick up for what has been a slow performance
Twist is
off
at
the
12,
start for
dude.
him.
Twist, I
Jay,
need
how
you
did you
to
feel
suck
about the
my
listening there
ass
from
and
off the
stop getting
Texas and the
kills,
strategies
bro.
that they were
Oh
putting
my
in toward the end of that A objective point?
It's calm, cool, and collected. The only thing that really threw me off was the fact that they continuously were just throwing lives at that 8 point. They should be up by like 4 to 5 kills if they would have just gave it up. But a lot of the trades are just going in favor of Ravens, which allowed them to eventually capture that point, now have the positioning that they do. But with Optic still holding down this P5, you're just allowing these players to overextend through the back. Dashy and Scump finding 2 pieces, Scump trying to find the 3rd. But so far, this has just been a great hold from Optic. Already up 2 lives, 40 seconds left. If you're London, you have to start flooding through P5, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
In a great position for Afro as well to try and get this job done. As long as his teammates win the fights from the front, things could be that much better. It is a 1-for-1. Afro loses the fights, but at least sets his teammates up for some free time now here over at B. An unfortunate team nade takes down Dashy, as that will make Texas's lives that much more difficult. Gizmo once more applying the pressure on the flank as he'll get taken down. Meanwhile, it's Nasty in this corridor over toward L. He gets dropped as well. Afro, a hope and a dream as he'll get dropped. Some solid strats coming in from the Ravens, but ultimately the flanks over and over again, not amounting to enough, as it looks like they will play the life game. Of course, aware of the way that overtime will work. The push, silence, the push stopped, and while it looked a little bit scary there for a moment, Jay, I mean, with the team nade and with the way that the Ravens were playing, it looked like they could have had something be done, but it's another defensive win, this time on the Optic end.
And that's great work from Optic to at least slow down the bleeding, because it's starting to get out of hand. Once you throw that many lives at A, it only takes like 1 or 2 good pushes towards that B point for them to put you in that trap. But they were just keeping the kill stagnant. Not everyone was going down at the same exact time. That's why they were able to walk away with the defense. But now going back into the offensive attack, this time around they're switching it up. They're sending shots in towards bottom church, and they're committing towards that A point right off the rip.
And you like how aggressive both sides are being, right? By continually getting up in that church position just does not allow for the defensive side to really kind of gain their bearings. It really is a battle over at A to kick it off. I mean, if you are the defensive side, you want to try to get them in lives. You want to try to have them throw as much as they can to try and capture that. The Shotzi, putting them on a highlight reel, has some words for Zero at the top side of church. It's going to take a hope and a prayer to take them down now, not just looking toward the top, but it's also the drop shot coming in from Shotzi. Excellent plays here for him, as he will lead Optic Texas to an early capture at that A objective. They've got that, and now it's time for Scump, the other SMG, to keep on this spree.
Hey, baby.
The A point is going to be completed. Scump on a 4. Just roaming around towards top church, and right now I'm pretty sure London in their very first defensive win, they were able to win by 11 kills. Optic respond with getting 3 kills on their defensive round. So Optic trying to tie it up in the kill department as they're just finding every single kill, eventually able to get onto this point. All of London starting to spawn out towards the backside. This has to be a break if you're London, or Optic could potentially have a great hold here.
It's a big 1v1, and oh, Gizmo, he's able to take it. How big that could have been for Optic Texas to try and break open the setup. But back to the drawing board. Optic Texas with the life advantage, and they're gonna need it. But how about the nades? How about the utility tossed out from the Ravens in that command center? Jay, we call P5 a wild one for a reason. You toss those nades in there, and there is nothing they can do about it. No trophies in Vanguard, and Optic Texas learned that the hard way.
And now with a minute 10, Dashy's able to sneak his way through the back. Huge gunfight onto Afro. It should allow his teammates to start trying to push up the middle of the map, but all of London, they're just playing for the cutoffs. They're allowing Dashy to be back in the spawn. They're playing for every single other player on the side of Optic, forcing them to all overextend through that 8 point as they are holding down that P5 positioning. With 50 seconds left, they have tied the kills department up, Scup with the trade, but the pressure's starting to come from Optic from the backside.
And the problem too is that Nasty did earn that streak, so if things start to get dicey, you may want to invest this if you're the Ravens, but they may not have to do that. Zero being in the position that he is, gonna take some work, probably at least a trade to try and take him down, but no. Zero hiding out. Gizmo's there to find 2. Scump ends up finding a lane. With 25 seconds left, yeah, you just like the way that the Ravens are playing this, establishing players up in the middle side of the map, and P5 being that choke point. Optic never really able to break on through as Gizmo now himself on a 5 spree. It feels like everybody for the Ravens has had their time in the spotlight, as it's now going to be his turn, finally picked off. But 3 versus 5, Scump still challenging toward the objective. Feels like maybe there's some life here. Decides to back away, and defense will continue to reign on in. Ravens now up 2-1.
And right there, Ravens, I'm pretty sure they were able to outslay by 2 kills. So now, based off the 3 rounds, if my math is correct, they should be up by 10 total kills. So as long as they don't get outslayed by 10 kills in this very next round, they should be able to get defense if it does go round number 5. But if I'm Optic this time, I'm not committing so many lives towards that 8 point. You want to make sure you're always filling that gap for P5, force them to continuously overextend through the middle of the map, overextend through that 8 point, and not allow the Ravens to be super aggressive towards that side of the map to try to take plat control.
We'll see how they look to make those adjustments. And the Ravens. And hey, you know what? Let's try this B objective out. Let's try this bad boy. Keeping in mind, they also do have a spree. Shout out to the observers. They have got one. In Gizmo and Nasty's hands, Shotzi as well also has a strafe himself. So we'll see if those do become somewhat of a factor as Shotzi's in the spawn. Meanwhile, a majority of the engagements are still happening over here at B. That's going to be 1 tick already in from the Ravens, and Afro, realizing such, decides to push this one on out. Up close and personal, taking down Bruce, and the Ravens will continue to capture this point. Scump doing everything he can just to try to clear out the base, but the Ravens are soaring. They are in the base, and they are causing problems. Not just 2 ticks, inching ever closer to all 3. And how about the play from the London Royal Ravens? They push that B objective, and they make it look easy.
And now this is where those streaks can come in handy. Gizmo having himself a map 30 and 17. Pretty sure they at least have 2 strafing runs to work with. But now Optic, they have full control of their spawn. They just have to hold the push for the time being from bottom church. As Gizmo trying to work his way through the flank, he will get sniffed out by Scump. But they still have to just be focused of where Illy is on the map, because right now he's blocking that spawn from those players to spawn closer towards that 8 point.
Bro, this
does Zero know his positioning?
This CSGO game
gets picked
that
apart.
I'm watching right
Zero,
now,
like you said, the great spot, and now with streaks,
this one player
London Royal Ravens could close it out here. Look how fast that objective already begins to roll. And you got to imagine some streaks surely have got to be coming in. Yes, indeed they will. Gizmo continuing to stack up in the kill side of things. He takes down Shotzi, but the Ravens, they will capture the point, and that will be an excellent rebound here on some Tuscan control. We talked about Optic Texas. Given the performances for both of these teams at kickoff, Optic looked great on Tuscan. On the other side for London, they get 3-0'd by the Surge. They come out being 2-0 down, rebounding off of the heartbreaking round 11 search and destroy, and they show great promise Gizmo
I think I got
Jay,
it, dude. Oh my god, I think I got it.
31-18.
Damn. And
Yeah, they really just came out the gates and just dominated this map. They went on their very first defensive round and were able to outslay Optic by 11 kills going into that one. Then Optic answers back with their very own defense of their own. But then London, once again, they knew exactly what they needed to do to accomplish another defensive win. They were consistently just pushing out P5, forcing all of Optic to spawn out towards back fountain. And it's just not going to be easy if you're Optic completely trying to overextend right through the middle of the map or through this 8 point the entire time. Because Gizmo, the way he was holding down P5, you got to tip it to the young man. With the SMG, with the AR, he was just getting the job done. And then we go into the final offensive round for the Ravens. They commit towards B. And that's exactly, it looked like the same exact push that Optic were trying to do the first go around. But the only thing that was different is that London, they didn't lose any of their gunfights off the initial. Like we saw Illy, he was able to get to that back heli. He immediately got taken off by Zero. But once Afro was able to stay alive back there, pick up multiple 2 pieces, that would eventually allowed him and Gizmo to be a team of 2 to secure that B point. Makes it easy once you get that job done. Then you use your streak to close out A, stack the point. Just great adjustments from the Ravens, mid game and also end game to close it out in such a dominant fashion.
Yeah, we can't forget that
Kobe
that triple nade that we saw here at Command Center. Heartbreaking for Optic Texas in that moment. You're thinking, hey, we're gonna go push through P5, a big choke point. Oh, okay, we're all dead. Yeah, just a number of different highlight plays from the Ravens throughout. But I mean, I tell you what, I think a lot of CDL teams are gonna be looking at that round, that final round where they push through B. Such great plays out of the London side. One of the cleaner pushes that we have seen in Control so far throughout the season. They reference back toward A, and it is a job well done here from the London Royal Ravens. Specifically study some excellent plays from Gizmo. He finishes 31-18. There's been a lot of talk, right, about the young players of this Ravens roster, right? We know what we can expect from Zero. We saw what Afro was able to do last year. But out of Nasty and specifically out of Gizmo, Gizmo was the last player added to this team. Zero went to the young guns of Nasty and Afro and he said, who do you guys want to grab? Who do you think would be a good player to add to this team? And they said, you know what? Despite Gizmo only playing 1 year in Challengers, he is the guy to grab. And throughout these last 2 days, he's shown exactly why he deserves to be on this team.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, man. The guy's playing super confident. And then when you're playing alongside people you've played with in the EU Challengers, you won a couple events with them, there's just nothing but chemistry here. So far, him and Nasty, they have really just been taking over the series for me. Nasty turned up in the search to destroy. Unfortunately, couldn't get the W there. But right there, Gizmo, like I said, with the SMG in his hand, with the Automaton in his hands, he was consistently just putting himself in the best positions possible to cause mayhem. Even when Zero was trapped in P5 one time by himself, Gizmo was like, hey, I'm going to be a teammate. I'm going to go help you as they're pushing you through. He finds 3 kills. The guy was just getting it done. That means that London's communication is on point, and hopefully with that win underneath their belt, down 2-1 in the series, going into a Berlin hardpoint, we actually had the chance to watch these guys scrim a lot of this map. So my main focus has to be on Afro, because for some reason he's able to drop 35 plus consistently on Berlin.
Yeah, man. I mean, like every time we were in those offseason scrimmages, Afro was lighting it up on Berlin, and that brings us to a pretty interesting conversation, right? We had that same talking point coming into Bocage was Afro versus Scump. Scump was able to win that battle, and now, I mean, Scump has been lights out so far throughout this series, specifically in that opening Bocage. Man was on fire, literally. I mean, the man was absolutely on fire, not just because of his hair, but because of his overall gun skill. Finished 35-29, an amazing start to this series. The primary reason why Optic found themselves in the driver's seat and continue to heading into this map 4. But are you looking at Scump specifically? Are you looking at that SMG battle once more between Scump and Afro, or do you think it's going to be something else?
I think I'm definitely going to look at that SMG battle, because you probably think you're going into a Berlin hardpoint, pretty big map. You want to focus a lot on your ARs. But the money hills basically come down to that P2 and that P1. That's when you can really get your SMGs to go out there and shine. As long as you can control those, you're allowing your SMG players to be super aggressive, because you know the spawns are pretty consistent. If you're spawning out towards back warehouse, they're all going to be spawning out towards top flat. You just have to allow your SMGs to be the aggressors on the map and allow your ARs to just set up properly off the rotations.
And it makes you wonder too, right, as we head in toward this Berlin, a map that in some ways plays similar to a Gavutu, just simply in regards to the importance of rotations, the amount of time that you can lock down in some of these hills. The London Royal Ravens looked excellent on Gavutu yesterday. A very disciplined team, as we know, Study. Zero has got these guys whipped into shape. They are prepared for a map like this. They did it yesterday versus the Mutineers. Granted a different map, but a similar makeup. We'll see if they have what it takes to send us to a map 5 where Optic Texas will close things up for now. And how about this start out of the London Royal Ravens? It's a team kill, but it is a worthy transaction at the least. The Ravens come through and punch Optic Texas right in the mouth. Texas with preferred spawn, and Ravens say, yeah, screw that. Afro just runs right into their face, and now the Ravens have got control.
And now with 20 seconds left, you have to start thinking about that rotation, but look at the positioning from Zero. He has the entire right side of the map cut off through the middle of the map, sitting on this middle tank. He's gonna at least spot Dashy going towards lower trenches, but Illy is finally able to take him down. So now with 8 seconds remaining, Optic should be able to win this rotation gunfight. They just have to locate the player in Afro before he takes down multiple players. Is he able to take down Scump? Trades going back and forth, and right now it's gonna be London controlling from the front side.
Yeah, for a moment, an 8-team spree for the London Royal Ravens is nasty. Starting things off flawless. He's at 5-0. Scump on the other end, able to take him down. But Afro's still alive and toward the bottom of the library as he'll finally get picked apart. So it is Optic Texas with the preferred spawns. But as we know, Zero instantly going to be a factor. Nearly had the second, but how about the coordination? Shotzzy with the best of timing is able to save his SMG duo, his compadre and Scump, from suffering an early defeat. But regardless of that, the Ravens are still walking away with time, despite some good plays here and there from Optic Texas. The Ravens are here to play, and they're showing out already. Zero in the back of the map, preparing for that next rotation. And Afro, he's only beginning to heat up. He finally gets dropped, but 2 hills in, and it is the London Royal Ravens with a 50-point advantage.
But now Optic have the spawns for P3. This could be a full 60 if they can hold this down. It all just comes down to the pressure they can put in towards fire. But with Scump dropping, Shotzzy dropping, this is going to be London. Able to flood through the street, able to flood through fire. They're going to block the spawns around the backside. So now spawns are going to be flipped. Dashy and Illy have to try to go big as they do find 2.
There's no way that they make it to
They're just
map
allowing
5.
their
There's
teammates
no
to
way
fill the
Optic
gap,
goes
try to get in the time as they're trying to hold down these spawns. But Nasty able to find 2. Afro with the 3rd. Last player in the hill is going to be Shotzzy.
Nasty, he gets dropped. He gets dropped from the front, and how about the plays from Shotzzy at Zero, who wins the end of the engagements. Some good plays coming in from Shotzzy,
like,
but at the end,
it
is the London Royal Ravens due to that spawn advantage. You've got control, but no, Scump runs right on through, and he's able to find 3 himself. Shotzzy with 3 to start, it's Scump with 3 to end, and they will depart. Fire, a very happy team, considering the fact that they have got rotations set up for next. Keep in mind, Afro sits inside of P2, so he will look to push this one out. Optic also going to be late off of those rotations. The same thing can be said for the Ravens. So player 3 versus player 8, this is going to be a big engagement. Afro's able to take it. It's Optic on the hill early.
Oh, boys.
But with Afro being in the position that he is, he's going to need to go big and rely on his teammates to make some nice kills from the front. They're able to do that, and they look good right now as Afro continuing to cause some problems. Optic in the back of the base, and Afro applying pressure once more, doing everything he can with the MP40. He gets taken down, but now it's Nasty's turn. The Ravens push on in.
Trying to be cute.
And that's all on Afro, just making such a heads-up play as Nasty takes down Scump. That huge engagement. This final 20 seconds should go in favor of the Ravens, with Shotzzy able to sneak his way through, trying to work his way towards the back. But with 15 seconds left, you're not going to be too mad about it if you're Optic. You were able to get back into this game off of the P3 hold, off of the P4 hold as well, now only being down by about 30 points. They're going to have the spawns towards top plat. So this is the preferred side of how you want to hold this hard point. You just want to make sure you take control of this left side of P2. There's a huge gunfight between Scump and Afro. As he does win it, it should allow Optic to get on time.
Yeah, and shout out to the flank. They were talking about LAG's hold on P5 yesterday in a very similar setup. The way that Optic Texas are holding this one right now. Keep in mind, one player did make his way through the flank. So Nasty right now sits inside of fire, as they'll look to try to blow this entire thing up. Nobody from Optic really getting inside of the objective. It was a nice hold, but it's without a doubt got some dents in it. P5 can be mixy. As we said, LAG, a great job on it yesterday, but as the spawns flip, Ravens prioritize the next rotation. It's going to work out nicely for them, as now they'll look to dive on in and try to continue to exploit this lead. But we talked about flanks, now it's Shotzzy's turn.
What's he doing?
And if I'm Optic right there, I would like to get a good chunk of time off for that P5 hard point, especially if you're going to lose the rotation. They allowed Ravens to start spawning out towards backfire. They still thought that they were spawning at warehouse, but no one is basically picking up any time on that P5. Now they're going to be down 40 points, don't have the rotations. this is going to be pretty difficult for them to try to break in. If London can get a great hold on this, get a good at least 20 to 30 seconds on this, they can blow this game wide open.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Instant pressure applied now toward Optic Texas. Ravens with a great position, and pay no attention to the way that the opening P1 looked. It was a great job from London exploiting what can be a money hill on this map. But how about the plays from Scump? Playing patient, takes down Afro and Zero in the mix. We say it's a hill that they need to jump in on, and right on cue, Scump's there to save the day and now give Optic some much needed time.
Now they just have to start thinking about the rotation. London, they have come out on top. The majority of these rotation gunfights is Afro and Nasty are able to find two. So now this is going to force Optic to be a little bit late on rotation, but Shotzi finds a two-piece at the old hill, which gives them the man advantage now. Going into this P2 hardpoint, they just have to take down Gizmo. He's currently got that strafing run to work with. He's able to take down one onto Scump. Trey's going back and forth. London set up the pinch. They find two. They're going to be able to get into the hill and keep the great spawns towards the top plat side. It's going to be 149 to 109.
But the Ravens are still holding it. Like we said, despite Optic being right here, the Ravens have done such a great job at limiting them each and every single chance that they've got. Gizmo continuing to go on a spree. He gets cut down. Now it's Nasty's turn. Zero has some words for Scump. Beats him with the fist to the face. And you can tell Optic somewhat uncomfortable. They're trying to find an angle. They're looking for every chance to get into this hill, but London will not go away. And with 18 seconds left, if you're the Ravens, you're thinking, hey, job done. We at least contested, and now they have got rotation set up for P3. Another hill, Jay, where we talk about the game can be blown open. Ravens were able to flip the spawns last time, and with player 5, Zero being in the position that he is, it's not going to be easy. Dashi receiving some fire, and Shotzi trying to watch over for his teammate. Zero says now's the time to fly. He takes one down. Shotzi still there to apply pressure. It's Optic all the way through the street. Scump's at least able to take down one, but it's Nasty picking up from where Zero left off. The spawns are pretty much everywhere, but the Ravens continuing to hold this one down.
Now up 50 points, 40 seconds remaining on this P3 hardpoint. You know that all of Optic, they're going to commit towards attacking through the front side and attacking through fire. So with 30 seconds left, basically, if you lock this up for the Ravens, you're pretty confident that you can close out this game and force it to that game number 5. As they're just finding kill after kill in the feed. 20 seconds left. Last player here is going to be Dashy. He drops. And now this is going to force all of Optic to start thinking about that rotation. The 200-point mark has been broken from London, and you already see Gizmo already a step ahead off the rotation, able to find one into Shotzi. But does he know the positioning of Dashi? As he does get taken down, Optic are going to be able to win the rotation.
And Shotzi toward the back, he's going to try to apply a little bit of pressure toward the back of our prior hill. He gets dealt with, so he'll still spawn here. But at the very least, the Ravens slow and methodical as they will look to invest the glide bomb from Gizmo. Maybe even a strafing run as well. That's going to come in, at least get some information, and Zero has a better idea of where Illy is. It's the nade that ends up taking him down. And now realizing such, it's 3 down, and Shotzi doing everything he can. He realizes the angle that he's got. He's able to take down one. Can he find the second onto Nasty? Not going to be there, but the Ravens flip, and now they've got preferred positioning. Optic, realizing such, have got to jump back in this hill and not allow for the Ravens to inch closer and closer toward that 250-second mark. Stunned and taken down. The Ravens continue to roll as they sit on 7, now make it 8 players in a row as a team. Now 10 more points away from sending us to a game 5.
So now if you're Optic, you have to play perfect hardpoint from here on out. It all starts with getting some good chunk time off of this P5 hardpoint, but when Gizmo's hitting shots like that onto Illy in towards the window, it's going to be a pretty difficult task to try to get done. Here goes. Ravens are able to get on the point. It's only a matter of time before they close it out here.
Looks to be theirs. It looks to be theirs, and it will be. London coming out again and showing grit. The Royal Ravens are not going down without a fight. They were down 2-0. We thought surely it's going to be a 3-0, but they have got the fight. London has got themselves a roster, and how about the young guys showing up once more? It was Gizmo in the control, and this time it was Nasty and Afro, the duo, going big here on Berlin. And once more, Jay, we got a game 5.
Unbelievable.
We got a game 5 again. This is wild.
I can't believe it, man. We're going to another Game 5. Every single series of these cats so far during our opening weekend has went to a Game 5. So there's no better way for this series to go than go all the way to the distance, man. But what great work out of the Rays right there to close out that game number 4. They dominated in the rotation battle. And then even when they didn't have the rotations, they were so beautiful in executing their breaks. Everyone was picking up that one kill that they needed, which eventually allowed Optic to go 4 dead. Once you were all going 4 dead at the same time, London was so great at just flipping those spawns every single time. The early start to this game from London was beautiful. They were able to break into that P1, get at least about 30 seconds there, but the fact that they were late to the rotations for P2 and were still able to hold that as well, and then eventually chain it to that P3 where Optic had the rotation, they were not able to hold it for about 15 seconds. London was just playing this map beautifully. I was not expecting a Game 5 here, but when I saw this map in the map and Mo's system, I knew that Afro and Nasty were going to go insane. Now we're going to a Bocod Search and Destroy for Game 5. Oh my God, I cannot believe this series.
This is wild. I mean, we talked about it, right? To start off today, you and I, we were talking about Atlanta FaZe, Optic Texas, both of these top tier teams. Both of these top tier teams, they were looking to get back on track. They were looking to be like, okay, let's get a solid victory today and let's carry that out through the remainder of our matches this week, and then obviously looking forward. But Paris and London, making them work for it. London, we're down 2-0, but they have fought their way back. They close it out on Tuscan, and they show us some grit as well on Berlin Hardpoint. And oh boy, when we come back after the break, folks, it's not just going to be a Game 5, but it's going to be a Game 5 on Bocod Search and Destroy. We don't know what to expect. Make sure to let us know what your predictions are. Utilize that hashtag CDL 2022. Let us know who you got, and when we come back, like we said, it's time for some Cage.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CDL opening weekend. It is Game 5 time between Optic Texas and the London Royal Ravens. Oh, we got to talk about two top performers so far throughout this series, Scump and Gizmo. You take a look at those numbers, Jay. I mean, what? We were talking about Scump. We were talking about how he needs to have a solid performance after the Kickoff Classic. He has done that and more, and the same thing can be said on the other side for Gizmo, a new player making his debut. Right when we talked about versus Florida yesterday, he was excellent, and so far in this matchup versus Optic Texas, he has been absolutely dominant.
Yeah, both of these players have been stepping up today. Scump obviously shaking off everything that happened at kickoff. Guy's been frying all day today at an 80% non-traded kills. That's insane. That's insane. That means that guy's going in there and possibly getting a two-piece every single time. No one is going for that kill. And then Gizmo, on the other hand, this young man is really making the name for himself. Obviously, throughout EU challenges last year, he was winning a majority of those things. But to come in here, the series versus Florida was beautiful. But versus Optic Texas, such a star-studded lineup, to put up the numbers that he's putting up so far, you got to tip it to both of these guys, man. They both have been having a tremendous series, and then both of their teams are going to need them to play big in this map.
Yeah, and we've talked about a number of different top performers. We discussed for Optic Texas, right, a new group for them. The same thing said for the London Royal Ravens. Two players from the EU Challenger side. Afro, his second year, a small stint with the Ravens at the end of Cold War. But two teams, new rosters, new faces. We'll see who can come out with the first round victory. Optic looking for their first win of this CDL season, and now in toward Bocage. A map that you never really know what's going to happen on, especially here in Search and Destroy, but it's Shotzi who may have snuck his way through Top Grandma's.
He might be able to find the opening kill here. As Optic is starting to wait, but Nasty's going to read it beautifully. Pops that first blood. Now it's all on Optic to try to make a play here. They know that at least one player is going to be in towards sight. Adashi finds the kill onto 0, evens up the numbers at 3v3.
Into the 3 versus 3. Scump trying to clear out that wall. They've got a nade to deal with. How about the plays from the Ravens? But they don't seal the deal. Afro, meanwhile, jumps on in for 2. Can he find the third? And yes, Afro with 3. And how about the plays? Throwing down the nade at the bomb. Optic have to jump forward, and they set up Afro for success.
That was a perfectly timed stun right there. Like, I know they threw the nade on the bomb site, but the stun comes in immediately after. So you see both Optic players trying to commit towards that gunfighting towards bottom kitchen. But once they got stunned, it was basically like they got pulled with their pants down. It's impossible when you're stunned, trying to turn around and try to get those gunfights. As Afro was able to pick up 3 in those final moments to close out the round, give himself the hat trick. Now London are up 1-0.
Impressive stuff from London in those close quarter positions. Is Optic focusing quite heavily over at this B side? They had not just Illy, but they've got Scump directly over at that bomb. A few shots exchanged here throughout Bocage, but once more it is Optic with the opening kill. This time it's Scump. They're on to Nasty. A good old Redhead versus Redhead battle. As Nasty will have to say goodbye to him and see him in the next round, and Scump continuing, as that's going to be 2 to start.
And you can just tell that Optic did their homework. You usually see 2 players stack up at that A-bomb, but they know that they're playing against the Ravens. They probably know their strategies. They set up around that B push right off the rip. Now in a 4v1 situation, it's going to be 0. Bomb is going to be down, but he's able to find at least one for the time being, but it's going to be immediately traded. Optic Texas tied up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, a great responding round here from Optic Texas. And again, as we talked about at the start of the round, they focused a lot of attention at B, but for the most part, it's Scump going big, right? They find the opening pick once more. He goes big to find those 2 throughout the middle of the round. And from there, the Ravens left to try and distance themselves. Like we said, everybody's still trying to figure out how Bocage Search Destroy works. I know what, Jay, we were going to see it once at the Kickoff Classic, and I don't really know what to take away from that. I mean, again, we talked about this map. You're going to see more hits over at A than at B, but the smoke's not currently in the game plan. It just makes things that much more dicey.
Yeah, but look at the aggression coming in from London. They're pushing straight out to the middle of the map. Gizmo's able to take down 1. Nasty finds the second. But Scump and Shotzi, they're answering. Like I said, Batman and Robin, this is where you want the 2 SMG players to really step up. All left up in a 2v1 is going to be 0.
0-0. He jumps out at the exact same time that Optic turned their heads and focus over at B. But what a big round this could be for the vet. What a huge round it could be for Zero. Going to play the timings. Gets the information of where Shotzzy is, and as he comes through, Grandma's, he gets great time there on the Scump. 25 seconds left, and Shotzzy, he's positioned himself in a good spot, and Zero, a solid effort at the 1v2, but Shotzzy decides to lay down and finally takes down Zero, but it got dicey. It got dicey.
It definitely did. Like right there, that's another moment where Scump just gets bad timing. Like you're getting the call out from Shotzzy. The guy is in towards middle gate. Probably going to hit through the front door. But as soon as he committed to turn to the left street, try to get closer to Shotzzy, Zero was able to take him down. But Shotzzy puts himself in a great position to watch that crossfire. He knows that the player has to be in Grandma's. No way he's going to work his way through tunnel. No way he's going to work his way through flank. And plays it beautifully. So Optic are able to walk away with the round.
And off of that as well, Shotzzy now sitting on 3 in a row. London, saw this happen quite a bit in Berlin, and already clearing through Grandma's. Quite a bit of square footage in this bad boy, but yeah, like you said, the bomb, it's still at the back, and Dashy's gonna make him pay for it. All of that aggression means nothing if you haven't got the objective, but Afro, regardless of a few woes off the start, is picking things up. Takes down Dashy, takes down Scump, Gizmo right alongside of him. Able to take down the third, but Shotzzy's going to have to do it all himself. And once more, it is Afro going big for the team. The aggression, despite maybe not valuing the objective as much as they should, it still pans out for them.
Yeah, they weren't too worried about it. They said, hey, let's just take control of bottom, Grandmas. We'll worry about the bomb later, especially when you got Afro just finessing his way to get 2 kills in that A-bomb site. Ravens, these rounds are going so fast. Even on their defenses, they're trying to attack middle. They're just trying to take it to Optic. And so far, since this game is tied at 2 apiece, they're playing really well in this search and destroy. They're matching the aggression when Optic isn't. When Optic playing real slow, they're just stepping up the pace. And so far, this has been a great search and destroy once again between both of these teams.
Finally get to see Bruce there with the sniper as he'll look heavily toward the water side. Not a whole lot of information to give. Nobody's trying to go for the early flank. Decides to get a little bit more aggressive, and Afro once more. Aggression would be an understatement. Runs right through the wall. Takes down Scump for the first, but it's Shotzzy and Illy with the immediate 2-for-1 answer. Now into the 2 versus 2. Shotzzy left to get the bomb down as they'll get out of dodge, and now it's on the Ravens to make the 2v2 retake.
And look at number 5 on your minimap, which is going to be Zero, working his way around the back, able to take down Dashy. But Shotzzy wins his 1v1 on Nasty. So now with 30 seconds left, it's going to be a 1v1. Shotzzy versus Zero.
Zero once more. Left in a position to clutch. We saw these 2 players exactly just moments ago. And this has got to be a headache for Zero. So many angles to check, and with a player of Shotzzy's caliber, just a matter of time before he goes across the map. And Michi's got a nade cooked, and what about the plays coming in from Shotzzy? But Zero, he'll hold on the defuse. Is Shotzzy going to come around the corner? Yes, he will. Tosses out the nade, weakens the vet, takes his time, and secures the round for Texas.
And that was just beautiful from Optic. They slow and steady work that A-bomb. Like, even though Afro opens up at the first blood, it's immediately traded. But then Shotzzy, the awareness out of that young man to get Gizmo through that wall at kitchen door forces it to be a 3v2. You get the bomb down, you play your numbers advantage, but Zero tries to be the playmaker there. Once he takes down Dashy in the backside, Shotzzy makes it a 1v1. And then right there, it all comes down to the clock. 20 seconds left. All Shotzzy has to do is throw a couple shoulders. He should be able to close out the round. Great plays out of him.
Yeah, great plays out of Shotzzy. 8-2 already through just 5 rounds of search and destroy. Look to get somewhat aggressive, and right as Dashy opens up the window, he gets all the information and then some. I'm sure a call out would be nice, but you have to imagine they'd be there anyway. Scump now even at 4-4. Once more, being a problem off the rip. Dashy with the nade. And it's got the London Royal Ravens name written all over it. The push unsuccessful. Dashy gets the information off the rip, and he helps secure things there toward the stretch.
And that's just great work from Optic, especially to just play passive at that A bomb. They were still inside Grandma's, but they weren't super aggressive inside the site. Like Scump puts himself in a kitchen corner just to watch that window, because you had to break a couple walls or break a couple doors to get into that site. So once he opens up with that first blood, it'll eventually allow Shotzi to work through the middle map, find the second kill. And if Shotzi did not drop there, I'm pretty sure he's on some potential kill streaks, as he is going to be on a 4 spree. Optic up 4-2. Those are two pretty dominant rounds coming in from Optic, the last two.
Zero right around the corner. How about the reaction from Dashy? Zero maybe had 2 pixels revealed in that moment. Shotzi given the call to go for the flank already. As he gets taken down, the instant 3 versus 3. And Gizmo already doing some great work. Not only does he take down Shotzi, but he also drops Illy. It'll be Dashy's second, his 3rd overall, and Afro spotting Scump inside of the sewers. It's all going to be on to Dashy. It's going to have to be the ace and the 1 versus 2, and he has got some great again.
Both of these teams just have tremendous S&D teamwork, man. Like right there, even though the Ravens ended up getting first blooded when Dashy hits the snipe onto 0, Gizmo puts himself in such a great position to find 2 kills and put the numbers back in the Ravens' favor. That was just great plays out of him to at least get that round underneath their belt, because like you said, it's the swing round. You do not want to go down 5-2. You want to make it 4-3. But right off the rip onto the offensive round, all out aggression and towards bottom Grandma's.
Afro says, yeah, I'm continuing to do this. I'm continuing to be right in your face, and Gizmo joins right alongside of him. That nade could be great as he takes down one on the Scump, and Afro once more on the Shotzi. Illy instantly left as the sole man. And that objective already over at B. A picture-perfect round out of the London Royal Ravens. Illy with a bit of info. He'll try to hop on the defuse, but it will not work out. London, aggression again, and it pays off once more. Back-to-back rounds, we're all level at 4.
Man, so now Optic go back into another offensive attack. We've seen them attack a majority of their offenses towards that A site. We know that Afro and Gizmo like to put that crossfire in that bottom Grandma's area towards kitchen. So if I'm Optic right here, Dashy was consistently winning that 1-on-1 versus 0 right side. So if I'm 0, I'm not going to overpeak because I do not want to get sniped again. This might be the opportunity where Optic can take advantage of that B-bomb.
Looks like they're still going to attempt to push at A. Quite a few forces for the Ravens established toward the left side of Grandma's. And they will remain there. Ravens look to play for information, at least here off the start. First 30 seconds out of the way. And Afro, once more, maybe put in a position to go for the first blood. As he'll look to reposition, and Shotzi, he misses the jump up.
Usually don't see the thing happen, and that's eventually going to cost him his life as Afro's going to open up with the first blood. Now in a 4v3, Optic are eventually able to get in towards A. Tactical's going to be thrown, trying to keep him off that bomb site. Just pay attention in Illy. Unfortunately, he's going to get shot in the back by Gizmo. So now it's going to be a 4v2 situation with 30 seconds left. If you're Optic, you have to try to plant this bomb.
You have to, but again, you don't have numbers. Dashy's at least able to take down one, but it's all going to be on to him. 20 seconds and close quarters are going to have to be the story of this round. And the Ravens continue to fly on forward. Not just 1, not just 2, but 3 rounds in a row. And now set themselves up on series point.
So now if I'm Ravens, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, keep the aggression up, because that is what's been dominating them on these offensive pushes. They are consistently just attacking in towards Grandma's, taking control of second story, going right through the bottom middle door, and it's just catching Optic off guard. So now that the fact that they're going back into another offensive round, it's going to be, once again, an all-out push right up the middle of the map. I don't know if Optic's going to be ready for it.
I said, hey, aggression, it's worked. Why not try it again? But Shotzi, this time able to get the answer on to Afro. Gizmo, did he sneak on through? Scump having to reveal his position, but hey, it's worthy. It's a good idea at the least. And Gizmo once more taking down Scump. Illy, meanwhile, from the sewers. is able to give Optic Texas the man advantage and going big once more. 2 coming in from Illy. And now it's all on to 0. A 1 versus 3 to close it out early.
$45 seconds. Bomb is going to be down towards that backside of A. So if you're 0, just want to try to play or pick. This is going to give us positioning there. Shots is going to be there for the trade. And we are going to a round 11. Right there, it looked like Optic were not prepared for that all-out middle push. But Shotzi set up with a beautiful crossfire, able to get that first blood and then eventually get out with his life, which allowed his teammates to play the trades properly and close out that round. Now we're going to a round 11, man. Insane performance from both of these teams.
What a wild series this has been. Optic were up 2-0, but the Ravens have fought back time and time again. Down 4-2, now at round 11. London looking to go 2-0. Optic Texas looking for their very first win here of this season in Vanguard. Already into it, into the swing we go. Optic on the attack. And it appears they may be going for the offside hit. Dashi watching over his comrades. And Jotzi, he's found the angle. He takes down Nasty for the first. It appears that it could be a site rotation. Zero's going to be here already off the rip. So as he...
This is beautiful plays.
As he checks this, he's going to have the comms already established, letting the rest of the players know that, hey, they're not here yet.
Now with 45 seconds left, Optic, they do have the man advantage, but they do not want to allow one of these players to be a playmaker. So it's all about just playing to your advantages, play for the trades. As Gizmo is able to spot Dashing towards the bottom middle with 30 seconds left, all out attack is coming in at A.
And Gizmo gets the angle. Gizmo gets the angle. He takes down Illy, but the bomb will go down regardless. Scump lays down the objective, and Afro still alive, trying to make the play. He's got a nade prepared. He tosses it out, but no information is going to be gained. 33 seconds. The Ravens still looking for the retake. It's up to Dashi, but he gets picked apart as well. It's all on to the SMG duo. Scump and Shotzi. Can they go big? Nearly back to back. The Scump gets dropped as well. It's all on to Shotzi and the 1 versus 2, but the fuse, it's going down, and Gizmo watches over for his teammate. Down 4-2, but the Ravens will make the reverse sweep. An unbelievable game. A series that had it all. Optic thought that they had it. We thought it'd be the king coming out on top, but it's the queen's day. God save her, the Ravens. How about a comeback? Clutch is London.
I can't believe that series. I cannot believe that series from start to finish. Every single map was close. Like, game 2 was all the way to a 6-5. We get to the control, Ravens are able to walk away with it in a 3-1. And then we get to the game 4. Ravens once again stepping up to force it to get to that game 5. But Optic, they were in control of this entire game 5 right here. They were in control. They were up 4-2, winning a majority of those rounds, winning a majority of those trades. But once London decided to switch the flip, or flip the switch on the aggression, that is what completely changed the pace. You see Gizmo 12-7, followed up by Afro 11-6. Every single time they were trying to wrap that bomb back towards A, they were able to shut it down. Optic opens up with the first blood right there onto Nasty, but it's still not enough. They waste so much time to go towards that rotation, towards that A bomb site, that which eventually allows these players to even up the numbers, force it to a 3v3, and then with Dashi with the pistol in his hand, not able to open up with that first kill versus Gizmo, it's pretty difficult task to get done. But wow, I can't believe the first 2 series we had today, Paris leads into a game 5, and now London beating Optic? Man, this season is going to be insane.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. Let's go ahead and bring back in the desk. I mean, guys, what a match. I mean, like we thought we were going to be guaranteed wins for Atlanta and Optic. Paris making FaZe sweat it, and then London, the reverse sweep. Vanguard is wild. That's all I know, Valley.
It's absolutely crazy, man. Like my man Kevin Garnett once said, anything is possible. London Royal Ravens with the reverse sweep. It's crazy. So, I mean, you guys have, by the way, have commentated 2 best-of-5s in a row. Back-to-back games have been incredible. And watching the highlights right now, we all thought Optic Texas was going to run away with a 3-0, but nameless. What did we see on that screen?
There's a lot to like if you're a London Royal Ravens fan. These guys on Berlin Hardpoint, I want to zone in on that map here for a second because that was beautiful textbook Hardpoint on every single rotation. The second rotation, they had every single spawn off the rip. They picked up 30, 35 seconds. Optic would come in to be scrappy for a second. They'd give it up, rotate, set up at new. And it wasn't one specific player rotating and getting those spawns. Everybody was doing it. We saw Afro all the way back trains making plays. We saw Zero holding back trains when it got to that hill. On the next rotation, they set it up with a gizmo streak. They break on in. It was beautifully played out of Royal Ravens. They're so prepared, and Optic clearly wasn't ready for a team like this.
And you know what? The fact that it looked like Optic possibly was going to go up 3-0, that doesn't say the whole story. On the boat cage, we went down to time. On Berlin, it went all the way to round 11 again, and then we head into control all across the board. London Ravens, they were getting outslayed, okay? And then we head into that control. You see Gizmo completely take over the map. He has a complete turnover. You head into the next hard point. Then it's Nasty and Afro starting to wake up, and then the search and destroy. Once again, they push Optic to the limit. And for me, London looks fantastic. Everybody's power rankings, they're just going whoop. I mean, they just beat a top 6 team.
Yo, Afro's been just absolutely insane. But Steady, this one's for you, man. London, they're a high motor team that thrives off of momentum, right? It's obvious. I see it, and you saw it definitely, especially with that 3-0 yesterday with the early first bloods. Optic won 2 maps, and the moment they won that 3rd map on the side of Ravens when it came to that control, they never looked back. In your eyes, what does it look like when a team like that just never backs down from a challenge? It's beautiful.
I love to see a team never give up, and especially when you're going up a team that is full with their roster from top to bottom. You're the underdog, but the fact that their backs were against the wall, down 0-2 in the series, even started off. I mean, they started off 1-0 in a control, but to bounce back the way that they did because they went up against Optic on Tuscan. We saw what Optic were able to do at the kickoff. They were the only team that was able to successfully capture that B point right off the rip. But the way that they responded, which is especially in their final offensive round, taking B, and then they made it look easy by just stacking that 8-point, using a couple streaks to close it out. And then as we went deeper throughout the series, I knew, because we watch a lot of scrims for these London boys, we knew that watching them on Berlin, their SMGs for some reason put up stats that you usually don't see on such a big map. Afro and Nasty had themselves, they were going absolutely off, just dominating on hill rotations, on hill breaks. That's one thing that Optic really needs to focus on. It's just their rotation and keeping their fundamental play in the hard points.
Right, Lando, you and your duo have been talking nonstop for like 4 hours.
Jesus,
now.
I'm sweating.
I mean, this is crazy. To put a bow on top of everything, do you have any last words?
I mean, honestly, Veli, I'm just super impressed by the Ravens. I mean, they have had 8 great maps in these last 2 days, right? The 3-0 yesterday versus the Mutineers, they outslay them by nearly 60 kills. A great point from Ali. The first two maps that Optic took were still very, very solid from the London Royal Ravens. Nameless called it out perfectly. On that Berlin, the rotations that this team made were excellent. To me, the bow, the end of the sentence that I would call for this one is just challengers. Absolutely love the talent that we are seeing from challengers. The EU side specifically deserves a lot of love. Nasty, but specifically Gizmo. Unbelievable start here in stage 1.
Beautiful work, fellas. Thank you so much. But you know what we have? We actually have a beautiful interview with the one and only Gizmo from the London Royal Ravens. Let's get that man up on the screen. Gizmo, I would expect you to be smiling, going crazy right now. You guys just had a reverse sweep against Optic Texas, a really big comeback. I'm going to be honest. When you guys were down to 0-2, I thought you guys looked like the British Pigeons, not even the London Royal Ravens, but you picked it up and just came back and took that game in a crazy best-of-5. I mean, what really sparked it all for you guys?
Honestly, just confidence, really. Like, our team works unmatched. Our gun skill compared to other teams is unreal, bro. Whoever's ranking us 11th, yeah, you man are bugging. And, bro, like, we're going to get better as the year goes on. It's bro, EU slept on, bro. Like, so majorly slept on. Like, Toronto, they're one of the better teams, just one of the event, probably the best team in the game right now. We're not bad ourselves, you know what I mean? We play against them guys for years coming up. Bro, our team's good, bro. Give us a bit more time, bro. And 11th, bro, like, behave.
I got you, baby.
Absolutely. I mean, what was comms like when you went down 0-2 heading to that control? I mean, was confidence on an all-time high and you were like, you know what, let's just reverse sweep? Or what was that going like?
Honestly, we should have won Berlin 5-5. So that was a bit of a short game mode for us. Going into control is like one of our better game modes, but it's so iffy. Like, we've only been playing it for like 2-3 weeks. So honestly, if we win that map like we did, it's a confidence boost to go into map 4. map 5. Like it's just natural. You speed roll from there, and yeah. And also, my bad for swearing. I'm English.
You're good. It's all good, Gizmo. I can tell that you're a proper lad. Man, them are looking nice. But I got to ask you, what makes the composition of this roster such a Black Horse team? Do you guys think you can take down anybody at any moment?
Hey, bro. Me, Marcus, and Byron have been unreal in challenges for years, bro. And under 18, we were unreal. S&D, we've all played S&D. So S&D is always going to be good. Our gun skills very good. It's up there with the best in the league. And it's just about learning the game. Like, and you have a cool head in Trey, who's an unreal sniper, unreal leader in and out of the game. He's a role model, like to me and Marcus, for youngsters. And we have a very friendship-orientated team, and I think that's like massive for us.
Absolutely.
And, yeah.
Yeah, Gizmo, thank you so much for this interview, man. And just to make it perfectly crystal clear, you're saying that we're seeing the EU boys take over, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're not 11th, let me tell you.
Hey, you just proved that.
Hey, you proved it. Keep killing it out there, man. I can't wait to see you dominate on the stage again next time.
I appreciate that.
Take it easy.
Thank you. Bye.
No problem. Wow. Okay. Today has felt like 10 hours long right now with the matches that we had. It's been phenomenal so far. But when it came down to the predictions and what we were talking about pregame, there were some tweets sent your way, Nameless, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about from your boy Hex from Optic. What is he talking about?
Man, this guy just can't make up his mind, bro. I got mad love for Hector. You can see he says, name was so good on Dust last season. I don't know what happened when he's falling off bad, in my opinion. Hey, man, maybe I am. Who knows? But let's see why he can't make up his mind, because this was last season when I picked Optic to win a major. It's like crazy how good Nameless has gotten the last couple of months. Truly a man of talent. So it's all in good fun. But man, Optic, they really have a lot of work to do. I was being serious before in that last segment when I said I did not think that they were championship caliber. Yeah, I think it was proven just now, just there. But they have a fire lit under them. You could see Scump bounce back from the Kickoff Classic. He looked way better in that series, but there's still so many issues that they're having in that hard point. Some of the same issues that we saw last year. It was a completely different roster, but still those issues are there. So it's something for Rambo, Sender, and the boys to go back, watch, and fix. Okay, this year I'm expecting them to be ready by Major 1 when it comes to perform.
Hey, we know they got the skills. We just want to see them win at the end of the day. Yeah. But Ali, to end things right here, what are your last thoughts about that matchup before we jump into our Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day between Toronto and Seattle?
I mean, obviously, London played to a part, right? Definitely momentum-based team, as we heard Gizmo say, and definitely super slept on. Everyone's power rankings are destroyed, especially mine. But I do want to say, for Optic, it was just little mistakes. We saw it in their before series at kickoff. They have been struggling to win rotations. They do not rotate early. And in the first hard point against the London Royal Ravens, they were breaking fairly easily, but London started to heat up and winning those gunfights, and suddenly those breaks weren't so easy. So hopefully we see them polish that up coming into our next weekend.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that matchup was hot, the one that's coming up next is about to be just sexy. We're going to have a rematch of the finals that we saw during the Kickoff Classic. It's going to be between the champs from that event, which are the Toronto Ultra, facing off against the New Bloods, the Young Gunners, the Seattle Surge. And those guys right there are looking to make a statement this season. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this break for some more CDL action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
What's going on, all of you beautiful people? Welcome back to the CDL opening weekend, and this is day 2. I'm your host, Veli, rocking the mic with Ali and also Nameless. But in this matchup right here, from what we just heard from Gizmo, he says this is going to be the EU takeover, and with Toronto Ultra, they showed that during the Kickoff Classic, and Nameless, this team, I mean, they look solid. I mean, everything they did just seemed perfect, and even seeing Bance pop off, this looks like the team to beat. Right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bance was the guy last year in the first couple of events where he wasn't playing that great. And then when he put it together, they were lights out top 2 the rest of the season. So out the gates for Bance to be looking like that, that's a good sign. And then Kleenex was really consistent throughout kickoff. And they won that event, right? They were in the last 3 finals and they lost 2 of them. And they get the first dub headed into Vanguard. The teamwork was there. The trends that we saw with this Toronto team last year, they picked back up right where they left off, right? Control was fantastic. Search and Destroy was great. And then the hardpoint seems to have gotten better. The last map we saw them play, they dominated Seattle 250-70 in the most textbook win we've seen in hardpoint so far in the Vanguard season. This team is disgusting, and this Game Fuel featured player, Kleenex, he was the MVP for me at kickoff.
Right, when it comes to Kleenex, I mean, Ali, you talk about this team just being great just as a unit, but all of them, they step up in a big way. And when it comes to the Game Fuel keys of victory, Nameless, what does Toronto got to do to stay on top?
Continue to showcase elite teamwork. They traded 31% of team deaths in Respawn at Kickoff Classic, first overall. The teamwork was on point, and that's a great illustration of what they're doing on the map. And then you can't win hardpoint without locking down hills. 90% hold rate at Kickoff Classic. That is an improvement for Toronto, a team that wasn't the best hardpoint team last year. When they got it done, it was Control and Search and Destroy. And then last but not least, prevent Seattle from quick planting in Search and Destroy. Seattle's planting the bomb 89% of the time, 24 out of 27 rounds. That's very impressive on the side of Seattle. So if Kleenex can get up close and personal and stop that first plant, it could be huge.
Yeah, and looking at the team as a whole, there's no weak spot. They all roll as a group and they dominate as a team. I'm loving what I see from them, and the statement that they made out there in Texas was just phenomenal. But they're gonna have to bring that type of teamwork again, because they're gonna have to go against a bunch of individual stars who are looking to break that all apart. Ali, I'm talking about Seattle Surge. This team is young, they're hungry, and they're ready to win.
Absolutely. I mean, across the board, we've seen what they did yesterday against New York Subliners, a hot 3-0. I mean, this team is set up for success going into this season. We saw in a Kickoff Classic where they shocked everybody on main stage. Pred had his huge debut, Sid being as consistent as ever, and I feel like even accuracy managed to surprise some people. And Mac, again, being a consistent sub player, taking those odd routes, being the objective man, he seriously turned up for me specifically. But when it comes to their Mountain Dew Game Fuel keys to victory, they need to continue to showcase what they showed. They traded 31% of team deaths and Respawn to Kickoff Classic first overall, and they can't win hardpoint without locking down hills. Now, excuse me, that is actually Toronto Ultra's keys to victory. I'm gonna actually read Seattle's now. They can't rely on just winning rotations versus Toronto. They need to break as well, and I completely agree with that. Toronto, again, their teamwork is on par, so Seattle Surge need to make the break in. And at home in map 3, winning 74% of rounds. Only map loss was to Toronto, 3-2 in finals on Tuscan. So again, they are on a bit of a revenge tour when it comes to this squad. And again, overwhelmed Toronto with slaying power, 1.06 overall KD team. That definitely comes in when it comes to Sip and Pred, those two dominant young players.
Yeah, and another thing is Pred got kind of shut down in that last series. I mean, he's been going off every single series they've had other than versus Toronto. He was sitting at a .91, and his engagements were definitely not all the way there. So going to need to see Pred step up when it comes to the matchup versus Toronto. Excited to see if he can bounce back.
All right, well, I'm excited to see this game go down right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day. Miles and Chance, how excited are you guys right now to break this all down?
Very, very excited, Valley. I mean, it's been a ridiculous day of Call of Duty so far, and you know, we talked about this enough in the break, and I have a sort of a sneaky suspicion, my spider senses are tingling, that this could be one of the great rivalries that we see throughout this season, because both these teams are looking fantastic, and if Kickoff Classic was anything to go by, this should be about.
All right, Chance. All right, if you had to make a prediction right now, say it with your chest, big fella. Who's walking away with the dub?
Toronto 3-1 or 3-2, but absolutely I'm going Ultra.
There we go. Let's get it, Chance. You're calling it a 3-1. I actually got the pick'ems in a 3-2, but I'll let you find out who exactly we have in the win there. Over to our first map we go, and it's Tuscan. Maps will be coming away in just a moment. Kick things off with an absolute blast. It is going to be Ultra. Opening kills going their way, and as you can see on Tuscan, there's a bit of a pinch happening here, and already the boys of Seattle trying to get back into this one. And Charles, we saw these two teams go at each other. It was incredible to watch the Kickoff Classic, of course, on LAN. Now we move things over to the online realm. We're trying to set ourselves up for the next major. This should be a treat. And Kleenex, our Game Fueled feature player, now on the approach to the point.
And just to try to get like some of the homework out of the way, yeah, when they played at the Kickoff Classic, outside of that final Berlin, every single map as tight as it could be. Tuscan, though, this is a map that Seattle are 3-0 on. So they're making a claim to be the best Tuscan team in the game, but if there's anyone to take them down, well, Toronto's certainly towards the top of the list. And with a shot like that from Kleenex, well, he was the main guy that was shutting down the SMGs of Seattle. The only times like Pred and Sib have not popped off is when they go against the Tissue.
Issue is an issue. Said it before and we'll certainly say it again. Over to the column we go now, and it is no problem whatsoever for the players of Seattle Surge. They lock this one down well. 3 clean kills go their way. Time still ticking in favor. Bit of a lead to climb back from. Again, the 44 seconds garnered from first point for Ultra. All good. Red, nice work on the back line. Going to find a few more kills. His teammates are getting picked apart coming through the top side now. Sib still locking down that point, soaking up that time. Lovely bit of work over to Pred. Dances the dance of death there with Insight, who does eventually bring him down. But still, all being soaked up very well. This is great stuff out of Surge.
Oh, bro, did you see that from Benjamin Vance, though? He goes on a flank, picks up one, and buys his teammates time. So that is that Toronto teamwork coming out at full display. But at the same time, a bit of an exchange. You make that break, buy your team maybe like 15 seconds that Seattle's not able to get, but it makes that rotation that much more difficult. Cammy found himself in between two. And it looks like more gunfights are coming down. Like number 4, Pred, he's running towards the hill. Cammy just spawns in the back. That can't find one. And Toronto able to lock down those spawns. So that's a nice little break at old and a great rotation to do.
Yep, good fights here. Third hard point is always a bit of a war. Beautiful shots out of Sib. Nice 2-piece. And look out for lots of grenades like that throughout the entire season, friends. Again, the way Vanguard plays, your lethals and tacticals will be extraordinarily valuable. Back over to Kleenex, Game Fuel featured player. Now flying forward. Lovely crosswork there from accuracy. Good shots. But Insight, once again, in the hard point. 20-odd seconds now separating both teams with the final 25 here to be had on Fountain. And Benjamin Band still flying around the map, finding those cut-offs. A chance with about 20 seconds to go. He's got eyes on the next hard point already.
He's thinking slowly about the rotation as well. You can see a couple Seattle players just lingering towards the middle of the map. So Vance happy to take his time. Ooh. They are able to get those final few seconds to scrap, but now they got the pinch basically across the map. ARs on both sides. Vance is going to be side trench. Look at the squad spawns. He gets his teammate to spawn right on top of him. Toronto are going to win the rotation again. The patience of Vance has been perfect this game.
Benny Vance doing what he does best. Fred and Mac, though, finding a couple of kills going forward, and Mac wins a big one upstairs. Top side of the church now is all belonging to Seattle. Mac does win another one, so the Mac attack finding a few more kills, and that's beautiful work. Can Kleenex now try to find the entry through the backside. Good teamwork there. Does sadly bring down his teammate, but hey, we'll hold on to it for now. Last player up for his squad, buying time. Finally takes care of Mac. And now you've got a little bit of space to work with. Here comes Ultra. Almost every door covered here. They've flooded in. They've found the kills. It's not quite a clean break yet. Turn around, lads. They're right behind you as Seattle Surge flood on through. 20 seconds are going to be theirs. And chance, it's 20 seconds of scrap time that Ultra look like they're going to be giving up.
Well, they're going to be giving it up on that rotation, though, and Seattle's going to be there first. So this might be one of the key moments of the game, right? 20-point lead right now for Ultra. Mac, though, the first person for Seattle towards this new hill. And they're setting up waiting for the kills. Pred gets caught on the flank. And now for Toronto, they know the pressure is just inside the hill. Kleenex leading that charge.
Here comes the charge, right through, and it's going to be Mac once again, gets himself a couple more kills. Mac's on an absolute run this map so far, 12 and 8 overall. He's doing a fantastic job. And now pushing the spawners out, trying to make sure that Ultra can't get close, but a little bit of bad timing. CleanX now in from behind, insight through the front, and here comes the wind-up punch. Ultra trying to make their way forward. Shots exchanged in a B5 we go. Cammy on the cuts now. Mac gets brought down as well. Cameron McGilligan finds 3. That's the break. That's Ultra's hard point.
The battle of the hard point we have in our hands, right? Seattle nearly tie up the lead, and as soon as that happens, Toronto, well, they start running the score up just a little bit more. There's another one for Cat. Never mind. I was thinking about kill streaks, and maybe so was he. He got a bit ahead of himself, but nice little bounce back just to fight for that scrap time. And funnily enough, on that rotation, while Seattle's winning the scrap, they got the rotation over towards New as well. They got all their bases covered. Mid-map cut off, Sib able to find 2. And you just see in the kills column, right? Sib and Pred, they have bounced back. They are ready for this match today.
Yeah, they're looking good so far. It's 14-9 now for Sib on a 4 spree. Again, streaks are certainly on the menu. Mac is just disgusting so far. He's playing with real purpose. Bit of a team kill. Sib, though, wow, this is aggressive. Vance will get the read. A nice bit of a stop there of the pace of Sib. He's been absolutely running so far. Fred cut down. Unfortunate timing there on the push. Accuracy can't get much more. The trades are on point. Last player left standing is going to be Cammy. Nice shots, but not enough as the spawns close from Sib. Gotta get that kill. Back at it we go, though, Chance. It is literally non-stop here. And this is just the way Vanguard plays. It is an absolute onslaught at almost all times on every single point.
Yeah, but you see Seattle maybe slowing down the pressure on the point just a little bit. Accuracy, maybe a last-ditch effort. They're causing problems, but you see number 3, Mac. He rotated over towards P5. Seattle, they're making sure that they are very secure for P2. We saw this from Seattle yesterday when they were playing against New York. Their P2 to P3 rotations have been on point. And if not for Toronto, again, we saw Vance making big plays earlier. If they didn't secure that rotation, Seattle would have a much bigger lead. Well, it's deja vu all over again. Similar situation. Ultra, the pressure is on.
Yep, here we go. CleanX in. Shots exchanged. Accuracy, fancy footwork, but not enough to stop the Great Dane as CleanX does manage to find another Cammy. The bodyguard keeping him safe and sound as well. Gets another one. Cammy, beautiful work as well. That was 3 in the feed, but that also keeps CleanX alive at the back for a few seconds. It comes Seattle, though. Through the front, over the top, the pair of them. Another 4 down. Back and forth we go. 2 absolute titans exchanging blows here, Chance. It is a delight watching these 2 teams go at it.
And Seattle are just playing so absurdly fast, right? Pred is rotated over to P1 just to be the cutoff man, but I think now that Acura spawned up, they should know that Toronto is actually going to be here on the rotation. Toronto, they will take that gift of making sure they get the spawns for New because they're down by 30 points, and they will take a free rotation for sure. Looks like no scores or kill streaks, excuse me, coming through just yet. Seattle, they're grouping up for the break.
Here comes the slow hit. Plays through front, and again, no one in the point really just yet. You're trying to fight for the control. Here comes Seattle. They've got numbers. Do they have angles on the fight, though? This could be a bit of a pinch, but Mac managing to find at least one does buy his boys some time. Still, Fred up close and personal now. The MP40 wins against CleanX. Trying to keep the pressure up. And once again, man, he's been real clutch in these fights, staying alive at the right times. And unfortunate timing from Insight, and with that, Seattle, they've got themselves a foothold. Now an opportunity to keep the time going, and it's so scrappy and hard to get this time, Chance. It's only going to be a few seconds before Ultra are back in it, but they're valuable seconds indeed.
Oh, Sim's making plays, though. He gets to the back. That's 4 in a row for him. He's looking for 5. Give it to him. He will take it. 28 in 13. Again, when they played Toronto last time, him and Pred played fine, but that was the only series where these 2 guys were not able to pop off. Look at him now. Pred's on a 5. Sib as well. Both of them showing up. Toronto, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, well, Seattle looking like they're not going to let that happen.
But once again, though, you go straight back to the point. You've got Mac in now, bottom side of Church, finding kills. Insight from upstairs. Peeks in, finds one, and in and out you go. It is just whack-a-mole right now in the Church. Bans from downstairs, finally cleans up 1, can't get the 2. It is non-stop. CleanX now, get in there, son. Can't even get a foothold. Church is wiped out. Seattle Surge back in control.
They are back in control, full speed ahead. Sib reading the cuts every single time that man's name pops up in the feed. He's basically getting 2 in a row. The untradeable on this map. 31, now 32 in 15 again. He will take 2 to the grave every single time before he falls. Sib has put in work on this map. Seattle now just 21 seconds away from winning the game. And again, you talk about the speed that they've been playing every single rotation. Someone's always here. Pred has been the cutoff man. He's pushing out towards New. Seattle, I mean, it's P5. They're looking to win it right here, right now.
Red's got eyes on CleanX. He's not going to time this very well, though. Interesting from CleanX, manages to get it going. Is this the opportunity to make something special happen? The nade's in. It's going to blow up. It's only going to singe the eyebrows of Mac there, but he's going to be alive and kicking. Here comes another hit from Ultra. You got to go, boys. Time's ticking. This is going to be the win here for Seattle, unless you get things going. 5 seconds for the win, and there's no one in position. And Mac's doing a victory lap right now. Map 1 goes to Seattle.
Seattle came into this day 3-0 on Tuscan. Well, that makes it 4-0, a perfect record on the map, a fantastic individual game from Sib. But even across the board, how many rotations do we see from Seattle where 15, 20 seconds in advance, the observer just cut to some guy who's already rotated to do, sitting in a corner and just patiently waiting. They were running the show. They always had the pressure when they needed to. And it really does not hurt that 36 and 17, 4,100 damage. Sib had an absolute feast that map.
I'm on my phone right now. I know it's not very professional, but Sib tweeted something today, 7 hours ago. He said, I think I'll just turn it up a notch today. And my man was not lying. 36 and 17. What an unbelievable performance. 30 of those kills didn't get traded.
Yeah.
Wow.
What? 39 traded kills, more than 80 total kills Toronto had, 81 of the players. I mean, that honestly might be one of the best individual maps we have seen so far this year.
I mean, you were saying that statistically, like, high 70s is quite good. I mean, your man was up there in this case. Wonderful stuff. He had a great day yesterday and ridiculous performance here. Well done, though, from Seattle again. Overall, just to take that map, you know, really put an Ultra to the blade. That was a wonderful run on Tuscan. And, man, that pace, there's not a lot you can do. And I've got no idea what to expect now with this league. Like, I can't wait to see what Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge is going to look like now. I can't believe I'm saying that. I mean, it is 2022, anything can happen, but what a season we're in for, friends. An electrifying start to this matchup. Surge with the dub. Ultra's got a little bit of thinking to do going into the search on Bocage. Coming up in just a moment, of course, Gavutu control following that, and a double dose of Berlin. And if that doesn't cure your ails, I don't know what's wrong with you, friends, because Vanguard is already lit.
And something very interesting about these pick and bans, by the way, is the fact that Berlin Hardpoint actually got through. I mean, if you remember from the Kickoff Classic, that's what Toronto put him in the body bag. It was like 250 to 71, an absurd scoreline. Seattle apparently does not mind. They are happy to run it back, but outside of that, we've talked about Seattle on Gavutu. They are still flawless on that map. They started losing rounds finally, but overall they're still getting dubs, and it'll be very interesting to see whether or not Toronto Ultra can crack that code. But before we get there, Bocage S&D, another map we have seen Seattle have success, but at the same time for Bocage, the same can be said. I think we remember CleanX dropping double digits as well on the map, so it'll certainly be a battle, but Sid looks like he came to play.
He certainly did. I actually think, looking at the maps and bans, like, well, they banned out Gavutu, or Seattle banned Gavutu. I think they're looking at getting a 3-0. They're like, we're not going to Berlin. We're gonna win out on the Gavutu control. I think that might be the game plan. I'm not kidding. But we'll see. Of course, that Search and Destroy is moments away. We're going to Bocage for that one. And yeah, it's been an exciting start today. We've seen a couple of those, and they've been very, very interesting. And I mean, Chuck, like, what can we expect? Like, what we've already seen out of teams earlier today. What should the fans expect going into a Bocage Search and Destroy?
Well, that's actually a very interesting question, because these are two of the teams that seem to have the best understanding of the game. When we saw Seattle play on this map yesterday, they'll almost have like a different idea going into every single round that they play. They'll constantly be able to mix it up. And of course, we know Toronto Ultra, a team that will do their homework, that will pay attention to Seattle when they played this map yesterday. So I think it'll be one of the better S&Ds potentially we've had this year.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, we've seen some different looks there. Of course, I think you did actually get a DM from Accuracy when...
Oh, no, we don't leak DMs on broadcast, Miles. We don't do that at all.
But some people, I've been seeing a lot of leaked DMs recently. There seems to be something wrong with the plumbing around here in the Call of Duty world, because I'm seeing DMs all over the place. It's supposed to be a sacred place where things can be said in absolute confidence, but hey, you lot wouldn't last a day in prison. But here we go. Let's see how Bocage handles up. As the boys of Ultra, again, Search and Destroy has been a game mode that they've been particularly proficient at. Teamwork being the name of the game there, and their squad that has it by the absolute ton. See if they can't find something special here at that series. Because again, while these matches, you know, we're getting ready for Major 1, this is all to sort of handle the seeding going into that one. Again, if you haven't got your tickets already, if you are going to come, head on down to the Call of Duty League website and get yourself a ticket. We'll see you at the Optics Texas Major. It gonna be lit, friends. I can guarantee you that. But here we go. Into Bocage. I wonder if we'll see any snipes, Chance.
Yeah, he sat on my lap for a little while and then got bored.
I mean, Dashy obviously showed off that, like, while it's not going to be the best map in the world, actually, he's a sniper on. Certainly viable. You can certainly make plays Riverside with it. I don't necessarily expect either one of these teams to make that play. Also, it's worth pointing out, both of these teams have been hyper effective at getting the bomb down. They'll both play the objective. Kleenex gets that first blood, and they catch Pred hunting for that next kill. Toronto, a massive advantage in the round.
Just watching those 4 arrows across the minimap, they have gone from one side of the map to the other incredibly fast. Bocage helping there, but the teamwork and the synergy incredibly proficient. Fast plant, Insight finds another one, almost getting the last as well. Mac now 1v4 technically, and he take care of the remaining 3 players and defuse the bomb. Question that he will soon answer for us, because here comes the fight. The jig is up, he's in mid-map, they've surrounded him, and they have squeezed the life out of Mac Ultra round 1.
And just a very strong setup from the start of the round, right? Kleenex gets that first blood. Pred, who was just hunting down for that trade. Well, someone for Toronto was there to watch their teammates back. So teamwork on point. And again, both of these teams, even on this map, again, incredibly effective at actually getting that bomb down. They are very objective-minded, even on Bocage. You see Toronto is the same thing, right? Get a couple kills. Don't waste any bit of time. Don't let them readjust on defense. Get the bomb down as quickly as possible. Seattle will look to do something similar.
Almost hit a pigeon with that stun. I wonder what happens if you actually do land it. Here we go. Kleenex got eyes on. Stun check on top of the bomb is going to definitely tag those players' ears up. Predator reach out. Manages to get around the corner. Oh, spots an Insight out and about. Does take his head off. And the rest of his teammates get gunned as well. So now 1v4 for Kleenex. Our game field featured player. On a 2 spree right now. Accuracy. Oh my God. Kleenex don't care. Tagged up, fly straight at him. Good coverage from the rest of Surge, but oh my word, if Accuracy had stayed atop gate there, Chance, he would now be dead.
That is very true. I mean, Kleenex definitely has the beamer. There's no doubts about that. And I think Accuracy had that fear in mind to make sure to not give anything away. But that is how Seattle likes to play. Again, hyper aggressive, going to get the bombs down. Mac had a very nice read of, I think once he got near the site, just making sure he doesn't get killed off bomb. But as soon as he finds that first blood, then again, boom, 0 time wasted. Seattle as aggressive as can be.
That's what she said.
Toronto back in the attack. Once again, leaning towards this A site. I think Ultra mixed the pace up a fair bit more. You see Kleenex is already up in this corner. He's got the teammates working with him, but Toronto a little bit more happy to take their time.
So they've got eyes on at least a few. Pred now is going to back them up with the nades. Slides out. Pred does get it. That's Kleenex out of the round. 4v3, Pred with the immediate readjustment there. It's covering the iron. Sib, big win up close and personal there with the automaton. Cammy waiting for the push, but both players very patient. Cammy cut down by Accuracy. It's a beautiful round from Surge. Early information gained in the middle of the map, Chance, and they are going to have their way with Benjamin Bance.
Every single round we've had so far has left somebody in a 1 versus 4.
It really
Bance gifted for the first one, but this is, nearly impossible. Seattle has to throw this away, and you can see they got somewhat of a triangle set up across the map. As soon as they get any sort of information, Bance should be dead to rights. He gets spotted, taken down in another nearly flawless round out of Seattle. Gonna go up 2-1, and again, it's just good plays, right? You had Toronto. They were trying to push up the pace. Sid and Pred delivering where they slightly struggled last time they played Toronto Ultra. They have so far turned up on the day.
It's not looking bad. And Ultra certainly been slowed there. It's not an easy thing to do on Bocage, like a 1v3, 1v4 situation, but I thought Seattle was worried for a moment that they were quite isolated in those fights, so Ben could pick them off 1 by 1, you never know, but for now, a single round advantage goes the way of Surge. Over towards A once again. Here come the lethals and tacticals over the top of these roofs. And already, Chance Accuracy first blood.
Yeah, he finds a nice pick over towards B, and it looks like the call from Seattle is to, well, try to wrap the bomb back that direction. Accuracy gets caught, though, so basically back to a standard 3v3 over towards this A site. So business as usual. Nade's coming out. Bance has the information. Someone's near the bomb. Mac looks like he's going for the plant.
It's a dead nade in there. Can't kill Mac. Kleenex, what can you do? You're going to get the bomb at least, but now it's a 1v2. Sib and Pred versus Insight. Insight managed to make it a 1v1, and this is going to be a spicy one indeed. Dead Silence does get refreshed from that kill. Sib on the hunt. Oh my word, it's a slow and steady angle. Oh, what a shot from Sib. Oh, baby. And that reaction will tell you everything you need to know about how he felt about that fight. Well, he was pretty cool about that one, but damn, I thought Insight had it. Feeling good after that 1v1 win. Great read. And a fantastic round again from Seattle.
I mean, that's just the Bieber right there. All right, Sib, we got to get his settings. I mean, Insight had first shot, had the good read as well, but Sib, taking it to him. And keep in mind, last year at the start, when we started seeing Insight play, S&D was his wheelhouse. He was the clutch machine, and he's certainly been great this year as well, but that new blood certainly ready to go toe-to-toe. Toronto mixing things up once again. Insight maybe working his way over towards Gate, but Ultra back to that sort of S&D style they like to have, feeling out the round.
It's incredible to see our rookie of the year, essentially last year, now going up against a definite candidate for this season and choosing the other foot now. Less than a minute to play within this round. Sib looking for something. Fred, it's well fed on the first kill. Backs on up. Sib's going to have the trades as well. That's 7 on 5. We're going to make it 6, and he's feeling himself very aggressive. On the other side of the map, there's going to be a big kill there from Insight. So now, slowly, Insight, the 1v3. This is for the ace, and he's going to need this round as the team is starting to bleed out. A 4-1 comeback is not an easy thing on Bocage.
Ultra just needs some sort of life, right? I mean, they've got just bullied out every single round outside of, like, what, round number 1. Been picked apart, left in bad situations. Someone's got to make a play, and I think he slid a little bit too loud, but these are first and maybe had some information, but Seattle are there. They have everything covered. The setup's too clean. And this has been a dominant game of Bocage S&D thus far. Seattle has certainly came to play.
Just like Seattle, when you watch that minimap, as soon as it was like, cool, 3v1, all the positions they got to had a line of sight covered, and they were in a spot to trade each other's kills. I mean, that is just, that synergy there so fast. Immediately knew how to handle the situation, even with a rough idea of where Insight was in that 1v3. These boys have done their homework, I'll tell you that. Here we go, 4-1 here on Bocage. Just starting to get a little bit dangerous here. And this is an interesting opener now from Cammy, mixing things up in a big way. That stun's not going to help the case, as he's still on the donut. We'll see if the snipe would come through, but chance, it's the fight over towards A is still going to be more important.
A lot of pressure on A, absolutely. I will say accuracy just took a nice off angle. I don't know if Cammy's going to make the read, and it looks like you have to go back for a reset. But you have 2 players for Seattle, including the bomb, that are sitting in like back grandmas.
Oh my.
This is a very interesting map spread Seattle has.
It's very interesting timing. Here comes the timing from Cammy as well. Oh, beautiful shots from accuracy. Takes care of the sniper. Pred now the inside. Kleenex last player left up. What can he do? The answer is starting to present itself to us. Not a win in sight. Wow, Surge. A little bit of good timing. Bad luck from Cammy on the peaks with the snipers, but Seattle, an unwavering nerves. They nail that round once again, and this is map point to go up 2-0 in the series.
And look, I really like the way accuracy is playing around the sniper, right? He's taking off angles like deep in river. He ends up getting that kill. But more importantly, it is Pred shooting people in the back. You could have a montage of this guy finding the routes to get behind enemy lines and just setting himself up for easy kills. I mean, it's so consistent. He has been able to pull this off. And now Cammy, the guy that was a menace in the S&D on Tuscan last time they played Seattle, has yet to find a single kill, and accuracy gets the first blood.
Here comes the absolute war over by Tanks and Mac. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone. That's game. Wow. And the elation on the Surge faces tells you need to know there. Pred's like, yeah, that worked out great. Mac is a couple of fist bumps, and that is stunned the Ultra boys. Mac hit the wrap through mid so fast, cuts them out, no questions asked whatsoever. An easy round indeed, and Toronto Ultra will be scratching their chins after that one. Surge go up 2-0.
And look, man, after the kickoff classic, I think Mac had like the 3rd highest overall like kills per round in S&D. He's been the pop-off guy, but that is everyone across the board. Accuracy 8-2. He was finding first blood. Sib 5-1. I mean, the man still has basically never been killed in the past 2 maps, but everybody for Seattle delivering. I mean, the question we had for them yesterday when they were playing against New York was, have the teams that were beneath them at kickoff caught up? Well, they 3-0'd New York, so the answer was no, the teams beneath them have not caught up. Today, the question for Seattle is, well, have they caught up to the only team that performed better at the kickoff? And the answer apparently is a resounding yes. 2 dominant maps back to back. And frankly, they're making it look easy.
They are indeed. And again, for those following at home, yes, this is a very fast series indeed. Gavutu control. Now we go to a favorite for Seattle Surge, it has to be said. And Oh, baby, this is a fast one. Chance to shoot and bias. And Cammy, again, not a good look from him. 0-6. Again, not 007. That's Alec Trevelyan, which is 006. If you've seen GoldenEye, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We're going to throw in a quick commercial break so you can Google that fact and make sure that I'm correct. When we come back, Gavutu Control, more Call of Duty League action coming your way.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was hilarious, 100%. I'm not gonna lie though, the other one that you sent me the other day was a lot better. I loved the one that you sent me. That one, bro, that one I was like dying watching. So, but the last one I watched definitely wasn't bad at all for sure.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Seattle Surge find themselves up 2-0 in the series, and once again, it's this guy going absolutely insane so far. I mean, this is just through 2 maps. Chance 41 and 18 in the KD. My man Sib is absolutely disgusting at Call of Duty Vanguard.
Yeah, he's out here playing a pub. Like, it's not just a 2.28 KD, 266 damage per life. I think, generally speaking, a good amount of damage per life is like just above 100. Like, if you're between 100 and 130, you're feeling pretty good. Man is like doubled that, and he's basically asleep or frozen. Maybe that's the strat, though. In between maps, just free yourself cryogenically, and you can stay 18 forever.
Man, that's a lot of
yeah, that one.
Nitrogen.
Bro,
how do you, I don't know how you freeze yourself
the
in
one
that
with
sort
the
of
Omnis
The
one
guy's
just
staying cool,
fucking just
ice
sent
cold.
me.
He's got the man next to him to help out, I suppose.
I mean,
But here we
just
go
sent me.
into our Gavutu control. It's a bit of Mac love there. I know it looks like Berlin, but it's actually Gavutu fans. Just it's on your end. It's your
when it
your
rains
brain.
just enough. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, your brain's playing tricks on you. You fools. But here we go. Mac has had a whale of a series as well. I got a couple of tweets in the break as well about Mac. You know, we've been sleeping on Mac. I'm like, mate, no one's been sleeping on Mac. He's unbelievable. But he's certainly found his footing there. It's not easy to shine when you're dealing with, you know, Pred and Sib on your team, also picking up all those kills. But Mac's been having a good time. Indeed. Here we go, Gavutu control. And for the betting friends among us, this is going to be a very favorable map for the Seattle Surge. Let's get it, Chance.
I mean,
oh, God!
Hey, no! That's not that is a team, or not a team kill, excuse me. That is, by the way, the nades from Surge, just connecting on a barrel. So good nades out of Surge for those first 2 kills that they are not granted. But they are 9-2 in round count on this map. New York is the only team that has pushed them at all, and even still, they were able to clutch up. So Toronto, I'm very curious as whether or not they can solve this puzzle. But Sib takes 3 to the grave before he falls again. The man is a walking 2-piece at minimum.
Over towards the ship we go. Slow capture on A. Stop the clock. Insight now on the slow rotate, looking for a couple of kills either side. And his teammates are doing a great job. They have managed to win the battle of the boat, and now with the numbers going their way, they're going to hold on for the time being. 23 live, Seattle Surge, make it 22 even side. Over towards A again. Trying to make sure that that ship stays as watertight as it literally can. And no, that's impossible, given all the holes in it. But I'll tell you what, those Toronto boys are going to try.
Oh, they've certainly got the map coverage. Maybe P1's going to be open just a little bit. You see Sib actually making somewhat of an approach over towards B, but meanwhile, Ben, he's thinking about spawn kills. He's able to find Pred, and now he's the guy that can just roam around, find all the kills, but the comms are there. Seattle ready for it. It just trades back and forth, and Toronto just doing a very solid job on defense, right? Taking care of business, making sure no one's slipping through, making sure Cammy maybe can heat up just a little bit off the game 2 performance. This has been a fairly dominant, but also fairly standard round of control so far. Toronto taking care of business on defense.
Back from the dead. Cammy is, as he's managed to bounce himself wonderfully into this game, and the round is done. Ultra will win the first defense. Now, defense on Gavutu is very favorable. You know, you've got that perfect trap setup where you can keep him pinned to the backside of the tower. For now, we're going to see Seattle Surge have their crack at it. We saw what they did to the New York subliners, and it was hideous. Will they be able to do the same to their Canadian rivals?
And it'd be fun to see, by the way, what Toronto can actually cook up together on offense, right? I think Toronto, obviously one of the more creative teams that we have. This is the first time we've seen them on Gavutu, so I think that mini-map from their perspective might turn out to be very interesting, but for the moment, it is 4 players stacked up in and around this ship. The ladder gunfight, Insight's able to win in accuracy. He does this constantly, where he pushes through P1 to be the cutoff man, but unfortunately for him, his teammates are busy getting spawn killed.
His teammates are going through it. Let's see what that sounds like. Let's go for a quick listen in with Seattle Surge.
He went for ring stairs. He's going to bring on you. Never mind, I got him.
What's up, Clip? One on time.
I'm
spawn killing these kids.
I'm trying mid-side point. Where's P5? Tetris, let's go.
They spawn P4 side.
Kill him, P5, boom, P5 dead. The giant.
I have Cliff, guys.
Benson point. He's outside hole.
One more front. They're mid-tank.
I need a point.
They're mid-tank, Phoenix. I'm going ring. Yeah.
I don't see him mid. I'm trying to aim top left.
You have ring, yeah?
Yeah, I have ring. I give it up. I'm good. Some point. Be top right. I'm aiming top right.
Are we fighting this right now?
Yeah, we are. I'm hitting mid.
One's on me, low B.
Wait, flick it off. I kill him. One's hole.
On me, low B inside.
I'm coming.
He's on B, on the boat.
It's top right boat. Or Clifford said, I don't know.
On the boat. One's on B, he's on B.
Top boat. I'm pushing it. I'm needing him.
I hit him, Mac, I hit him.
I didn't hit him.
I'm pushing him, bro.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Let me be Cliff.
One more close shot.
I didn't hit him. He's just standing. I stand it.
Rock one shot.
Yeah, listen, I'm running this spawn. I don't have Cliff right now. I'm trying to help you be
Nice, I'm going A.
They're going A, guys, for sure.
Okay. I'm coming in.
I'm behind one Cliff, okay?
One's on A.
Okay.
Can you kill that kid or no?
I'm trying.
On team.
All B on me. Oh, one B on B. On A.
Top boat, clean up.
I'm pushing on right. I'm pushing up on the bounce.
One's mid boat, one's gonna go.
No way, he wrapped deep. Okay, Vance is just got the top rank.
One's in that spawn, clean next, low right boat tank.
Toronto Ultra here on offense, 17 lives to the 10 of Surge, and they've only got B to worry about. The onslaught continues, Chance.
It is worth pointing out, by the way, I thought those were great comms. I love like the conversational aspect of it. That being said, obviously the round Ultra have just been piecing. They have 1 minute and 25 seconds either to get 9 kills or to actually capture that point. They have plenty of map pressure. Oh no, Civ though, what gun does he have? He gets 2. How does he do it?
I don't really understand what happened there. Did his gun jam? Did he? What?
It's World War II.
It is.
Ran it outside and everything.
That adds to the mystery. There's 1 minute now remains, and Insight takes care of accuracy. Gets himself a little bit closer towards that B zone. Does have his teammates to back him up. Vance is going to be the player up close. Finds it with a pistol. And here we go, flying forward. Automaton in hand. 51 seconds remaining on the clock, and they're going to get themselves right on top of that point.
Yeah.
Vance with a covering fire. His teammates finding kills all over the map. Cammy's got the middle covered, and here comes the push. Over to Benjamin Vance. First segment gone. His defending teammates have fallen. It now comes down to just he and Insight, and they are doing a wonderful job. Fred, last up for his team. They've managed to secure it, and it is an offensive round win. It's 2 back-to-back for Ultra.
And that is as dominant as you could possibly ask for on offense, right? Like we were hearing the comms from Seattle. Again, I thought they were doing a pretty good job, but Ultra just pouring on the pace. They are like stopping the clock, getting one body on A, setting up for some spawn kills, having those constant engagements. And that really is the key. Like if you capture A and you have 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock and you've already taken care of, what was it, like 20 lives from the opponent?
Yeah, it's pretty much over, dude.
You are feeling you've put yourself in a very good spot. All 4 players across the board positive for Ultra. They're already queued up for a potential round 5 as well. If it even gets there, they should get defense. So this is as good as it gets for the Ultra if they're thinking about that reverse sweep.
We'll start things off quite well. Slow, steady defense. Sid, nice moves. Not enough to get any more out of that, though, but he does give Fred now an opportunity to get onto that point. Trying to get the cap in early. Trying to stop that time. He's out. He's right in the Kleenex, and so far, so good. Seattle Surge, they are still maintaining pressure here. Ultra still keeping that top side of ship safe and sound. Mac now dealing the damage, the dent there in the armor. Vance is up. Somehow stays alive. Pred's here as well. And Vance still dancing on top ship side. Insight's got mid-map covered now. And oh my, what an interesting turn this is as Ultra. A big defensive look from them. Vance has now turned from defense to pure offense. Whoa, nearly got Sim as well.
I think maybe number 2, the only guy right now for Seattle to make a play. That is very much a moment for Ultra, by the way, where it's just good communication. Pred actually slipped through, but they hunted him down and make sure no craziness is going to happen. Ultra, obviously a team that makes very few mistakes. There's pressure over towards B. They're looking for the kills. Accuracy, though, is here. Insight the next man up. Shout out to FMJ. He does get that kill. And I think Seattle might just go back towards A, leave 1 man on this point, try to find as many kills as possible. Trying to put something together on this offensive round. That even if they capture it, they will not have quite as much time as what Ultra had the last go around, so Ultra's still not in a terrible spot.
Yeah, not bad at all. Surge with a slight life lead as well for now, starting to make that look even better. Nice 3 kills going their way. Cammy caught out, not a chance in hell. Nor for Pred there, beautiful stuff.
Oh, here we go.
This is big, this is it. The trap's potentially set now. This is the offensive spawn trap they've got going here. Pred, it's on him to find at least 1 here. Can't get it done. Bad timing, unfortunate for him. Mac on the pinch. There you go. Kills come through. Oh my. 7 lives left for Ultra. And Surge, they should be able to capture B here.
Oh no, Macness's movement up though. He still wins the first gunfight, and Accura's still on the point, so you got the coverage. By the way, you have a 6-life lead, so it is the exact same thing we saw last round. Anything Toronto can do, Seattle says we can do better. No respawns remaining. You got 1.5 minutes. Seattle, they have just done the work in the kills column. Finish off the final 3, and you're good to go. By the way, that is a very nice dent to have in the kills deficit to try to catch back up. Again, just thinking about that potential round 5.
Beautiful nade from Mac there to finish the kill, and Sib has managed to take care of 2 of the final members of Toronto Ultra, help with the 3rd. But Cammy, fighting tooth and nail, not able to get it done. And Seattle Surge, they get on the board. It is 2-1.
May very well have a game on our hands. I mean, obviously we do. I suppose would be the better way to say it. I'll show you the math. I think right now it's +4 for Toronto. And it'd be interesting as well because this is the most offensive rounds we have really seen on a Gavutu. So Toronto might be able to set up the exact same thing. Like, that is the system. That is how you win offenses on this map. It is that very slow capture. You almost never want to stack the point unless you have the opportunity to stack B a little bit later on. But you were just trying to drag those lives down as much as possible. An opening break coming through. No nade kills again. You see accuracy on the map doing the exact same thing. He will always go on these pinches. And the gunfights around the boat, well, trades for the moment.
Oh, Cammy, nice snap. Not able to get any more. His teammates there to help out. Beautiful stuff from Ultra here right off the rip. They did manage to win an offensive round before. Let's see if they can do it again. Cammy, nice shots again with the 21-17 overall now. Here comes his next opponent. Pred's in. Great teamwork once again from Ultra. All angles covered. First segment A cleaned up. They've still got a few more to deal with. We've pushed through docks now. Sib leading the kills and the charge. Cammy's up next, and again, Sib, they're just walking straight into his automaton. Bance is here as well, then A-Dub over the top, and it is exceptional play. And Sib, right off the back of this, patience. They are literally walking into his gun. 3 kills go his way, and that is A control back in the hands of Surge.
In accuracy, by the way, he has been here the entire time. I don't know exactly how many shots he's tagging into players, but at the very least, he is feeding all of this information to his teammates, making it very clear that they are all going to be pushing up through the cliff side of things. And Sid, by the way, again, has not slowed down a single bit. I think he was 26-16. Kleenex with some interesting timing, able to find that kill on Mac, but he's the most aggressive player on the map. He gets chopped down. Seattle, they have just controlled this map, by the way. Another 2 in the feed for Sib, 28-17.
If they keep it going, it's going to be Sib, top ring now, trying to find the players of Toronto coming in off spawn. 20-17, you called it. We'll see if that number changes a lot in the next 20 seconds. This is to put us into a final round for Seattle Surge. Ultra trying to go forward. Nice shots from accuracy at range. A lovely angle to be covering that top mid push. Does manage to let Kleenex get by. We will see if Sib picks that up off spawn. But for now, the defensive line holds. I don't think anyone's going to make the play here. We're trying to get defense for Ultra right now. They're not looking to give away any more lives. They lose a couple. Oh, chance. Final round. Against defense.
I was doing the math in my head. I'm not even kidding. I think it's tied. I think literally towards the final moments there, Seattle was down by 1. I think Sib found the kill. 1 gets traded out, but Matt gets the final one. I think we're tied, and I'll be honest, I don't know what the tiebreaker actually is.
I think it's it comes down to, I mean, we just decide it arbitrarily. So we'll give it to, I don't know.
We'll give it to Seattle defense.
We've not been it yet. Yeah, we'll give it to Ultra. There you go. See, I knew it. There you go. Straight in we go. Another final round here. This is the match life for Toronto Ultra. Seattle Surge, this is for a clean 3-0, and what a decisive 3-0 it almost was up until the control. But already, things looking good for them. They've got a lot of players stacked over towards A. They're finding the kills. Mac, great timing, beautiful shot. Into the backside there. Bance can't quite get another one inside. Is he saved the A progression now? Not for too much longer. First segment gone, and Pred now looking to put the dagger in the back of Ultra.
And we have said quite a few times, Ultra don't make mistakes. Ultra always aware of this, but for the moment, it doesn't look like they are. Pred has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on him. That's a 4 speed for him. And again, he can just set up for these spawn kills. Manipulate a fight inside of the spawn.
God.
There's number 5. He's thinking about kill streaks that he cannot get. But again, it is that life disparity. Seattle are plus on 3. They capture that point. They have 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So much time to work with.
Plenty of time. Only a 3 life lead. Ultra now desperately trying to buy themselves a bit of space. Couple of kills going their way right off the rip.
Accuracy, by the way, he was just standing behind Bance for the longest time. I don't know what was going on from his point of view, but eventually finds the kill. That was just very strange on the minimap. But either way, you see the idea. Accuracy is responsible just for drawing a little bit of attention while all of his teammates are pushing up through the ship side of the map. As soon as they start making noise, he makes that slow approach. But right now, the pressure's on his teammates. Look at accuracy. Set it up. That goes for the flank. Only takes down 1. It looks like accuracy gets dealt with. Ultra. So far, so good. Keeping that map control.
Max desperately trying to stay alive here. Beautiful shots out of Kleenex there. Keeping the ring control going their way. Pred now. First in. Shots are up. Oh, Bance though. Great coverage there as the kills come through. Once again, Ultra only down by 1 life now. Cammy, full awareness. There is a player behind him. And it's Sib. Sib wins another big gunfight. Now the flank is open. Sib on a 4 spree. Once again, as he has killed his way across Gavutu now. You have to be still looking at the time. Over a minute now passed. And again, Ultra have done a wonderful job keeping this one safe and secure. And it's Cammy going to be the man on the back watching that flank.
And it's just such a good setup from the Ultra, right? It's basically two players living over towards P1, someone just floating in the back. You know the pressure is going to be coming from that full flank. That is what Cammy is responsible for. His teammates getting the tight spawn, calling out players towards P1. They have to know they're getting flanked. There's no shot that they don't.
Yeah, it's just reposition now and try to, you know, manage the damage. Fred, eyes on, good shots from Kleenex from the bush. Max are trying to cook him out with that nade. You still have that long line. You see the white arrows of Toronto Ultra across that map, trying to make sure no one gets in. Sib, he's in. Dealt the damage, slides on out. Bit of a dead slide from him. Slight mistake there. Max won the fight on the flank as well. 25 seconds. Ultra have to hold on. 13 lives apiece. But you have the members of Surge in position. How many more kills can Mac get? Time keeps on slipping. 15 seconds now. Kleenex trying to stay alive. Every single second counts at this point for Ultra. Kleenex, hold this line down. Finds himself one. You've got yourself Seattle on the point. Ants and Kleenex now nades out. Chance if they get this kill, it's going to open the clock once again. It could come down to Cammy. The push now from Ultra flying forward. Max got two. He's on a 4 spree. Mac keeps getting the kills. Accuracy. He does get dropped. Clock ticks once again. 10 seconds now. Cammy on the push, and that could be it. We could be going to a game 4, and surely now Ultra have managed to survive. Seattle, no lives left, no time left, and Ultra, 2 defensive rounds seal the deal. But that one offense, man, that made the difference. We're going to another hard point.
Just an absurd game. It's worth pointing out, by the way, that defense from the round 5. I don't know exactly how it works, but if you remember off the opening break, the double nade kill that Seattle got on the barrels, that they don't get credit for those kills.
Oh,
I think I did the math right, and I think it was tied going into the round 5. So just a wild set of circumstances that set up Toronto for that final round where they just had the ice. They just had a setup that was too strong. I mean, the amount of pressure that they were able to keep on P1, just constantly making sure Seattle not able to open things up. And that's off the back, by the way. Sib had another blinder of a map, 27 non-traded kills, 34, leading the lobby again. But in spite of that, Ultra hold on and remain to be the only team that is able to take Seattle down on control.
Yeah, they've certainly got whatever it is, the certain kryptonite to Seattle Surge's super performances there on control. But here we have a look at the highlights, and again, kudos to Cammy, certainly bouncing back from the dead after that tough performance in the Search and Destroy. And again, Ultra, first 2 rounds, they were absolutely delightful. Again, kills department, how fast they played it. They had a lot of time to work with on offense. It was very, very special stuff. The following 2, all Surge. I mean, this really is watching 2 great teams here on Vanguard go at each other. Same on the Tuscan. 4 down a piece, 4 down the other side. Great bit of time, 4 down. It wasn't until Seattle Surge managed to finally find that pace that the lead actually changed. We're in for a good year, mate. This was a wonderful control from both sides, and plenty of tricks, I feel, still up their sleeves.
I mean, well, some of the tricks that were on display, right? Like a lot of times when Seattle have success on this map, it's especially when Pred is able to get in the back spawn on offense. But any single time someone from Seattle was trying to make the play, Toronto Ultra, even if it took an extra couple lives to make sure it happened, they were just flooding their own spawn, making sure to clear out all those like late flankers out and making sure nothing gets away from them. And really just Ultra, again, doing their homework. Their comms are always clean and taking care of business. What started out as just a lightning fast series, I think that control was probably longer than the first 2 maps combined, but that is just a long delayed setup for Ultra. Slowly working to the better part of the series. We go to Berlin, a map where they beat Seattle 250-71 to finalize the Kickoff Classic. So, you know, Ultra feeling confident in a happy spot, but at the same time, Seattle, they look like they've improved. I'm not expecting another 100-point club at all.
No, I wouldn't either. And again, like when you think back to the success that they had back at Kickoff Classic, I mean, Kleenex was playing quite literally out of his skin. So I do wonder, again, like how much preparation has Surge put into that game mode that was clearly a weaker of their very impressive pool anyway. I'm curious to see how this one goes down, because genuinely, looking at the picks and bans, I really think Seattle was like, we get this done in 3. We've got a very strong opener. Search and Destroy is going to be banging. And baby, come on, Gavutu. Now that we've seen the plot twist, the big plot twist, the top 10 anime betrayal with Gavutu going towards Ultra, now I think we do have a very different looking series in our hands. And I'm not going to lie, the pick'ems need it. It's been a good day so far for your boy Ross. I don't know about you, mate, but I need a game 5 in this one.
I mean, well, I will certainly take a game 5 at the very least. Some of the game 5s we've had, which obviously that would be the Optic series, was phenomenal. As good of a series as you could really expect to have. But now we go to Berlin, and again, it was the 100-point club last time. But the way that Seattle are able to play Tuscan, where they always have someone that is set up on rotation, where they're always 15, 20 seconds like ahead of the game, Berlin plays out vaguely similarly. So I think they're going to make the adjustments. I think Seattle are going to come to play. And honestly, with the way Sib has been shooting, he's the man that Toronto needs to shut down.
Yeah, he's had 2 exceptional respawns. I mean, I can't wait to see the stats at the end of this, man. Like, his untraded kills have been real good. He went huge in the control despite the L. We'll see, though. We'll see. Again, Berlin hardpoint coming up after this one. And we do have to go to the game 5. It is Berlin Search and Destroy as well. More on that later as we get through this very, very exciting series. We were in for one hell of a day, Chance. We saw the schedule. We knew the games were going to be great. We didn't quite know how great they were going to be. If you've watched this all from the start, thank you for sticking this one around. It's been a real joy so far. Again, that first map, you know, watching Paris Legion take it to Atlanta FaZe, very exciting. And of course, the Ravens with a wonderful upset on Optic. That was exciting as hell to watch. But there we go. We're almost ready to get into Berlin, and we'll see if the drama will continue here in the Call of Duty League. We're not even in the first major yet, and I am sweating. I know Jeremy Stud's sweating. He's tweeting about it. I don't know what you can do about that, Jay. Paper towels at all times. I have a little towel next to me just in case of any kind of spillages. If I spill game fuel anywhere, you know what I'm saying? I'm prepared, brother. I'm prepared.
I'm glad you're prepared. And again, I hope both of these teams are prepared, even more so. Maybe less about the sweat and more about the rotos, but we'll see how it goes. Seattle, just based on the spawn that they get, they will get to the hill first because that's a thing. So the question is for Toronto, how do they want to approach this? If you keep in mind for the Ravens, the way they got to this hill, they bullied it out for the instant break. This time, though, Mac takes down 2 off the opening rip. Accuracy able to get a couple. And then, of course, Sib always wins his ones. Seattle, that early advantage.
Gonna reposition now, trying to get themselves back into the point. Seattle with a bit of a clean setup. But Cammy, howdy, makes his way in from behind to get a couple of kills across the board. Mac, though, a little too hot on the trigger. Back over towards Clinics, our Game Fuel featured player here in the respawns. Trades out with Mac. Good job. Insight, though, man alive, that pistol is something. Trying to get back on towards the point, and it's an opening decent amount of time here going the way of Seattle Surge. Kills looking good. They are going to get the final few seconds there, as again, won't be contested over too hard. That's going to go the way of Ultra. Rotation's already down, and that's Toronto's as well.
Oh, he doesn't know it yet. Pred actually might have just let one by. Number 5 on the map, Bance might be able to make a play for his team. Pred gets caught, and you see Bance picking up 1, and now he's got Sib back down, takes care of 2. So that is an efficient setup. That Toronto, they should be on point.
Kleenex got 5 there. He was on point picking up time. He takes care of Pred in mid. He spins on accuracy. Now he's still going. Can these 2 players do something about clearly? Yep, there they can. I was going to say Sib's got it. Nails it. Big shots either way. They're going to find those kills. You still have hardpoint going the way of Ultra. Insight. Far forward he is. Good shots. That little crack in the window. All his to work with. Finds himself a couple more now. Eyes on the cross. Here comes Mac. Definite eyes in. Tags there is all good. See if his teammates can take care of that. As the assault continues here on the mail room, and Insight is still trying to find these kills.
Insight's trying to make plays. Unfortunately for him, though, his teammates are actually losing all the gunfights around the point, so he's forced to rat back. So that is going to slow down the rotation from Ultra a fair bit. Vance is the most aggressive one on the map, but for Ultra, I mean, they basically have nobody here. He's trying to make a solo play, can't quite take care of it, and they're not going to be able to block those spawns either. Seattle, they are down by 20, but they are set up on the money hill, ready to try to tie this game up.
We'll see if they can find it. It's Cash Money out of accuracy on point. That's 3 in a row. Phoenix, though. Man, okay. It's Berlin. Oh, it's Pred. He's eaten 2 of them. The teammates are going to clean him up as well. And what a spot to be in, though. Couldn't catch Bance. Very slippery. Bance catches another one. Back now from the outside window. Here comes the exchange of nades. Through the windows they go. Bance once again sees a cheek. Whose butt's that? Cleans one up. Bance finds another kill. If not for Cammy, we may have even more members of Ultra there on point. What an unbelievable string of plays from Benjamin Vance.
And look at the setup, by the way. It's not only they have this pressure in the hill, they got players in fire, so they might be able to catch these players off rotation. Number 6 spawns up for Ultra. He's got the free rotation over towards New. You're trying to lock down this scrap time in Ultra. It's what, a 30-point lead in your setup for the new hard point. And I think, what, number 4, Pred, the only player that can even cause problems. But Cammy, I mean, he's set up, ready to go. Ultra, they just played that last hill perfectly. They might have set themselves up long term.
Pred was a big one. A little bit of help from his teammate there now to make their way forward, but it's trades out. Cammy's last player left up. Spawn's not that close. We'll see if the Ultra reinforcements can get there in time. Sib's on 4. Now posted up, top of the tank. He's basically a tank himself right now as he keeps on finding these kills. Still 4 on a spree. Can't quite watch all of it, but his teammates are doing a wonderful job. Chance, we've got 30-ish seconds now remaining on this point. Mac's going to get a couple more as the angles now Seattle have got to work with over that point should be starting to pay off for him. But okay, Ultra, beautiful stuff.
And very nice kill from Kleenex just to keep his teammate alive. And that is the final 20 seconds that Seattle actually looks like they're thinking about going for the fight. Pred's still nearby, but Ultra, they have enough pressure, making sure that that scrap time, no sort of craziness happens. But now we go in towards this middle hill that is incredibly difficult to actually hold any bit of time on. Basically push out both the wings of the hill. Kleenex got one side, nice coverage from Toronto on the left. But if you can collect, if any team ever gets more than 30 seconds on this hill, give them a medal.
That's a really nice two-piece out of Mac, by the way. Nice one to just slow down those players approaching the hard point, and now you've got a lot of control. Look at that. Speaking of the wings, here's Pred on the left-hand side. He's going to be taking care of the players coming through now, baiting in the push. Full HP, here comes the play. Nice slides, breaks Bantz's ankles. There's a couple more to be had here, and he's got the reinforcements as well, but timing. It might pay off for Pred, and there could be streaks here if he can keep this little dance going. Insight by the point, lovely kills again. Still, well, Pred gets taken care of. There it was. I thought that may have been the moment, but no. Ultra somehow find themselves in the driver's seat. Still, exceptional teamwork.
And Ultra have a very contained setup as well. You see the position Cammy's in over towards P1. As long as you keep that control, your teammates will keep spawning there, and you'll be set up for the rotation over towards News. So it might not be a hill where you can sort of lock down a massive amount of time on, but you can certainly set yourself up and be ready to go. It is not as bad as what we have seen the first time around, but Ultra still wheeling and dealing right now on Berlin. Can't be making plays, you can't find the kill, but you're still racking up that hill time.
Well, we'll see what happens now. Ultra racking up the hill time. Our game tool featured player Kleenex on screen. Let's dive in and have a quick listen in with Toronto Ultra.
One shot, there's two. I think he's already gone right. Dip might be mid broken to me. Yeah, he probably is. Yeah, like some max stop steps. I'm coming to you. Last two steps. One. Nice, you fucking shit. Last time, so let this. Fly quick, play him quick. Nice, come over, movement, nice. I hit it top steps. Yeah, go for it. Save that. Nice, accuracy, can be taking a route. Yeah, he's fucking nice, last time. I'd be fine. Go across for Noel. Go across for Noel. 25, Toby, weak. Oh, he's still creaming that. No, he's doing 5 tank, weak. Nice. One's in P, 5 tank, P3 dead. Nice, I'm playing right. Is it me off? Mail. Lamar, nice. Lamar, fucking absolute fucking loot. I'm at fire still. We're gonna go low right. Yeah, listen, I'm fire left, by the way. That fire. One more step. Stone right. Lamar left. Mid statue now. I'm only mid-broken. Mid statue, or Jamie. Lamar left. Listen, I have you one accuracy, okay? He's gonna go long. Left side broken. Yeah. No one's nice. Last accuracy. There's pinch, low windows, I think. Absolutely, dude. Second, weak. Absolutely, nice. Listen, I've got you straight, okay? I'm on the left, by the way.
Chance, Toronto Ultra continue to be the butchers of Berlin as they are absolutely cleaving Seattle Surge out of their gaming chairs. This is one hell of a run, and it's shades of Kickoff Classic all over again.
Their teamwork has been just phenomenal. Remember when I said that it wasn't quite like last time in the score line? Well, Ultra have not dropped a single second, it feels like, in the past two hills. The amount of pressure that Kleenex has just been applying to fire on this map, he himself has been on fire. An absolutely absurd performance. Toronto just doing whatever they want. The comms are clean. Kleenex, again, in and around fire, has been a menace. And we're going back towards this hard point. I think this is really where Ultra got the ball rolling. They started popping pieces around this hill and running the score up, though. This time, Sib able to find 3 so far on this life. If there is any hope of a comeback, you're going to need a couple full 60s, and it's got to start here.
Well, even with Game 5 looming over them, Seattle Surge are not going to go quietly into this Berlin night. Slow and steady now. Just hold that time. Sib's kills department has not quite been as electrifying as it has been so far in the series, but your boy's starting to heat up. That's 5 in a row now. As a spree continues. Whoa, hello, over the top! Catches the kill. That's going to be 6. Oh, the 7th as well. Full streaks now for Sib. Kleenex is now having to back down because the pressure's on. That's 7 in a row. Sib starting to heat up, and Seattle, you said it was a couple of perfect 60s, and it just may be that. They win the fight on the hard point as well, Chance.
Oh, that's such a deep angle, though. Someone's going to play. He's just going to walk straight past. Now he's going to be forced to call in those streaks right off spawn. Unfortunately for him, though, look at the minimap. There is no one from Seattle anywhere near this hill. It's only going to be 15 seconds before Ultra win this game. And the streaks, I mean, sure, you'd be able to get a kill, but your teammates are just so far away.
They push him inside the train station for now. Pred's now here to pick up the pieces. Those players shell-shocked indeed. He gets himself two. Pred can't get any more. Kleenex cuts him down. But the defenders have got a lot of work to do. Kleenex again. Mac now through the middle of the map. Looking to find something here. It's 5 seconds before we see a game 5. Insights over the point. You've got the front line covered. And Toronto Ultra get it done on Berlin once again. Search and destroy. Game 5 on this very map now awaits. A chance. Oh, it's not as fun as it looked in the Surge camp. And Ultra is strictly business right now.
I mean, again, one of the best things about the Ultra comms is how calm they always are. Their heads are always in it. They never get down on themselves. And, well, after the first 2 maps in the series, it looked like Seattle had completely leveled up, and it was looking real dire. But Ultra, again, even if they're down, they are never out, and fought back in the series, have forced the game 5. And honestly, for the first time, they have started to deal with Civ, the only game where Civ has basically not been double positive. And even still, he had a solid performance, had a couple nice moments, but I think right there, that was just the teamwork from Toronto Ultra reigning supreme. Into map 5 we go, and going back to Berlin.
Going back to Berlin for Search and Destroy. It has been non-stop game 5s today. It's a long one, pals. We hope you're all comfortable. Look at that score so far. Very, very exciting stuff. Who knows? Will this be the Toronto's chance to topple the taller terrors? Shout out to Reddit. I'm not reading the username. You know who you are. Thank you very much, though. Guys, it's time for a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time for that game 5. You do not want to miss this one. Berlin, take the series. We'll see what happens next.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Game 5 now looms. It is a Berlin showdown between Toronto Ultra and their soon-to-be fantastic rivals, Seattle Surge, here in this Vanguard season. 2022 season's only 2 days in, and it's already lit AF. Chance, how you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling fantastic. Right now, I'm thinking about just like the confidence game between these two teams, right? Because, I mean, you just look at the side of Toronto Ultra. Just their team stats for the day. Not too great, but I think the first two maps, they were just absolutely in the blender. Sib is responsible for every single one of these players being negative right now, but obviously they've bounced back in the series. I think Ultra, after the year they had in Cold War, they know they're a team that can bounce back. They know they're a team that is capable of winning tournaments. Obviously, they proved that again at the kickoff. On the flip side, though, for Seattle, I mean, they have a ton of good wins. They've beaten New York twice. They've beaten every single team they've gone up against. Admittedly, it's like 5 series in, but Toronto Ultra is that next step. And if they can beat them here, then you can have the confidence where you know for a fact you are capable of winning a tournament, which is huge for some of these younger players. At the same time, if you get reverse swept by the team that might be the best team in the game, it's going to sting.
It will sting, but also it's kind of like, you know, it is what it is at this point in time. Like, we've still got stuff to improve on. You know, maybe it's coming down to those clutch moments. It's losing game modes that we're maybe more confident than we should be. But, hey, we will find out, friends. A long and exciting season ahead of us we have here in the Vanguard season. And for players like Sib, who quite frankly is on a level of his own right now, we will be talking about him for a very, very long time to come. Welcome to the league, and at the tender age of 20, a dangerously long career ahead of him. Here we go. Berlin Search and Destroy Chance. Showdown, indeed, between these two fantastic squads here. And, mate, what a story for the boys of Seattle and also for the organization of Seattle. It has been tears, catastrophe for 2 long and painful seasons for them, and now the future has never looked brighter. Here we go, though, into Berlin. Let's get it.
I mean, Vanguard has proven to be wild. Like, Seattle's having the glow up. Ravens are having the glow up as well. It's been a very fun start to the year. As far as Berlin go, look at how aggressive Pred again, man. Shooting players in the back, spots Vance, beams them. 2 kills already down. Can't quite get the third, but either way, his job is done. Man advantage. Bomb should be getting planted shortly. Seattle, this is what they do.
Yeah, surely this is their round. But it's now 2v2. Insight has made a meal of this. Sees one little piggy. Where's the other? 35 seconds on the clock. As quiet falls across Berlin. Here comes the retake. Phoenix in first. A little bit of noise made. Sib's got the tags, but there's Insight with the perfect coverage, and this is looking good. Mac now to spring in the 1v2. 20 seconds to play with. Might be waiting for the bomb. He has his grenade to work with as well. Here comes the check. Finds one. Mac, the slide! CleanX wins it. Oh! Exceptional timing from CleanX to be there. Right place, right time. The shots were good. And a few seconds to spare on the defuse. 1 round in, the tension is already high.
And, you know, I'm thinking about that, Bocage, right? What do we see? It was guys like Sib winning gunfights against Insight, and that is not typical of the type of gameplay we're used to seeing from the main AR for Toronto. What do we see that round for the response? Insight in the 2v3. I think he beams accuracy across the map just to make things a 2v2. Kept finding picks. He's got coverage on his teammate. He wins his one against Sib when he's on the stairs. Insight delivering in that round. And obviously CleanX clutches well. Seattle, they have stacked up towards A. They're aggressive again.
They're in mid again. All over the rubble in the center of the map. Vance with that bomb over by the mailroom. Looking towards B. Cammy's going to bring the sniper across. There you go. Max spots him, and here we have it. The trap set. The CleanX there with the coverage. Beautiful stuff. Sib can't quite land the first. And now an exchange of gunfire. Oh, misses the second as well. Cammy will be cleaned up there from the efforts from Pred. We like that, but this is going to get dangerous real fast as CleanX now on the 3. He's out and about, hoping to get in behind the sniper, the sole player now for Seattle Surge is Sib. 1v3 situation, and he is now equipped for the fight. See what happens.
A true look to see whether or not he can clutch, and well, never mind. Too many things to do on Berlin, too many things to watch.
Sorry,
just get shot in the back immediately, but I will say, I think Sib is definitely towards the top of my list of players that I'm excited to watch in clutch situations. Obviously, though, against Ultra, maybe it's a little bit hopeless as CleanX 4-0. Trying to respond 2 rounds in. He's feeling himself, and obviously just a very clean round from Ultra, shifting that bomb around the map, baiting players out, setting CleanX up to get those free picks of kills. and Insight not far behind either. Seattle, though, again, hyper aggressive. They love planting the bombs as quickly as they possibly can, and so far leaning towards this B site.
Spots one. Backed across, aiming for the barrel once again. Can Sib find anything with the snipe this round? Here we go. Oh, many shadows now moving throughout the night, and he can't get a single one. Cammy with the read. And Sib's got nothing there. It's now a 2v3. Accuracy does manage to get the bomb down at B, but that's going to be a 3v2 situation now on the retake. And here come Toronto. Accuracy up close. Sorry, no, not Accuracy. It was going to be Mac up close. Does manage to find one on the bomb site. You've got Accuracy at range. He's the insurance policy, and there it is. The setup is perfect. The numbers, it doesn't matter if they're not on their side. It is an exceptional hold from Seattle Surge.
That is so clean. Mac, 100% the guy to watch. He is in sight. He is surrounded. They had him trapped in there, and that's the player that they were trying to take down, but he delivers. Wins a couple gunfights, gets a little bit of help from Accuracy from the second guy as well, but that is Mac just making the big play. Nice 2v3 clutch Seattle got, and that is one they absolutely needed just to get around on the board. And just by the way, imagine how difficult it is to play against Toronto. Like, imagine the comms from Sib's perspective when he's seeing every player dive around constantly. And this time, Cammy spots out a couple on the cross, feeding that to his teammates. Toronto, they're going straight for A.
Slowly but surely towards A. Stacked up on the outside of A. Here comes Cammy with the snipe check. Shots ring out. Mid-map's all Seattle's for now. Reposition. Prez just waiting for someone to enter his trap.
Mac is behind everybody. He is going to get a free first kill. He's able to spot the second as well, by the way. There's the free first blood, and he's just going to stay out and save his life, right? Because you got number 4, Fred. He's got the mid-map cuts. They know they have every single player trapped in and around the bomb site. Zip, though, 0-4, gives one away, and Cammy finds a pick. 2 versus 3.
I'm going down quick. Pred. That hit's going to tell you everything you need to know now for Ultra. At least one player coming from this direction. Max moving as fast as he possibly can now to reinforce, and here comes the 2-man retake. Seattle choosing the other foot now. Let's see what they do in this situation. Stuns out. Clock's ticking. Mac now trying to make the push through the back. Will he check every possible corner? Timing works out. Gets tagged up, but does manage to find the kill. Pred now will not check below him. He's going to be hit, but not dead just yet. 20 seconds. Time's ticking. Man's running around all over the place. Mac last up. Cleanix though, surely. This is a setup from Ultra. They cannot lose this round, but Mac makes it a tough one indeed. Ultra, the numbers prevail. A good round again.
And that is a round, by the way, for Seattle. You just cannot afford to lose, right? You got a free kill on the flank. You know that you have every single player trapped in around the site. And I think the biggest issue is when they were going for the nade kills, Sib just exposed to the window, gives away a free one. And then Cammy with a snipe. I mean, remember him on Tuscan. He put on a show. He finds a pick as well. And that is just a response, right? You get clutched on, make sure you clutch up. Toronto, instant bounce back. 3-1 lead. But as Toronto on defense, a lot of pressure over towards that B site, though. This bomb for Seattle, straight towards A.
They're in. You've got the mid-map presence from Bance. That naughty little corner covered. He's going to be a real pain at some point. Inside can't get anything. Oh, Sib remains on the donut for now, and it is Bance. He's had his fair share of donuts in the past. Still got a great figure, though. Bless him.
Boy.
Must work out. 4v3 now on the retake chance.
They are running out of time. 27 seconds on the clock is a little bit to work with, but the pressure's on. Mac gets spotted. Free kill for Cleanix, takes him down. I think Accuracy is the player that's going to need to clutch this situation.
Oh, my word.
He is in a 1 versus 4. Time is on his side, but he's got to find the line of sight. He's trying to leave one and go for the kill. He might be just a little bit too late, and the coverage is there anyway. Ultra, all their bases covered, taking him down, and nice plays. Accuracy. I mean, that's typical, by the way, for the 1v4. That is as big brain as you can get, but you see Insight ready for it in Ultra. Picking him apart, taking him down, and I think we've had so many donuts, by the way, for this game. Sib, right now, the cam is on him. It was Cammy in game number 2 that was suffering, but Ultra, they have found their stride. Talk about the bounce back they've had.
Accuracy as well. It's a pair of donuts right now for Seattle. No one's able to get involved, and that round is typical play there from Accuracy if he wins that. But there we go. He gets himself on the board. That first blood's going to help out. We'll see how much they can make of it, though. Oh, Cammy. That's close. Fred's going to take that top stairs position. That's ahead. Oh, get out while you still can, Sib. Big hunt there from Pred, but a kill from Bance with the automaton at range. Makes it a 3v3.
Max making plays again, by the way. We saw him do this earlier on where he goes on the fullest of flanks, but that means his teammates are a little bit lonely towards the A site, and Sib is going to fall. Max got to be the guy on the flank in accuracy. He's got to tell him that, dude, you got to speed up. They are planning right now. You have a pinch on site.
Beautiful.
And you get the guy off bomb. It does not go down. And again, number 3 on the minimap. He's still on the flank.
He's still on the flank. He's going to get there now, but is it enough? Are the members of Ultra still going to hang about? Yes, they are. Kleenex is going to stick this one out. Max is going to get there. Better late than never. Less than 30 seconds now on Cammy. He is in a tough spot. This is a rock and a hard place, quite literally. Here's one. Accuracy wins it. From rags to riches. He has had a fantastic turnaround here, and that round, I put it on him. Between the first blood, the crucial kill on the Bance while arming the bomb, and that big win there on Cammy, that could have gone ugly real fast.
Yeah, that is the Iceman for the team, right? Making the big plays. And again, he was on the donut cam. Sib is still struggling. And if you got a couple players struggling, it's the veteran that has to be the one that steps up to the plate. Accuracy, putting in work. And I think even for Ultra, maybe a slight mistake on the angle you had for the bomb plant, just exposing your foot. Unfortunate, but hey, Seattle, they will take it. Oh, whoa, just like a nightmare.
I was like the JoJo music. To be continued. He didn't die though. The spoiler for the next episode. But Cammy, that snipe still yet to really have an impact. It's still a dangerous thing, and it does make you change the way you approach things. And that's an ankle. Good job out of insight. But make sure you really do tuck the entire body behind that bomb site, otherwise you're gonna get cleaned up. Fred trying to provide that close support chance, but here we go. The shuffle on Berlin and accuracy. He could find himself a couple of Ultra members in mid as the bomb goes down.
I mean, accuracy actually has this entire cross, so he can feed this information to his teammates, and he might be set up for a free kill. Free kill number 1 just got in front of accuracy. And again, he's still got the coverage. Accuracy picking up 2. He's spotted number 8 on the cross. Accuracy is getting all the information for his team, but it comes down now to a 1 versus 2. Insight, you're running out of time. 20 seconds, he's got to find both kills.
He's got to do it. You can see accuracy. No idea that Pred's on the other side of the wall. Making a bit of noise. The clatter of pots and pans and glass around him all over the bomb site is going to find the tags into accuracy, not the kill. And here comes Pred for the old 1-2 punch. And Seattle Surge. Another round. Almost tied up here at 3-4.
And you could just see the setup on the minimap, like falling into accuracy's lap. Again, the veteran stepping up, making the big play. That is what, maybe 3 or 4 rounds back to back to back where whoever gets the first blood ends up getting clutched on. And that is a 3 versus 4 where Lamar just putting in some serious work. This is what, a 4-1 deficit that Seattle are trying to make up for a couple rounds in a row. And again, for Seattle, they're just trying to prevent that the reverse sweep. This bomb over towards B. I don't know if Max saw Bance. Brett definitely did though. First blood, and you got the bomb down. Seattle, huge advantage in the round.
That's a tremendous advantage. Can we get the trade though? That's another question. The spot from Kleenex, the nade's good, but oh, doesn't get the kill. Crossfire now. All across that street by the B-bomb site. It is quite literally a war zone. Sib gets involved as well. Takes care of Kleenex, 2v4. Sib with the mid-map. The last remaining members of Ultra, well now I say the last remaining member of Ultra, Insight in the 1v4.
40 seconds to work with. Bomb down on site. As far as hopeless situations go, this is at the very top of the list. Inside, I think he's just hoping to get any kills. And keep in mind for these future rounds, I think we saw at least 1 kill streak on Mac. And this is one of the very few maps where actually in S&D, they can be quite effective even with the strafing run. So Insight finally falls, and that's the setup. That is 3 rounds in a row off the back of a couple clutches for Seattle. Back into this game. You got a kill streak in the back pocket. You got Sib starting to heat up and get a couple kills as well. I think he's been able to get 3 in the past 2 rounds. Surge, wheeling and dealing.
Yeah,
right back into this game.
Starting to find that momentum. They're really getting in the swing of things. That walk now building up to a run. That run building up to a sprint. How far can they go in this race? It looks like Mac and Accuracy now both have a strafe run to work with. You are dealing with the kings of cool though. Toronto Ultra are one of the most composed teams in the game. Let's see what they've got now in this round.
No smokes to cross with. You got to make sure you time it right. Mac maybe waiting for the moment, or maybe Mac back it down, trying to beam Sib, can't quite finish it. In Seattle, they are thinking about this rotation, but honestly, for both teams, Toronto, I mean, they got all their bases covered. They should be able to spot out the rotation. Kleenex barely able to get out with his life. A very delicate round number 9. And Inside will be the one to call out, hey, the bomb getting planted on A. Can't see his foot this time.
Yeah, he can't. Mac is suitably tucked there. Will be able to plant it, get out with his life. 4v4 retake. Oh, what a beautiful exchange of kills, though. Mac with the first. Cammy manages to take care of Pred, and here comes the onslaught over towards the A-bomb site. Sib. 2 angles to watch, on the inside and the bottom stairs. He has a teammate at the very end of the corridor. That's going to be huge. Nice wall bang there on the Vance. Here comes a slide from behind. Cammy getting involved in the fight in a big way. 20 seconds to work with now. Mac wins the gunfight towards the backside, but the shots are still in. It's a 2v1 now for Insight. This is to take the lead. The kill, he has to find it faster. Insight's running out of time, and that could be it. We will be looking at match point for Seattle Surge. And they have pulled this one back 1 round at a time. Chance, holy dooly. 1 more is all they need.
And that is just another feather in the cap for Seattle. This is what they do in the Search and Destroy, man. It seems like it doesn't matter what map they're playing. They will find a way to get a bomb down, and if you let them plan, I mean, they clutch up what seems like 9 times out of 10. And again, especially on a map like Berlin, you have clutch spots for days. Accuracy lives for it. 4 in a row. Now the advantage to shut down the reverse sweep, to beat the best team in the game after the kickoff classic, and just to build the redemption arc for the organization. And he's got the glide bomb. He needs to stay alive. As you see, they're coming up from dub steps. They're in fire.
He's waiting for it. Accuracy, if you see someone, he may call it. If you kill Accuracy in this round, oh, that's it. First blood. Oh, the second goes as well. Insight now battling tooth and nail to try and stay alive, and he does. Sib on the inside of the map. Down low by Tank, trying to watch the cross. No one going towards B, but you've managed to isolate the Ultra players. Can they find a pick and stay alive? That's Sib versus Insight now. And it is starting to get dangerous.
This is also bombed down to the worst spot possible. Cammy able to find one, but still, when he picks up that bomb, that is going to be a loud indication to Seattle. We know exactly where he is. They have to know the plan is to go to A, the gunfight essentially for the round. Both players back down. Cammy finds the pick. The patience from Ultra to even wait for that kill to come through is absurd.
Accuracy.
Now the bomb. Accuracy, though.
Accuracy.
Iceman, this is it.
Oh, the Iceman? No. Oh, he had the ankle. He saw it, man. It was there. The opportunity to get it. Round 11 now between these 2 teams. Bear in mind, streak still in play. The fighter pilot, well, sorry, the strafing run for Mac and the glide bomb for Accuracy are still available. That could be tremendous. The B-bomb site is now off limits for Ultra. Who's going to get defense? I've got no idea. I haven't been counting. I've been too engrossed in the game.
Both of these teams, by the way, just ice cold.
Oh,
right?
my.
Cammy for the patience towards the final moments, but I don't even know. You can't go to B if you're dealing with the glide bomb. Cammy, dude, this is the problem. You just see everyone go towards A, but yeah, you have to go through mid. I love this call from Ultra. Dance making a play. He gets the first blood. They have fire control.
Oh, Benjamin, that's a massive tag as well in the Sib. And here comes the play. Glide bomb's out. He's going to see Cammy. It might kill him through the open roof of fire. No, doesn't land a single thing. Everyone from Ultra still fighting fit. Bomb still in hand. Forward they go, but it's Accuracy with the automaton. We've got Old Faithful finds the kill. Bance on the rat back. Sid finds another one. 2v3. Seattle Surge maintain advantage for now as the bomb goes down on B.
It's got to be Kleenex. Kleenex has to make this play. Bance has to win the one-on-one on site because number 2 has gotten through, so someone needs to make the big play. Kleenex an opportunity. But that bomb is down. Seattle, I don't know if they know where either of these players are.
But the Bance just saw Sid. They've got no idea that Accuracy's close by. Kleenex finds one. 2v2. Accuracy's on the defuse. Bance. Oh my God! He's not. Is he going to check it? Here comes Kleenex. Will he get it? The Iceman! The Iceman jumps on the bomb, and it was a fraction of a second. Oh my God! That is a stunning round 11.
Ultra are stunned. Could you have it any other way? Of course, it's accuracy. Dude, the amount of like wild play calls, because that is 200 IQ plays from both teams nonstop, right? You're Toronto, you're on offense. You can't go to B at all. You spot this stack over towards A, so what do? Cut through the middle of the map and go to fire. You deal with the glide bomb. You make that play in again. Incredible call. Then you have Vance getting the bomb down over towards B. Kleenex making like the late flank plays over towards fire. Like everybody doing everything right. But instead of Vance checking the bomb, it was Kleenex in just a split second too late. His accuracy doing what he does best. Seattle, I mean, it's only day 2 of stage 1, but I mean, they're on top of the world.
This is insane. All right, I need a breather. Where's my desk at? Save us. Save us.
Yo, I don't know what's going on right now. Miles and Chance, that was incredible. Seattle Surge were able to bring it back. This went the entire distance, by the way. And Toronto Ultra, it slipped through their fingertips. Miles, Chance, what were your emotions watching all of that go down? Because, like, Allie was shaking, me and Nameless was going nuts.
I got a little bit towards the end there. I was like, oh my God, Ultra have done it. Like, you called it chance. Like, they dodged the bomb. They dodged the strafe run. Like, they've done everything right. And then it's like, oh, we better check bomb. Like, if that decision had been made a fraction of a second sooner, oh my God, man. But, like, I got them chills. You know what I'm saying? That's what the CDL is all about, baby.
Timing is everything. Chance, how you feeling after that series right there, baby?
Honestly, I'm just feeling like happy, I think would be the word. Like, that is just fantastic Call of Duty. I mean, this is what, arguably at this point, or almost certainly the 2 best teams in the game going at it, going to the round 11. And one of the things I hate the most is a pet peeve is when there's like breakdowns in the rounds or just like silly mistakes that have been getting made all day today from a ton of teams, but not these 2 men. It is the high IQ plays. It is guys that have a fantastic game plan, just getting after it. And I mean, what more could you ask for, right? Accuracy with all the clutches. He was on a donut, by the way. He was like 0-5, 0-6. It just completely turns up. The same thing could be said for Sib, who had a phenomenal series through and through. Even when he was on the donut cam starting to suffer, he had a bounce back as well. I mean, Seattle, you shut down the reverse sweep. You beat arguably the best team in the game. You get the confidence that, honestly, they probably didn't need that they already have. But, I mean, again, those guys on top of the world right now.
I was sweating like steady during this commentary this morning. That game was a banger. Yo, Nameless?
Yeah.
I mean, Seattle Surge, they're for real.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys are nasty, man. Like, Toronto Ultra is one of the toughest teams to go up against, and they almost got reverse swept. And they go into that last map, they go down 0-4, they win 5 rounds in a row. It gets down to that last round, and you got to think Toronto, they made a crazy play going right up the middle, getting control of fire, and then Seattle, the comms that moment, it had to just be absolute pandemonium, but they react to it, they trap them, they get the kill that they need, and then accuracy, the leader of this team, when you need him to step up the most, he did it throughout this entire map. If it wasn't for him, there was no chance they were going to win this one. Every single round when they needed a clutch kill, he was there. He almost would have got that 1v3 clutch it was too when he came up the stairs. If he would have got both of them off the bomb, I mean, this guy was on fire, man. Seattle just looks like a force to be reckoned with.
Sib and Accuracy heading into round 8 both had 0 kills under their belt. Sib found his first kill in round 8. I believe Accuracy found his in round 7. And if Accuracy doesn't have the glide bomb there, that play from Toronto to make that 4 push through mid, me and Amos were talking about it. They just made the freaking play. They got the opening kill. Seattle was totally caught off guard, but because Accuracy had that bomb, was able to get the information and kind of trap all of them in fire building, and just they watched all the entrances and they perfectly waited for their prey to come out, and then actually clutching up with the defuse. Silent defuse, baby!
Yeah, this team looks like absolute veterans. You know what? This team makes me sick. Like, what is their potential actually? They go to the Kickoff Classic. Okay, they go to the finals. They beat a few legends, and then now they're beating Toronto Ultra, and they're still moving on. They're phenomenal. But speaking of which, listen, Miles, Chance, you guys are phenomenal. I'll see you all next series. But for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight interview, let's go ahead and bring in the dog, the absolute beast, and we saw tearing it up all day. Sib, I have a serious question. All right, I have 2 of them for you. First things first. Why don't you smile after going crazy like that, man? Do you have any emotions at all?
Unfortunately, no. Every time I do something, you know, the vet right next to me, in-game leader, he gathers me up. So, you know, I gotta smile a couple times. You know, he's like, smile, man, you know, but, you know, I'm getting there.
All right.
All right. I mean, I respect it. You know, you're in the game, you're in the zone, and you've been popping off all series. But I gotta ask, man, you all seem pretty down when you're heading into that final search and destroy. But there was seriously a momentum change, I feel like, after we actually saw your player cams and we saw Lamar talking to all of you. I gotta know, what did he say? How did y'all kind of regame, group up, and end up taking the dub?
I think what really helped us a lot at the kickoff, you guys know that we lost to Toronto.
Yeah.
And we never lost like that as a team before, so it was just a learning experience. It was a free learning experience, so I'm glad that we lost like that in that moment, because when it comes to times like this, we can hit a reset button and know what to do when we are facing an uphill battle.
So question for you, Sib. What adjustments were made from Kickoff Classic till now? Because you guys look great there, right? But it seems like every goal that you guys set, you accomplish it right away. You come in and you beat the team that just beat you. You look way different in this series. So what adjustment was there?
I really think the adjustments we made were really, it's all about the little things. The simple fundamentals, the little
what's it called?
moments
I'm
of
gonna play
communication.
some Warzone in the morning with Chief. We're probably gonna fuck around, do some stupid shit, and then probably watch some CS:GO, just because we're kind of enjoying that right now. And then do probably hop off, go to the store real quick, run an errand real quick, come back, and then hop back on and get ready for the CDL. So, what's it called? We'll be doing that and everything, so just be aware that that's kind of what's going to happen. Is that so it'll be a stream on Twitch in the morning, and then around the CDL when it starts for the end of the major, we'll be getting off and getting ready for the CDL at night. So just want to let you guys know what's going on with that, just so you guys are aware. But hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Enjoy it. Appreciate you guys being here, and and I'll catch you guys later.